Hello, hello. It's time for a unit review stream. If you're a VOD watcher, we're gonna give a couple minutes for people to join in. I don't even know how many people were waiting in the waiting room. Only 15. That's actually. Oh wait, nope, I lied. It says 35. It updated. Anyways, so process here as normal. Is we're going to. There's a link in my pinned comments in the not in the comments underneath the video in the live chat. There's a pinned message. And we can update this. Wait, what? No one has. Okay. Why is it broken? Wait, B25 to B. Why does it say B25? It should say B4 to B. Okay. Why? Yeah, what? Why did it say B25? That's weird. Now this is B26? Huh? Why is my spreadsheet breaking? Why is it updating itself? That's weird. That's really weird. Why is it doing that? I hope it doesn't keep doing that. That's really weird. Hopefully it stays like, okay, now it's functioning though. Anyways, so yeah, I just randomized one of these things. It basically just does a function pulling one of these random things that you can submit through the form, and then I type it in here, and then blam, it goes and gives me the UID, and then we can open it up in enka.network. As you can see, this is my profile. I was looking at that to test, and we can look at, oh, I apparently didn't copy this properly. Control C. There we go. Bam. Shizword. Right. So, and then we will review some of the characters that they say. So yeah, hopefully this doesn't break again. I have no idea. I swear to the universes beyond that this did not update itself in the past, but it did. So anyways, I agree with Low Dawn that yeah, Kazuha should probably be swapped out for a Mulan team for Silent N if you end up getting them. Sander. Kazuha VV setups with Mulan can be strong, but they're clunky. So, and Xylonin will just be easier. So anyways, we're gonna wait just a second for people to load in. I guess since we randomized this one, Shizward, we will start with this one, especially because they did me a solid and they said anyone you like, not every single one of them. Real quick though, we are going to. I think I have resin. Yeah, I need to go spend that. Not all of it, just enough that I'm not gonna hit the cap while I'm doing unit reviews. Yes, I did the unit review, or I did the unit review. I did the read the dev discussion in Toronto. I dislike that they're doing more FOMO rewards. Like that, what that tells me is they're like, oh, our strategy of doing FOMO rewards for the Archon quest, and oh, it doesn't appear here anymore. And oh no, it does. The FOMO rewards for the story quests, or the tribal quests in this case. Oh, that worked so well. We that forcing people to do our content, like it's forcing people to engage with their current gameplay loop, get stuck in the gotcha gameplay loop, right? That's what it is. And they're doing the same thing for exploration now. So like you'll have until, to be clear, it's like a fairly decent amount of time, but basically you can get 400 extra Primo Gems if you 80% the whole region, and it's tiered. It's not just you have to get 80% to get any of them. But you get 80% in all the regions of this region of Natlan, and then by the end of version 5.2, and they will give you like 400 extra Primo Gems, which is like cool, I guess. Like yeah, like more rewards good, right? But more rewards good, except if they're gonna give more rewards, and they were just like, you know, gonna get more rewards, you know, you could have just done that without making them FOMO. Like, it's very transparent to me that, like, the fact that they're time gated is because of the fact that they have decided they can make more money doing this by forcing people to engage with their gameplay loop than they lose by giving you free Primo Gems, right? That's what they have determined is my vibe. Or they're like that's my guess, at least. I don't know. I don't like it. If they're gonna increase the rewards, just increase the rewards. Don't do FOMO BS that forces things, whatever. Anyways, enough yapping about things. We're supposed to be doing unit reviews. No, I won't cap my resin. Very nice. We're gonna go. There's a seat somewhere, right? I think I put. Yeah, there's a chair over here. That's a little far away, actually. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna do it anyways. Once we sit our booties down. Once we sit our booties down over there, we will start the interviews. Anyways, so yeah, it's been a couple weeks since I did a interview. Oh yeah, and as always, I did turn off monetization, although. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Shouldn't do this. I did turn off monetization because, you know, the idea with these streams is, generally speaking, to do the randomized reviews, right? So I just use the random. Oh, that's not on the right page. I do the random function, right? But then if I have donations, I will alternate between donation ones and. Wait, did I never do that? How did I never do this one? This is an empty thing, right? Okay, I'll put a sticker there, I guess. I think. And what was the thing? Right, so doing randomized reviews, and if any donations come in, then I will do donation reviews as well, but I will alternate, right? So it will not just be getting backlogged by donation reviews and yada yada, whatever. The last times I've done these, I've always gotten, you know, enough donations that I have felt comfortable turning off monetization on the stream, because, you know, getting enough donations means I don't feel like I have to get ad revenue or whatever for them. There we go. There we go. Alright. What? Okay, you know what's funny about that is that I sat down on this. I put a sticker on here. I know I sat down on it before, but then I just immediately got up, and I think it didn't trigger the chest or something. Or maybe I didn't sit down. I don't know. I could have sworn I sat down on this before, but maybe I just put the sticker after seeing the sit thing. Alright. Anyways, I just wanted to be here so there's like some vibe music in the background as we do things. So anyways, by the way, the YouTube chat is just immediately breaking constantly. I've had to manually refresh it 3 times. You running HP circle on your Mualani? No. She's on a 2-piece. Anyways, that one is completed? Oh. Okay, that one puzzle. Where do we submit an account for fixing? If you're asking that question, you really didn't try very hard to look, quite frankly. I know I didn't mention it in the video, the last one I made, but, you know, go look in the description of an account fixing video. That might be where it might be. Maybe. Or the pinned comments. I put them in multiple places. The most obvious places they could be, quite frankly. So, anyways, how can Genshin fix cryo? By not balancing cryo units like their pyro units. Crazy. I know. Anyways, let's start with Shizwards. They are world level 9. They just said whatever we like. Do they have a Kinich? No? Okay, that's fine. What about your Mualani? On the new set. On Ring of what? I have no idea. Ring of Yaksha. Crown skill, very nice. Level 9 burst. I think I'll keep mine Mualani level 9/9. But oh, HP goblet. Yeah, fair with an HP goblet. Is that good? That can definitely make sense if you have this good of an HP goblet and nowhere near as good of an Hydra goblet, especially on this set, because it tends to bias you towards wanting quite a bit of crit damage in substats over crit rate. This is overcapped in crit rate a little bit too. Not the end of the world. You gotta. This is an extraordinarily good piece. Like Jesus. Okay, actually, this is just a really, really good build. With the only sad thing being you have enough crit rate that you have overcapped, so functionally, you know, like the time beats could be improved because of the fact that the 10% crit rate here is basically just a dead stat mostly, right? So functionally this time piece is only giving 13.2 crit damage. Is kind of what it is. The circlet is ridiculous, right? That's never going to be replaced, so the main hope of improving this build is really just, you know, getting more crit damage on the timepiece, right? So yeah, but very good pieces. It's Enka.network. It's Enka.network. Anyways, ER kind of low. You don't need an ER you don't need to burst consistently on Mulan. In fact, you probably shouldn't build extra ER to burst consistently on her. Because it could be a DPS loss. But one of the interesting things, if you're not using the craftable weapon, like if not the craftable weapon specifically, but more specifically if you're using Sacrificial Jade, in my opinion, is that it making it so you don't need any crit rate in substats means, you know, you can prioritize ER much more than you otherwise would be able to. And yeah, so Sacrificial Jade, if you prioritize some ER substats, right, then you have weird artifacts like I actually have on my right, so I have like pieces like this, right? Weird pieces like this could be perfect, right? Or pieces like this even. The crit rate would actually be a dead stat, but right, these ER pieces, like you don't need crit rate as a substat, so suddenly like HP percent crit damage and ER become like the priority stats, and the EM too. Since crit rate is a dead stat, and it's like not a bad thing that crit rate is a dead stat, you just need to know what you're looking for when you're farming. So I think one of the weird valuable things about Sacrificial Jade on Mualani with the new artifacts is the fact that it makes crit rate a dead stat means it's really easy to prioritize heavier ER than you might otherwise be able to, right? So, anyways, I can tell you, like, with my 2-piece build on Mualani, I have a good enough build that I just, like, really can't even bother caring that much about forcing her to the new artifact set, even if I can burst consistently on it, but I don't know. I might eventually. We'll see. Point is, this is a good, very good Mualani build, to say the least. How much ER for Xylonin? Depends. Go look at KQM's guide when the character comes out, but the answer is it depends on the team. She's a character that can fit in 8,000 different teams. So, like, it depends. And it depends if you actually need to burst consistently on Xylonin either. You will not have to unless you're using her with Furina. So, you know. Anyways. We'll look at one more. One that catches my eye. Yes, I have account fixings planned. Of course I do. Sacrificial Jade, you do that? Nice. You really like overcapping your crit rate on your on your hydro catalyst users. It's funny. Anyways, wait, is this overcapped or is this one actually showing it properly? I don't know if it is. I don't know if this one's showing the set bonus or not. I don't care. It's a good wander build. Yeah, that's a very good wander build. Relatable amount of crit rate on your in your circumstance, I honestly personally would probably use a crit rate circlet, but if you're fine with the inconsistency, it doesn't really matter. I mean I pretty decently showed Arlecchino being able to clear content in a team where Arlecchino is doing 99% of the team damage, and I purposely built her with 0 crit stats, and she still cleared without a problem. So, like, it's fine, is my point. But this is definitely a lower crit rate than I prefer. Yep. Anyways, good builds. I like them. I don't know if you wanted more. This is a very nice finale build. If you wanted more advice, I can give you more advice, but I think you know what you're doing, Shuzward. That's what I can say. So, anyways. Glacia Mantis, look at the UID. There's a pinned message in the chat. It says, link to submit your UID for review. Where do you think you go? So, please don't spam the chat with your UIDs. Anyways, 57. This is 65856666677. Nice. And I all know it's Furina. The Furinas are starting. It's always Furina. You know what it's gonna be? It's well, your Furina looks a little bit nicer than normal. You know, I'll keep this open because I think I do want to like look at their Furina. But anyways, that is amusing. Number one Furina enjoyer doesn't show out their Furina. You have a heckin' lot of achievements, but or is this the? Maybe this is intended to be. I don't know. No, it has an electro goblet. I was gonna say maybe like you're using Yai as a placeholder to make me annoyed. But anyways, if I will say this is a very nice Yai Golden Troop build. It's using an attack circlet, but honestly, I don't think that's the end of the world. Especially with an attack circlet that's that good. But also, screw you for having this goblet. Like wow. I would put it in my official non-Yai personally, but that's just because I like Yai on two-piece. I like a more universal versus this relegates her to more on-field utility. It's still good for her on-field. Not bad. Yeah, that's a very nice Yai build. Refresh it quick just in case it already. Yep. No. Okay. We'll just leave it open there. All right. Number 50 then. Bam. We'll leave it open. Hopefully, if they're in chat, they can remind me if I forget. We'll go back and look at their Furina. Itto and Raiden. How exciting. Well, either they typoed. 702-299-194. 702-299-194. Yep. This is their AR-15, which makes me think they don't even have an Itto and Raiden. So I think this is a typo. Maybe we can like. All right. Maybe it's meant to be a 3. No. How about a 5 at the end? Oh. No. Nope. Nope. Well. I don't know how. Who is this? Do you know who is this? If you're in chat, you can try to let me know what your actual correct UID is, maybe. But also, don't forget to type your UID correctly. So, anyways, I don't know. I'm not gonna trial and error my way through every single digit, and figure out which one was a typo thing. So, number 76. It was you. Well, then give me your UID. Don't just say it was you. Okay, Ganyu, Bennet, Cocofish. 294-24129. 7? What? I don't believe you, quite frankly. You're saying it was 7294? They're saying that like this 7294 was their UID when okay, you know what? Fine. You have Itto and Raiden. I will look at your Itto and Raiden. But how did you F up your UID input that much? Did you just put in the wrong account or something? I'm just confused. Like, I feel like you might have tricked the system, but it's fine. You put in the wrong account. I see. Okay. Anyways, this is a very. Oh wait. Is your Itto missing his 4-piece? Was that accidental, or did you purposely? It's possible that you found like there's not cases where you might just. LOL, your best build is 3-piece no piece, or technically this is 2-piece no piece. But anyways, stat wise, a very good Itto build. If we pretend that this is a Heart of Depth circlet, it's an extremely good Heart of Depth build. Okay, yeah, there's no. I'm just checking the app. There's what? Why? But like, why though? I'm going to assume you just got Raiden, to be clear. But like, why though? You've even done refines on it. The catch exists. Like, yes, the crit rate is, yeah. Raiden is a freaking nightmare to build. It's insane, right? Like, you don't have a bad amount of stats, but she needs such a specific balance of stats. God, I hate how annoying building this character is. Oh, it's friendship 10 though? What have you done to this Raiden? I know there's an EM Sands. I noticed that. that, like, I don't know what you're doing here. I don't know if you're trying to approach doing hybrid Raiden. Just don't bother with this weapon, that's for dang sure. Like, don't bother even trying hybrid Raiden unless you have insanely good pieces. If you don't have Staff of Scarlet's Hands or Engulfing Lightning, but also Engulfing Lightning is still nightmarish to do hybrid Raiden as far as balance goes. So, anyways, yeah, this is a Raiden. I'm sorry. Do Furina, please. Yeah, you don't have Furina on display. Yeah, I don't know. If you want to do EM Raiden though, like just do a full EM build on like Guild of Dreams or something, or 4-piece flop, right? Whatever. Like you can get meaningful use out of Raiden as a transformative reaction unit. If you really like the character, right, then farm more Emblem to get to a good build, but also like get the catch for her. You get the catch for her, and you get some more crit rate subsets, and you're not actually that far away. Don't use an EM timepiece for her normal traditional build though, unless you're trying to do weird hybrid Raiden things, but that's not really worthwhile to do unless you're at higher investment levels, most notably having a specific 5-star weapon. Don't forget attack Goblet is very good on Raiden, like basically equivalent to Electro Goblet because she gives herself a bunch of electro damage bonus converting from ER, so attack Goblet is actually pretty dang good on her. Yep, that's probably my main advice as far as your build if you do want to improve it. This build is not exactly functional right now, I would say. Yeah, so anyways, Ayato is very good, but if you do have the ability to do 2-piece, heck, even like, I don't know, if you have like an Emblem timepiece or something, although if you have an Emblem timepiece, it probably needs to go on Raiden. Emblem attack timepiece, most likely. But anyways, yep. Stat-wise, overall, it's a very good Ayato build. Just a little bit sad not to be the 4-piece and just be 3-piece, no piece. And it's very possible you might have a 2-piece combo that does technically beat it out. But it's also possible you don't, and this might actually be your best Ayato build. So yeah. Check Perfect Realities for Furina again. Will do. Wow. Look, your characters are there. Furina. Yep, that's a C6 Furina. I mean, yep. That's a strong C6 Furina. Congrats. You still don't have enough ER to burst in most situations. But, you know, you do you. Oops, I just clicked out the window. Let's look at this one. I don't know, is it worth farming? What do you... I feel like Gladiator is what you should just use in Ayato. Don't forget Gladiator is good in Ayato, by the way. Just in case you have a whole bunch... I don't know, what AR were you? AR 58? Yeah, you might have a bunch of Gladiator pieces, right? So don't forget your dang Gladiator pieces and check Gladiator, check your 2-piece attack combos. You know, just in case. Like yes, going below 200 crit damage might be sad, but don't overprioritize going to 200 crit damage if it's just a worse build. So, anyways, you don't need ER when C6 because you're on field. That is not what Furina C6 does. Furina C6 makes her on field for a couple seconds. It does not make her stay on field permanently. I do not feel like having a rant about Furina C6 again. I'm so very sick of talking about Furina C6 personally. So anyway, what are we looking at? Ganyu, Bennet, Kokomijin. Okay, Ganyu. Nice. Ooh, prototype crescent. Relatively rare nowadays to see a prototype crescent build. So obviously a freeze Ganyu build with a surprisingly high amount of energy recharge, which is not it's a good thing for freeze. So to be able to burst consistently, but also a little bit of wasted damage potential. But at the same time, hey, it technically does something. How much ER does she need to burst consistently in a freeze team? I don't know. Depends, I think, but it's not a bad thing. That's all I'm saying. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It certainly isn't like a crazy high investment freeze Ganyu build. Ultimately, right, Freeze has problems, and Cryo units have problems that are not related to the build, usually. So if like you're wanting to improve your Ganyu build realistically, right? More just be open to trying new team options. Remember with the Cryo Resonance and Blizzard Strayer buff up, this is plenty of crit rate. But yeah, I don't know. Like Cryo needs some help. And Mihoyo keeps on designing abysses, usually very intentionally, to make sure like it seems like Freeze is never viable for a strategy on one full side of the abyss. And it kind of means that like if you're going to bring a Freeze Ganyu to abyss, it's always non-ideal in some form or another. Whether or not that will prevent you from clearing is a big ol', it depends on this specific situation and how invested your whole team is, right? Obviously, Furina, if you have a stronger Furina than this, can make a very meaningful difference to, you know, a Freeze Ganyu's performance, because Furina can help contribute a bunch of the team's damage. Yeah, I don't know, right? You have like decent options, but I don't know if this is this the team you're doing? Ganyu, Bennet, Kokomi, Jean. Is that the Freeze team you're doing? Because I feel like you should probably use like Kokomi, Bennet, Ganyu is good, but I think you should probably use Kazuha, or you could try to do, you know, Ganyu, Furina, Jean, Bennet, or actually Bennet could be your healer. Actually, you don't even necessarily need Jean there. You could do Ganyu, Furina, Jean, or sorry, Ganyu, Furina, Kazuha, Bennet, even for like the maximum damage possible from a freeze Ganyu. But anyways, it's not. I don't know if this is the team they're using or not, right? But yeah, it's an enemy dependent situation. It's awkward. I don't think it's like, if you think the build is the problem, I don't think the build is the inherent problem. Not like that the build couldn't be improved. Obviously, you could get, you know, more crit damage, and whatnot. But is it worth farming for more Blizzard Strayer to do that? Probably not. Especially in the context of the fact that Furina exists means you can do Marsh or say Hunters. Like, one of the things that like Furina could do for Ganyu, right, is you could do a Marsh or say Hunter build for your Ganyu, and then that will maintain, like, it will maintain her damage output because she'll have the crit buff just from her HP draining. You won't have to have enemies frozen to get the crit buff going, but you'll get the same amount of damage basically as Blizzard Strayer gives. So I don't know, that would be, I'd say, my main recommendation is consider doing Furina Ganyu together. I feel like that would be a meaningful improvement, and then transitioning to a Marasasi Hunter build, which, you know, you have some pieces for, but it looks like you haven't spent much resin in that domain, to say the least. But you know, you can improve your Furina build at the same time of farming Marasasi for Ganyu, and it's in Strongbox now, which is nice. So anyways, Timothy Gilson. I feel like Timothy Gilson always needs me to look at the Yoimiya again. Thank you, Timothy. We'll get to yours in a second. Anyways, whatever. Bennet, Kokomiji. I mean, Bennet is obviously just a matter of usually C5 Bennet. Crown skill, or Crown Burst, sorry. Fab Sword is, I mean, like, it's not the worst option for him, because he do need ER, but it also is very low base attack, so Bennett's buff scales on base attack, right? And most of that base attack comes from the weapon. So if you have higher base attack weapons available, it's usually better. I would highly recommend considering a Sapwood Blade build on him instead. An attack time piece does nothing for him. Like yeah, you get a bunch of crit damage, and you can get some satisfying, like when you activate his Bennett's burst in this team. You know, particularly if, you know, I don't know, if you do Ganyu burst into activate Bennet burst, you know, Bennet might hit for like 100k, and that may be like satisfying or whatever. But like, switch to Sapwood Blade. You probably would need to switch to an ER timepiece in that context, but then you have about the same amount of ER. You'll lose a little bit of fat particles, which is a downside, but you'll gain a quite significant higher buff. I think it'll probably be like around, with a level 13 C5 Bennet, I think it'll be around like 200 more attack for your total buff, and that's quite significant. even in the context of not getting anything else from the passive of Sapwood Blade, right? So, yeah. Anyways. Yarp. That's my recommendation. Other than that, though, like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why you've farmed for so many crit stats on Bennet, other than just liking seeing a big number from Bennet, but yeah, you're losing a lot of potential value from him by not having a higher base attack weapon. Fab is still good, because Fab is great, but it's definitely not something I ever lean towards. Like, the only time I would personally use Fab on Bennet is if I needed, like, something absurd, like 300 ER on Bennet, because, like, I don't know, maybe there might be really weird scenarios where the Fab particle value enables, like, a just really fast rotation burst on Bennet, and then don't ever press his skill. And the Fab ER and Fab particles might be worth doing that. It's also an R1 Fab, so it's very likely, even with 40% crit rate, you just don't trigger Fab sometimes. So, you know. Anyways, Cocofish. I don't know, it's interesting to think about Fab Bennet, is all it is. Just can't say I recommend as a default. Wow, it's a Kokomi build with a bunch of ER. Legendary. Yeah, Tenacity Koki is a perfectly functional build. Yeah, I like your Kokomi build. It's great. Obviously, you get, you know, slightly more healing out of her or whatever if you want to level her to 90, but that's not necessary by any means. Yeah, I don't know. This is just a very good, realistic investment Kokomi build that can do some attack buffing, right? With Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers, right? So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, Xylonin does not need level 90, but if you want to DPS her, level 90 will be a not insignificant DPS increase for her. She's a full defense scaler, but DPSing her is just a fun thing you can do. It's not like the way to use Xylonin at C0, at least. Even at C1. It's anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I like your Kokomi build. I used Tenacity Kokomi for a while when I first got her. Only reason I transitioned her off of Tenacity is because of Nilu's existence. And then I used her on a Bloom build for a long time. And that's basically all I ever use her for anymore. Jean. Jean needs ER. Fab Sword makes a lot more sense on her, Jean, realistically. I've been using an Alminoma build on her with an R5 Alminoma. And she still doesn't have her burst pack sometimes. It's really annoying. But anyways, yeah, this is actually a good Jean build, other than the fact that I just noticed it is not 4-piece VV. You probably want to do 4-piece VV, quite frankly. Right, like Jean's strength is tied to Furina's existence in particular nowadays, and it's tied to the fact that she's an enemy unit that can be good at swirling and getting the VV buff going. If you're not doing that, right, she's a bit harder to get meaningful value from. Like, what you've done here is like a weird, like, hybrid-y DPS Jean, and that's fine if you want to, like, do some damage on her. I'm also gonna assume that, like, you could probably just swap this Fab Sword to her, by the way. Obviously this is a level 40 Fab Sword. But yeah, I don't know, like even if you're doing Sunfire, yeah, you still want VV, right? Because Sunfire will at least increase your swirl damages that you're doing with the Sunfire combo. Talent-wise, you don't really need to level up any more talents other than maybe leveling her burst more to heal more in conjunction with Furina. Like, I think I left mine at level 8, and I have had no problem personally when I tested Furina with C0 Furina too. I did most of the time I actually played Furina and Jean together was with C0 Furina. I haven't done Furina and Jean as much after activating her C2, but anyways, yeah, the 4-piece VV is worth forcing on this character. So, yep. And then just, you know, you already have a crit rate circlet. This attack circlet is probably fine because you'll be using Fav. And then switch to whatever, Flower and Feather, basically. It shouldn't be that hard. The Animal Goblet doesn't really matter. Just having ER and having some crit rate for Fav and burst uptime is kind of fine. Animal Goblet is fine too. So you may as well keep this. This is a good goblet for her. Attack goblet actually might be better, to be clear, for healing more. Now that I think about it. But I don't know. This is not a terrible goblet, and it's giving a bunch of attack anyways. If it's a healing enough to keep your team topped up when like you use her burst with Furina, it's fine, right? So anyways, let's say your priority is probably farming Marasasi Hunter. That's it. Anyways, that was an interesting one to look at, right? Because there's very clear things. This is what I like these unit reviews. I like these unit reviews to be things where I can like see, try to make a recommended path towards improving things just by looking at your existing builds. Not just, oh, let's flex my character, right? Flexing your character is fine and, you know, fun and all that. I want these streams to be both. Thank you, Panda. We'll get to your thing in a little bit. Speaking of, we should, I guess, do Timothy Gilson's. Alright, thank you, Lucid. Hopefully some of my yapping helped you there. I think I gave you a bunch of different options. But yeah, my recommendation, just like minor little tweaks to your builds. I think you're focusing a little bit too much on crit on your supports, probably. Anyways, is R5 Earthshaker better than R1 Wolf on Kinich? If you're assuming the passive is not up, yes, R5 Earthshaker is better. But if you are triggering the passive, the number one thing I have seen in any of the calcs I have seen that include like an R1 Wolf's Gravestone is like 90, like from KQM's calcs, and from what how they calc, and they calc without the passive up, right? So. Okay, no, sorry. Well, I'm getting distracted. We'll answer that question after I get to your review. Thank you, Express A. We'll get to yours in a second. Yeah, anyways. In my opinion, Gravestone is better on Kinich than R5 Earthshaker. At the very least, it is, but even ignoring that, if you are ignoring the passive triggering with like 40% uptime, it is like 1% worse than an R5 Earthbreaker, and R5 of a craftable weapon is not cheap. Like, billets are expensive and not easy to get necessarily. You might have a lot of extra Claymore billets, but maybe you don't, right? So I don't think it's a good default recommendation to go, oh yeah, if you have Wolf's Gravestone, R5 Wolf or Earthbreaker is better, just do Earthbreaker. Like, no, that's not how it works. If you already have a leveled Wolf's Gravestone, it is basically equivalent to R5 at a baseline of Earthshaker, and arguably, in my opinion, can be situationally better depending on the passive. So anyway, let's look at Timothy Gilson's thing. They have about an hour before their next class. Can look at Linny and his Zajef piece. What does a Zajef piece on Linny mean? I don't know what a Zajef piece means. Timothy said the sands in their message. And also Yoimiya Burgeon. Yes. Yoimiya Burgeon without any EM. Look, it's Timothy's Yoimiya Burgeon with no EM. That's how Burgeon works, right? No EM on Burgeon. No, this is just a normal cracked Yoimiya build they like showing off. Anyways, with a funny number amount of crit rate. Anyways, Linny and his Sajef timepiece. Oh, the ER. I wish I had this much ER rolling on my dang pieces. And that's some good luck. When you need this kind of timepiece, you need this kind of timepiece, right? I'm not saying it'll come up very often that you need this kind of piece, but you know, 28% ER is great. ER is the best set in the game until you don't need it, at least. So having some amount of these artifacts with really, really heavy ER stats is unironically extremely valuable. I would almost assuredly end up using this as like an off piece for some like character, like I don't know, a Cloud Retainer. I think my Cloud Retainer is actually on an off piece timepiece, right, on my account. So actually I can double check that she's active right now. Is she? Did I remember correctly? Where's my mouse? Why does this happen? Yep, I was correct. It's even a Marasasi one. And it's even kind of similar to that one, except it has one more crit rate roll and one less ER roll. And then flat attack roll. Wow. How exciting. See? I got my own Zajef piece. Anyways, except for it doesn't have double crit. Of course. But yeah, the double crit with ER and rolls on the ER is not a bad piece, is my point. I like this artifact. It's great. Anyways, got the wrong bow. He got the better bow. Half joke, to be clear. I do think Aqua is a more useful generic static weapon than Linny's weapon is all. So, you know, I don't think it's that much of a downside to get that weapon. And use. Is that all? Yeah, that was all. Okay, thank you, Timothy. What's your Emily look like? Nice Emily. Very nice Emily. Yeah. Even you're doing what I do on it. You have a little bit of ER on her. I like it. With her signature weapon. Respect. Anyways. Let's do another random one. So, since I have done some donation ones in the queue, I'm going to do a random one. And then we do a donation one, so I don't get too backlogged. AR-48 got Raiden 2 days ago. Nice. Alright, you want to look at a Raiden Shogun. Obviously, the standards for an AR-48 account are very different. So, Raiden is mine. Yes. Congrats. White Tassel, farm for the catch. It's not that hard. Quite frankly, in my opinion, I think people overestimate the difficulty of getting the catch. Obviously, you're going for a traditional build. You have Chevreuse, which is very good. I would recommend the easiest thing to do for you is a Chevreuse build. You don't have to stress that much about Chevreuse. Just get her to level 70. If you have... Yeah, this is definitely a good start, for sure, actually. By the way. It is 4-star pieces, which makes me... Oh, no, I don't. I was going to say it makes me think you were farming before AR-45, and they might have been. But at the same time, they might just be using 4-star pieces because that's what they got, right, in the farming so far. And that's actually not a bad thing to do when you're trying to get started. But yeah, don't forget to build your Chevreuse. Like Raiden's normal carry playstyle is very dependent on the supports you use with her. And like the overall team's performance, like with a Chevreuse team, is still going to be dependent on like the other teammates with the Chevreuse team as well. But like Chevreuse at a baseline doesn't need that much investment to get her buff, because like she can. This is the most important buff she gets, right? And this just is unlocked like right away. You also want to unlock this though, so like I would level her to 70. And then, you know, you can level her scale up a little bit for healing, mostly. You don't really need to level up any other talents. And then you just build her for HP. If you were playing, I think this weapon released earlier this year, like 6 months-ish ago. You might not have been playing during that time. If you were, probably just use this weapon. If you were not, then you can just use Black Tassel, which gives it doesn't need to be refined. It's just because it has HP substat, and again, just giving her a bunch of HP so that she can give a bunch of free attack, right? A higher investment alternative is like a fab build where you can generate some energy for your teammates that can be valuable. But like the easiest low investment build is either this weapon, if you have it, I don't know if you do, or this weapon, right? And that just give her a bunch of attack, or give her a bunch of HP. As far as artifact set goes, like, you could do Noblesse if you have it. Again, just, like, put HP on her, right? HP, and then probably HP in this third slot as well. This build that I have on her is a much, like, higher investment form, wherein, like, yeah, you can do this artifact set in the future, and when you level up her skill talent meaningfully, she can heal enough that she can trigger the buff on that artifact set, and that can be meaningful. But you can also just do Noblesse and a full HP build. Noblesse requires bursting, though, as well. So, like, anyways, there's different options for Chevreuse, but she's very easy at a baseline to get being useful, right? But also your Chevreuse team's performance with Raiden is going to be very dependent on how invested your Xiangling is down the line, but at least if you're farming for Raiden, you're farming for Xiangling at the same time. Yeah, anyways. That's the recommendation. White Tassel's a bad weapon for her, though. Like, don't use it. Also, level your Bennet for the easy, strong, simple Chevreuse Raiden team is Bennet, Raiden, Chevreuse, Xiangling, right? Blam. There you go. You can do non-Xiangling variations or non-Bennet variations, more specifically. I wouldn't recommend actually many non-Xiangling variations of Raiden Chevreuse teams personally right now. But yeah, I don't know, if you wanted a very low investment, if you happen to get Dia, I don't know if you have Dia or not, you could, I guess, do Dia on like a tenacity build with Chevreuse, Dia, Chevreuse, Bennet. Raiden would be probably the lowest investment possible, but it's probably not going to clear Abyss very well, realistically. But hey, it's still a way to get some damage out of your Raiden. Anyways, it's not a bad start, not a bad start at all. Is all I can say. But obviously you got a lot of room to grow. Just don't forget about your supports, because Raiden will not do damage without your supports. So I would say I would prioritize farming for the catch, and then get Chevreuse leveled up at least enough to be functional with her. Don't forget your Bennet, and then Xiangling is like last priority realistically. So anyways, Dia skill procs every 2.5 seconds. Tenacity buff lasts 2 seconds. Yeah, it's fine. Tenacity Dia still works fine. People are like, oh my god, it doesn't do anything. Also, isn't Tenacity 3 seconds? I don't know. It doesn't even matter. It really doesn't. Mona. Mona's not a useful character, quite frankly. If you like her, to be clear, don't let me stop you from using her. She's not a good character, though. She's kind of really bad, in my opinion. She does nothing that makes Hydro units useful, essentially. Put her on a skill damage build. I don't think she really does any meaningful skill damage off-field. You also put her on HP, which doesn't really do anything. Honestly, the most useful Mona build, realistically, is the weird Maidens build with R5 prototype Amber with Furina, but if you don't have Furina, it's not really relevant. Yeah, Mona is a screenshot damage character. Like, if you just like taking a screenshot of a big damage number on your screen and changing it, and then sharing that on social media, but then I don't know. Like, the problem is there's other units that are better at doing that nowadays, in my opinion. Mona just doesn't do enough that's relevant. Yeah, she's just really not that useful. Like, you could use her as an on-field carry, or not an on-field carry, but like more like an on-field driver, I would say. Just using her normal and charge attacks to apply some Hydro for a Hyper Bloom team. So if you're doing, like a low investment Hyper Bloom team, like could be Dendro Traveler, Kuki, or Raiden, and then like Mona on field, right? As an option. So, but oftentimes, like, I don't know if you have Kuki, right? If you don't have Kuki, you oftentimes want to like use an Electrina on field rather than, even though like Lisa's awkward for triggering Hyper Blooms on field, but you get the point. Mona can have uses that are not irrelevant, but I'll probably make a DPSing Mona video eventually, someday. You can do like plunge Mona with Cloud Retainer, obviously, just like you can do plunge of any Hydro Catalyst unit. So, anyways, and if you have Star Glitter, you could get Xingqiu as a very strong Hydro character. Oh yeah. Is he in the shop? Yeah, he's in the shop right now, is he? So yeah, don't forget shop characters. It contains all of the overpowered. Yeah, he's a strong boy. Yeah, if you want Hydro application. Yep. You should definitely get Xingqiu. He do be pretty good. I have mail. I mean, that should just be my daily check-in thing, but oh, yeah, God, like, okay. Yeah, YouTuber program thing. Why did I get this many? I've never gotten this many from them before. I wonder if it's from the account fix. No. I thought they only, did I accidentally use a Hoyo creator tag? No, I didn't. No, not the Hoyo creator. I thought they only give these out for like creating videos like on characters, like for new patches or whatever, but I don't know. I don't actually look at what they give out these Primo Gems for. I just put the Hoyo creators tag on my thing, and then I have a Hoyo creators account through their service, and then they give me Primo Gems sometimes. That makes me very tempted to just like, no. Nope. If I get C2 Raiden, it would be bad, because people would stop believing in Hybrid Raiden. You're not supposed to show that? It's not my fault! It's not my fault! It's my fault they show up in the mail? Like, yes, it exists. I don't, like, look, if they want to, like, remove me from the freaking incentive program because I dared show the mail, like, yes, the freaking incentive program exists. Why do you, I'm pretty sure there's actually nothing that says I can't show this, by the way. Like, if it is, like, no. There's no reason I'm pretty sure I can't show that. Like it's a public program. You can go and sign up for it. You're probably not going to get anything for it unless you make a video that gets a lot of views. Like, I think it's actually a pretty bad incentive program because it's bad at incentivizing people to like make videos because of the fact that you had to have really high performing videos to get that many Primo Gems. But like, anyways, I've only recently started getting Primo Gems from them, by the way, in the last few months. But it is yet another reason why I tell people to like not use my decisions on what characters to wish for as reasons for them to get characters, right? Like, I got Kinich, for example, because I'm a content creator. I don't wish for things based on my main account. I don't wish for things based on normal like decision making anymore. But anyways, yeah, it's just the public content creator program. Literally anyone can participate in it. Like just Hoyo creators. Blam. To be clear, I think they only let you into this program after you've like already made some videos. But this Hoyo create, like if you Google Hoyo creators, you can register for it, and like you can get that stuff the same way I just did. Anyways, after you actually start making videos, to be clear. Anyways, I think we were done with that. But yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't have good advice on Mona other than like, don't bother building her, quite frankly. Not at your investment level, at least. If you really like Mona, it will be possible to DPS her later, but like more, in my opinion, much more down the line. If you really want to use her now, though, consider using her as like a Hydro on-field applier for a Hyper Bloom team. But then that would probably necessitate putting Raiden on a Hyper Bloom build, which is fine. It's like a good low investment option for, if you want a low investment way to use Raiden and Mona. Raiden on an EM build, just whatever EM main stat pieces you have. Don't even worry about the set bonus that much at your investment level. And then Dendro Traveler, right? Dendro Traveler, Kale, Raiden on EM build, Kokomi on field, or Kokomi, Mona on field, blam. You got some damage, right? But it's the thing you can do with Mona, not necessarily something that's unique about her, kind of thing. So you could do that with Barbara, and arguably I would say Barbara is meaningfully better at it because she heals. And she applies some Hydro with her Ringle Dingle. So, anyways, yeah, Mona's not great, but if you want to use her, it's not impossible to use her. That's all I want to stress. It's just not the smartest unit to focus on at your investment level. But if you want to, go look up KQM guides or whatever to see team options for making her a little bit more viable. But her buff uptime and Hydro application is just not good. So she doesn't do much that's really great. Anyways, let's go do, before I get too behind on my donations. Oh, I missed it. Sean Dillon, thanks for the $5. We will look at yours, but you forgot to include your UID, Sean. John, how do you expect me to look at your characters if you didn't give me a UID to look at your characters? Like, I don't, like, maybe you submitted the form. You think I know which one of these is your form, Sean? You think I know which one is yours? It's not how this works. I'm sorry. I need you to look at your soul. So anyways, Sean, if you're still in chat, I can open it up and yeah. Anyways, yeah, this is a very good, or we'll go like open here. Yeah, did I look at this? Yeah, I did. Yeah, this is just the C6 Furina that probably doesn't have enough ear. Anyways, thank you, Sean. All right. Well, here, we'll keep that open. We're not doing it right now because there's a bunch of people ahead of you. But I got it open, so I will hopefully not close it by accident. Anyways, wait, now where did that? We need to open another tab and network. Oops, I just put it in a different window by accident. There we go. We're doing Atmoses. The Klee. Plunge with Furina, Sean, you, and Bennet. Ooh, a plunge Klee. Wham. Oops. I keep on, man, I am not managing my windows very well. I just tap out of them by accident. Which characters would you recommend in the next version's banners? Gee, I wonder. It might be Xylonin. Why do you have a YouTube link in your profile? Also, why did you not remove the tracking data? This is the stuff after the question mark is tracking data. I'm not gonna show this on stream immediately, but I wanna see what it is. We're gonna open it up. What is this? Oh, it's fine. It's fine to show. Okay, okay. Ah, was it loud? Ah, thank you. Arayoimiya. I see. I see. This is a thing I wasn't aware of. I appreciate it. It's great. That might be why so many people like Yoimiya is because of that. Wouldn't surprise me. Poppy. Surfs up on Klee. Interesting. I mean, fair considering your Mara Sussy Hunter build. Just stacking a lot of crit damage is definitely a very simple approach to abusing the artifact set. This is a hacking lot of This Klee will get some plunge damage, even with a little bit low of an attack stat with a lower base attack weapon. They're playing with Bennet too, right? So I don't know what their Bennet build looks like. They're not here, but you know, Bennet, Furina, Shanyu, this Klee will get some damage, right? So, anyways, yeah. It's a heckin' strong plunge Klee. I think it is a little bit sad that she probably belongs in the category of characters where plunge is probably meaningfully stronger than playing her normally, I suspect. But, yeah, here's what it is. It's a strong Klee, that's for sure. You can still get value from like doing her burst and whatever other bomb things. It's just, you know, I do think Klee was a character they designed when they didn't exactly. I mean, she was like the first 5-star, right? It was a character they designed when they didn't have a solid idea of how to design their character skits, in my opinion. But the fact that you can still, it's also a strength of Genshin's design, the fact that you can still use these characters, right? And that they're still more than viable. It just, you know, requires the right kind of components to make them work. Or the right amount of knowledge, skill expression, yada yada, whatever. Yeah, it's probably a quite fun Klee. What do you get for damage in it, Atnus? You still in chat? I wish the feather rolled on a different set. On a different set? Oh, yeah, I can... Yeah, on Golden Troop, that's fair. That's fair. It would be... Yeah, I mean, I imagine your Golden Troop pieces that would look pretty dang good, too, but... Anyways, R3 Aqua, hey, welcome to the club of why do I have so many Aqua Simulacras? You can also, I was going to say you can use it on Siegewein for a really fun DPS Siegewein option. But you, for some reason, also got Siegewein's bow, which is it's a choice. When you already have an R3 Aqua, especially. But, you know what, I respect you, I guess. What are we looking at? Just Klee? Oh yeah, it was just Klee we were looking at. Okay, that was it. Alright. Well, thank you, Adnus. Very nice Klee build. I like it a lot. Yeah, much respect for playing Klee. Still, you're a rarity. Also, thank you for the peepo, Poppy, not the peepo, Poppy. Anyways, wait, was that a Yelan with? Oh no, okay. I thought that was Yelan with Mars Hunters or something. Okay. Also, Chiori. I don't know. I haven't decided yet whether or not I'll get Chiori. I intend to... They just gave me a bunch of extra Primo Gems, right? Like, they just gave me a bunch of extra Primo Gems. And I do still have all these. And the reason I am much more interested in Chiori than I was before is because of the Chiori-Kachina combo, right? Kachina being able to generate a Geo construct, provide some defensive utility to the team on a crystallized build, and provide 40% Geo damage bonus, you know, and enables, you know, the double doll damage from Chiori, is I think like a compelling baseline team core that I think is kind of cool. And you know, like, I don't know, we'll see what happens. I really want Xylan in C2 because I think Xylan in C2 will be super fun, but maybe I will try to get Chiori. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. That's assuming. We'll find out for sure. We're assuming she's rerunning with Zalin, and she might not. Anyways, getting slightly distracted. Let's bring my thingy back up. Let's go do a random. Thank you, Anis. 115. 4 characters. Sino, Baiju, Nahi, Yelan. Not Furina. Yay. Blame. Well. I'm gonna guess this is the correct account. They just have nothing shown on it. As a reminder, you gotta show your characters. You don't even have any characters in your profile. Make sure they're visible too. There's a little switch you gotta say to make sure they're visible. Otherwise, you know, people can't view your characters if you have them hidden. So, yep, I'll leave it there for now. We'll do number 56. Mulani isn't completely done, but she's top 8%. I'd like to get a better circlet for her. Wouldn't we all? Very nice. Top 8% is still not bad at all for how new this domain is. Yeah, this is a dang good. What are you complaining about this Mulani build for? What in the... I don't like Widzith on her personally. I don't personally like Widzith on any character that can't take advantage of all 3 buffs, personally. Because like getting the attack percent buff on her feels bad, and I hate the idea of optimizing around Widzith RNG. But, you know, it still is a crit damage stat stick, still can give a bunch of damage percent, still can give a whack ton of EM, which, you know, the RNG being RNG, like, that still is in favor of meaningful buffs for Mulani that can make you get some really big numbers on her. It's very much a viable option, but I still hate it. But also, I feel like you shouldn't complain about the circlet at all. Like, what do you need a better circlet for than this, right? Like yes, having some 20% HP instead of 20% ER would probably be better, but also the ER doesn't let you, like, you have enough ER that you might, depending on the team you're using, maybe you can actually burst semi-consistently, rather than every other rotation, right? And that, I think, is compelling. And also it's got 2 max EM rolls and still has a crit roll. And like, it's not like you need that much more crit rate, right? Like, you already have 96% crit rate. It's fine. So, I don't know. Point is, I think your build is actually extremely good. Funnily enough, I think it might... I was going to say it might be more likely to get a better feather than the other piece, but then I just realized that's HP percent, so I lied. It's basically impossible to get a better feather. Yeah, no, it's just a really kind of cracked Mulani build, quite frankly, honestly. I'm surprised it's only top 8%, is what I would say. How, like, what the frick do the Mulani builds look like on Akasha that this is a top 8% build, right? Like, what? I don't know. Something, yeah, screwy, whatever. The EM? Oh yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, it's probably the EM. Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's splitting hairs, I feel like, for this character. Anywho's, what was the other characters? Arlecchino, Yai, Navia. Yeah, nice Navia. This is relatively similar to my Navia build, actually, funnily enough. I think I have a little bit more ER than you, but... and a little bit less EM. Funnily enough, I still think I have, like, about 100 EM. But... you know, it's not a dysfunctional Navia build. Add someone with a similar... I think I have a very similar build, right? Let me double check. What does my Navia build look like? Yep, Serpent Spine. Yep. Yeah, it's very similar. I have 56 EM though. Like, it's very similar. A little bit more ER, a little bit less EM. A little bit more attack. Looks like, you know, it's a fairly decent Navia build for sure. But yeah, that EM is really funny, honestly. I don't know, it's not necessarily dysfunctional, right? She's pretty reliant on her supports buffing her meaningfully. So if you're struggling to get value from also her talent level, she gets very meaningful scaling. She's kind of like Kinich, right? Where a lot of her damage comes from the base scaling of her skill. So increasing your skill level more, you will see meaningful increases from it. Not saying you have to crown it or anything. But like, if you take it to level 8, you will see the difference. So if you're wanting advice, but also I would consider double checking it. This is like my build, for example, that I have on my Navia is right exactly the middle ground where like my 4-piece build on this set in Navia is basically the same exact damage output as my 2-piece combos, if not a little bit worse actually, I think, because I think my 2-piece combos might have higher crit ratios, like higher crit rate in particular. But I ended up switching her to the 4-piece set anyways, because I was just like, this is good enough that it means if I ever want to use Navia, I know that she's just on this set, because no other freaking character I'm going to put on this set unless I ever build Ningguang or something. So, yeah, I don't know, right? Like just don't forget to check your 2-piece builds, because I imagine you are very much at that middle ground of a Navia build where you might very well have 2-piece options that are meaningfully better. So, yeah, just don't forget about that. That's all, right? Yeah, the crystallizes. Like this amount of EM is going to be like a 3,000 HP crystallized shield. She will never die, probably. Arlecchino, C1 deathmatch, very nice. Yeah. Whimsy build. Yeah, this is a very strong Arlecchino. Yep. Yep. Deathmatch does skew her towards wanting Bennet a little bit more, but you know, Stringless is an interesting option on Siege Queen, but interesting. Why the heck are you using Stringless? I actually have no idea why you would use Stringless in this build, to be honest. It doesn't make any sense to me, personally. But, you know, if you want to, don't let me stop you. I would probably recommend the 3-star HP bow, the Raven bow, I think, if I recall. Yai is the last one we gotta look at. Yai. There we go. 4-piece troop. Wizard. R2. Nice. What? Okay. R5? R2. Also level 80. I'm just gonna pretend that she has an R5 with at level 90, okay? So she has more attack than this. Yeah, this is a very good Yai build, by the way. On 4-piece troop. Again, like, not my preference, because I like having a more universal build for her that doesn't have variable buff uptime and, you know, doesn't have a punishment for being on field, and I like to be on field with her. And yada yada, whatever. EM timepiece, the only thing to not forget is, this is an extremely good EM timepiece though, Jesus. EM timepiece, only thing not to forget is like 3 attack percent rolls. Why am I struggling? EM timepiece specifically makes sense in AoE scenarios. In single target scenarios, I think attack timepiece is normally still better. But considering how freaking good your EM timepiece is, that has, you know, a third of a attack timepiece main stat anyways, I think it's pretty safe to just stick on this one, to be quite fair. I don't think there's much to improve on your Yai build. I'm just nitpicking and mentioning it as a possibility if you're trying to min-max her in some situations. Skill could be leveled up more a little bit too. I would level up her skill to level 8 at least, but that's just my personal preference. Not necessarily you have to, especially in this character when a lot of her damage comes from aggravates potentially, right? So, anyways, yeah, it's a very good Yai build. I think my YouTube chat's been breaking. Oh, well, yep, it definitely broke. It just suddenly updated 20 messages, and I see a donation even. Thank you, Clara. We'll get to yours hopefully in a little bit. I'm getting a little bit behind in donation things, but we'll do another one here. This one here yet? Nope. Whose was this? I don't even remember what they wanted me to review, but anyways. I don't remember who that was, but whatever. They might not be watching anymore. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I don't remember who. was this a donation one or a non-donation one? Is that why I kept it open? I already forgot. I'm sorry. I don't know why I had this one open too. Oh boy. See, I've already lost track of why I had all these things open. Oh boy. Anyways, whatever. Let's do the donation one. Panda. Sorry for the wait. Ooh, we can look at our first Kinich. Let's go. Panda wants to look at Kinich, Yelan, Yoimiya, and Sino. Staff of Toma. Very nice. I like it. Much respect for a Staff of Toma build. Will there be a VOD of this stream? I mean, I'm not going to delete it, so no. So yes, of course. Okay. we. Oh boy. Did we find? Oh boy, we found. Oh no, not C6. I was gonna say it seems like we found a very whale after I saw the C6 Utah and C6 Hayato of all things. But they are not absurd Giga Whale at the very least. Anyways, very nice Crimson Yoimiya build. Crimson Yoimiya, I do believe, is I think a very compelling choice to choose for a Vape Yoimiya, because of the ability to use her burst. Like her burst is her main form of, I don't know, it like changes up her playstyle from not just being spam normal attacks, and I think that's a good thing. And gives her some AoE value from her burst. So, I very much like seeing Crimson builds on Yoimiya. That's my point. And this is a very good Crimson build. C2 Sino with Staff of Toma. Your crit rate is a little bit low, and I don't really have a solution for you, considering you're already like, this is very much looks like a non-crit rate circlet amount of crit rate, but instead it's just you have no crit rate substance. I mean, you have some, specifically like 5 or 6. But yeah, I would recommend like a Jade Spear probably, I guess, for your build, because this is yeah, I don't know. I don't think Sino is a character that would feel very good with a 55% crit rate, to say the least. Yeah. Other than that, though, it's like your overall the amount of stats you have is like quite good. This piece is funny. It still probably works, particularly in like a quick bloom team with Nahida, especially. You have like 600 EM with Nahida buff going. Then he's still getting like a lot of bloom damage, but also it makes me think a lot of this Sino's damage is blooms. But anyways, who feels good with 55% crit rate? I mean, very few characters, but like at least with characters like Raiden, Mualani, whatever, right? Kinich to an extent. I feel like you can get away with. I do feel like you can get away with having lower crit rate by nature of just being willing to deal with RNG and trying to land the crit on their really big multiplier hits, right? Like you can RNG optimize having low crit rate in order to clear content with some characters in the game. This character has his damage profile split across a lot of instances of hits, which basically means it's impossible to optimize around, and therefore feels very bad, I feel like, with this. So I don't know. Point is, he has a good enough chunk of EM at the very least that on a quick bloom build, he probably doesn't feel useless, and you have the Constellation helping you out too. But this is definitely not the ratio I would be comfortable sitting at. And this is also, I actually no, I think Enka does show the EM buff from. Wait, does it? No, it does not. Yeah, it does not show the EM buff from Golden or 4-piece Gilded Dreams. So again, like this is a Sino with like 600 to 700 EM with Nahida buff up, and that means he gets very meaningful bloom damage. But I feel like Panda might be, if they're playing him with Hyper Bloom going on, they might be feeling more of the Hyper Bloom damage than they are feeling the Sino damage. But that's still technically a Sino's damage, to be clear, right? Because it's using Sino's stats to calculate it. It's a valid approach to building and using him. I don't know. There's not an easy fix, is my point, to this build. So, and it might still be functional. And it has a good, healthy amount of ER. Like I do not think this is actually the worst Sino build I've seen, by far. Sino's an annoying character to build, so yep. Yeah, it's normal Sino gameplay indeed. Who else? Yoimiya, Sino, and Kinich and Yela. Alright. C3 Yoimiya, very nice. Oh, it's a Virgin Yoimiya. This Yoimiya has more EM than the other Virgin Yoimiya. I think I already looked at this. Why did I look at it again? Yeah, very nice Yoimiya. C2 Yelan on Aqua with a bunch of ER even. Wow. Also, this is a disgusting timepiece. Yeah. It is an off piece, to be fair, but yep. Yeah, I don't know. I very much respect the this kind of build on Yelan. It's a very, very strong C2 build. you know, focused around probably universally being able to use her as solo Hydro by giving her an ER timepiece. You know, there are obviously, and since you're on an off piece, you can very easily just switch to a HP timepiece in situations where she doesn't need the extra ER and make her do more damage, which is kind of the ideal state for characters that need like different builds depending on like solo whatever, solo amount or not. So, yep, very good. Yes, we swap between doing donations and randomized reviews. So that is what the form is for. I would make all the donation people wait till the end, but that feels rude to people that are paying me money, one. And two, also would just take a long time to do that. So, I don't know. Anyways, some of the donation ones might have to wait to the end anyways, because I'm alternating. Anyways, I spend about an equal amount of time, I think, on donation ones and non-donation ones, I'm pretty sure. This one updated yet? Okay, if this doesn't update, like, the next time, like, 10 minutes later, if I update this, I'm just gonna close it. Kinich. Oh yeah, this was the, oh yeah, Panda was asking about R1 Wolf's Gravestone versus Earthshaker on him. Yeah, in my opinion, I thought this was an onset goblet for a second, but also, what the frick, this goblet? Jesus Christ. Anyways, yeah, this is a very, very good Kinich build. Yeah, wow, this is an incredibly good Kinich build. Yeah, as far as R1 Gravestone versus Wolfshaker on him, like, if I recall correctly, KQM Kinich. Let's look it up. See if I remember correctly. Right? I believe. What? How did I? Oh, did they not have? Okay, maybe I didn't. I don't know whose calcs I saw then. I don't know. I saw someone's calcs. I didn't do them myself. But I did very brief, like, I did some calcs myself with my own personal builds that I had available, and Wolf's Gravestone with the passive up was more damage than R5 of the craftable weapon, R5 Earthshaker on Kinich. But the passive is not up 100% of the time, right? So usually people, when they're actually comparing like Wolf's Gravestone to other weapons, aren't assuming the passive is up. But the passive is still up, with about 40% uptime usually, right? In most situations, I would say. It depends on the exact situation you're in, though, right? But it's up in enough situations. I think it's fairly safe to say it's up with 40% uptime in you know, most situations. Again, the most notable situations where it might not be up with 40% uptime and it's more like 20% uptime equivalent is situations where you're just against a boss, particularly a not very tanky boss. But also they've lately been doing things in the Abyss cycles where they have you fight an enemy first and then the boss spawns. Like, you have to fight is it like a Kairagi or whatever? I don't know. There's some enemy you had to fight before Magu Kenki, right? This Abyss cycle. You had to fight the water creature before the Topo, the previous Abyss cycle, right? And that lets you like trigger Wolf's Gravestone passive, even with a boss. So, like, point is, I think there's enough situations, particularly as they keep on like doing the situation where you're having enemies and a boss in Abyss, that the passive is up enough to consider its uptime and not ignore it in calculations. And if you ignore the by the way, the passive, I should show it, is an interesting passive. And how much effect it has is going to depend on the team, right? And this is why it's annoying to calculate, and why, you know, usually people would just ignore it because, like, oh, and, you know, if you're assuming single target situation against a boss, but that's not what you're not always in a single target situation against a boss. And again, especially the factor of they're doing multiple enemies now. The fact that there you are. So yeah, the passive, obviously the 20% attack passive is always up, but the on-hit attacks against opponents with less than 30% HP increase all party members' attack by 40% for 12 seconds and can only occur once every 30 seconds. So the maximum uptime on this is like, you know, 40% uptime. The notable thing with that is there another teammate on a Kinich team, you know, that can take value of that 40% attack other than just Kinich? But if it's just Kinich alone that can take value of it, it can beat R5 of the craftable weapon when it's up, right? Like, he will deal more damage when that passive is up than the craftable weapon. But the craftable weapon just has, you know, 100% uptime. So it's like, again, I think with the passive being up, even with partial uptime, it's very, very, very similar. Like this weapon without the passive, the calculations that I saw from someone else is they calculated it at 98.5% of the damage of R5 Earthshaker, or I think I called it Earthbreaker before, right? If it's 1.5% worse without the passive being up, and the passive starts to make him do more damage, in my opinion, if you already have this weapon, you know, this is just the smarter choice. If you already have this weapon leveled up, right? Versus spending 4 billets, or 5 billets if you miss the web event, to get this thing to R5, right? Just to have it be basically equivalent to Wolf's Gravestone, right? I'm not saying pull Wolf's Gravestone for Kinich, but comparing if you already have it because you like got it from standard banner or from weapon banner as an off rate up, right? And when you then start factoring in the passive also potentially benefiting the likes of Emily or other off-field attack scaling DPSs, let's say Xiangling, right? And Xiangling presumably will actually snapshot the buff if you trigger it. Like if you get an enemy down to 30% health towards the end of a rotation, well then that buff will be going for 12 seconds. You'll reactivate Xiangling's burst. She's going to maintain that buff for her full buff for her full burst duration, right? Right. Point is, factoring in that passive is weirdly complicated and very situational, and that's why people ignore it in calculations, and that's why you might see people ranking this weapon as worse than R5 of this, but it doesn't actually mean you should craft R5 of this over this just because it's a tiny bit better in a neutral situation where you're ignoring this passive. This passive is interesting and weird and valuable. I don't know, right? Is there still a reason to use this weapon? Because it looks better on him, maybe? Yeah, potentially, if that's what you care about, right? But, I don't know. You don't see the Claymore. He doesn't attack with his Claymore, like, ever, so you don't even see this thing. The only time you see this thing is when you, like, are in an overworld and you, like, stop moving or whatever, and they do their stupid dark pattern BS where they shove the weapon in your face to scream at you for not pulling the signature weapon. And I hate that shit. So, you know, the fact that you don't see this in combat, I don't care about the fact that it doesn't match him literally at all. You don't see it ever. Anyways, yeah. Point is, Wolf's Gravestone is good on him. I don't think if you already have it level 90, I don't think it makes sense to try to get R5 Earthshaker. If you already have this weapon, they're way too close in performance at a baseline, and then the passive can actually just make it better. So, in the situation. So, anyways, you hate everything related to Luke, so you level up Earthshaker. I mean, I guess if that's what makes you happy. Alright, anyways. Thank you, Panda. I think we looked at everything. Yeah. There's my yap about Wolf's Gravestone. Let's do a random one. Oh gosh, I'm so behind. I missed another donation. Thank you, DMJF. You want the one? Let me look at Mulan Hutown. All right, thank you. We will get to yours in a little while. I need to be a little bit faster, I think. But this is how I'd be overly detailed and yap too much sometimes. Reroll. That's funny. All right, whoever did this is. I appreciate that. Someone submitted in the form, and they put their UID as a reroll. All right. Reroll, I guess, to 66. I appreciate whoever did that. Thank you. Alright, Furina and Kinich. Hey, another Kinich, let's go. 2 Kiniches in a row. So Furina, it's another C6 Furina. Oh my god, your ER. Look, okay. I'm not gonna go on a full C6 Furina spiel, but like you still need to burst. And I feel like even with C6 Furina, I kind of feel like this Furina, even if you're leaving her on field and getting all of her particles, and with C4 energy refunding, I don't know if this Furina is bursting once per rotation. And her whole kit falls apart, including her with her C6. Kind of falls apart if you don't burst. Her kit doesn't make sense if you don't burst. It is her kit. Stop yapping, just take it or leave it. Okay. Alright then. Well, I will leave it then. I will leave this Furina build in the dumpster. I respect C6 here, I guess, but to the dumpster it goes. Where's the Kinich? C2 Kinich. Wow. Okay. Well, little in progress build, I would say. Being just slightly, so C1 Kinich gives him 100% crit damage. C2 Kinich does something. So, you know, this build is probably perfectly functional, but looks very sad. And I don't know what else to say about it other than that. For the next one, do one in the hundreds. It randomly chooses. So, anyways, yep, it's not a dysfunctional Kinich build, especially with your constellations, but it also feels a little bit sad for some reasons or another. Oh, you have an attack circlet. Interesting. Okay. That makes it less sad, actually. That explains some of the mystery here. And it's also not leveled up. You don't have these two pieces leveled up all the way, which kind of makes sense. It's a very in-progress build, to say the least. And your flower and your feather are also very good. I would personally definitely want more crit rate than 70% on Kinich. I think one of the valuable things about the set that actually makes it worth using this set is getting towards 100% crit rate, not 70. But if it makes you happier running lower crit rate, you know, don't let me stop you. But yeah, attack time piece is interesting. Particularly if you're not playing with Bennet, right? Which I think there are compelling reasons not to play Kinich with Bennet, right? I suspect a good attack circlet is actually better than a crit circlet with his C1 especially. When you're playing like Kinich Furina rather than doing Kinich Bennet, right? That's my suspicion. I haven't actually calculated that, but I'm relatively confident that might be the case, especially actually with his signature weapon, which is like 720-ish base attack. I don't know. It's a lot at level 90. So, yeah, unironically, like not actually a bad choice, and can be worth. In this case, it looks more like not an optimization thing, and just they're kind of forcing the set bonus. But it is genuinely item worth considering. Using an attack timepiece, it might actually be better without Bennet. Might even be better with Bennet with his C1. I don't even know, because C1 gives a lot of crit damage, right? So balance your stats is the point, is the lesson. And Bennet be annoying with him. So a weird side benefit of doing his weapon and having a C1 might be making attack circlets extremely viable, if not better without Bennet. If not meaningfully better without Bennet. So, anyways. Nietzsche's the weird uncle that's oddly good at cooking. Does he have a cooking passive? Anyways, thank you, Eden. We'll do. You know what? No, I should be alternating and doing another donation one, but you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this Toma. It better be a staff of Toma. It's a staff of Toma. Let's go. This is a very good staff of Toma build. This is a two piece. Wait, why do you have no? I take it back. Why are you doing physical? I'm sorry. Why are you doing physical? Where's your Bennet? Activate your C6 Bennet. Your AR-60. You have C6 Bennet. Activate C6 Bennet. And please, just actually do Pyro Toma. Please. 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 Not Fizz Toma. You hurt me. You're hurting my soul. Anyways, no, it's still a good amount of stats. It's not critting very often, but you know what? It's a meme build anyways, doesn't matter, not really. I like it. I gotta try to convert Toma to a staff of Toma build on polearms only. That I have is C6. I think it should be doable. I don't know exactly what the build will look like, but I do think I want to convert Toma to a staff of Toma build. So, anyways, this is you, Thomas. Yeah. Justify. Why physical? And they said, and whoever else you want. We'll look at one other. Emily. This is maybe the most relatable Emily build I think I've seen. Crit ratio balance is actually pretty good. It is not a dysfunctional Emily build by any means, but it also is not the this is actually a pretty nice circlet. It's also not the most insane Emily build, to say the least, but has a very high amount of stat value. Like this piece with attack percent. The timepiece is really the only like piece, and the goblet is not insane either. But ultimately, like the point is like this looks worse than it is, in my opinion. because of the fact that it's a non-crit weapon and a non-crit circlet, right? But I think it still probably gets a pretty decent amount of damage. It's an interesting approach to her, and just in the same conversation we were having with it, where like a Kinich without Bennet can use an attack circlet, and Emily isn't, you know, Emily can get Bennett's buff. Obviously, you can use Emily's burst when she's on field and Bennett's buff or whatever, but all of her off-field skill damage, right, is not Bennet buffed. Therefore, attack circlets are much more viable than you might expect, and it is very possible an attack circlet could beat out an alternative crit circlet. Yeah, she's a little bit inconsistent with this amount of crit rate, for sure, but still might be more viable than you expect. That's what I'd say. Anyways. Alright, let's do a donation one before I get too behind, good lord. Express A's. I feel like you're another one. You're with Virgin Timothy. That always gives me a couple dollars. I appreciate it. And you are also funding this to be ad-free for all the other viewers. What are we looking at? Amber, Raiden, who died? Amber, ooh. C5 Amber. I feel like I saw this before. Did I? I don't know. Maybe not. Nice. It looks like a vape and or melt Amber. You can do, you know, double C4 Amber lets you do double bombs on her. I think, is Amber next month? I don't know. Soon I will actually get C4 Amber, and I will do probably another Amber video. My talent's only level 6. That's a little bit sad, true. But yeah, I don't know. It's not bad. It's certainly not the most insane damage I imagine you could get out of Amber. But is it friendship level 1? Oh yeah. They might be fake. They might be fake. It's true. But to be fair, like, I enjoyed the Amber, but I didn't play it so much that especially not in Overworld, enough to get friendship XP. Just because you don't have friendship XP doesn't mean they don't actually use the character, right? But I don't know. Either way, I like the build approach. It actually has a lot of attack percent subsets. Realistically, the Goblet, I think, is the only thing holding it back a little bit. You got a lot of EM. So this Amber still probably hits for some pretty big damage. It's just, yeah, I don't know. It kind of feels like getting meaningful damage from Amber requires going into the Mars to say Hunter's Furina route to some extent, but I will probably mess around with a build similar to this, I suspect. When I get her C4, particularly with doing some melt setups to see if I can do anything with melt that's more compelling. Anyways. Only leveled her a few days ago, so that's why. Yeah, see, exactly. Anyways, I like it a lot. I'm just a little bit in progress. The ideal, of course, would be switching to a crit damage circlet, which, in your case, if you have a good crit damage circlet, by the way, that has, 10% crit rate, you know, you go down to, 70% crit rate, right? With a crit damage circlet with 10% crit rate, but the gain you get from the crit damage, losing the EM a little bit rough, but the gain you get from the crit damage is, I think, worth the loss, especially because it's ultimately, a build that's just more you do for the fun anyways. It's not the end of the world, in my opinion, to not have hyper consistent crits on this kind of build, personally, but it's more fun just to see the big number from the Baron Bunny explosion, right? So I would recommend probably a crit damage circlet, most likely, is my point. But that's kind of all that I think would need to be changed about the build, other than just, investing into her, skill talents a little bit more. Yeah, I like it. Much respect. Raiden and Hu Tao. C2 Raiden. Not hybrid. Bye. I'm joking. I mean, yep, it's triple crown, nice. It is a good Raiden build. Nothing insane, I would say. It looks like an engulfing Raiden build. So, yep. No crit damage cron yet in your Amber? Yeah. So anyways, it's a completely functional Raiden. That's my vibe. I definitely prefer hybrid Raiden, to say the least, though. No offense. It just looks like a very normal Raiden build. Raiden's impossible to get a perfect crit ratio on. So, it's not worth stressing, in my opinion, trying to improve this build, is my take. But, anyways. Yeah, this is a nice Hu Tao. Crimson Hu Tao, obviously. The So non-Furina Hu Tao build, basically, is the important thing there. And relatable goblet, but hey, it's an onset goblet, and you got a very healthy balance of stats anyways. This is why like deathmatch is just kind of good on her. I would level up this, by the way. Like, Hu Tao is still attack scaling, and you will still gain like 6% more crit rate, I think, from leveling it up all the way. And her base attack like will go to probably how much? It depends on any. No, you don't have any attack percent substats. I don't know. It'll go up at least to like 950 or something. Yeah, level that up. Like she still is doing attack scaling damage. Her HP gets converted to attack. So yeah, is definitely worth leveling that, especially because of the crit rate, right? But anyways, yeah. Other than that, good Hu Tao build. Ultimately, probably a bit. Yeah, Hu Tao's teams are going to be meaningfully reliant on what else you have going on to the team as well. Part of the strength of doing Xingqiu Yelan Hu Tao is Xingqiu and Yelan's damage, right? Go figure. Anyways, should be around 1k attack at level 90 deathmatch. That's what I was thinking too, but I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head. But I suspect, yeah, with deathmatch fully leveled, it'll probably be near 1k. I don't know if like 1k would be after or before buff though, but yeah, it's fine. Yeah, very nice. Thank you, Yevi, for the $2. I will take a look at your thing in a bit. Oh yeah, this was a donation one, wasn't it? This Lumi? It was... Whose was it? It was Sean's, I think, right? This was Sean's, right? I think? Maybe? I don't know. We're not at Sean's yet, but we're getting close. Actually, no. Sean's is literally next after we do the next random one, so... Alright, is this one back yet? No? Okay. Well, whoever this was, I think they stopped watching, I'm assuming. I told them a while ago to update their thing, and they didn't, so sorry. I don't want to have to keep on refreshing it, whatever. 98. And then we can get to Sean's. Finally. Nuvilet and Yelan. Alright. The Nuvi. Sacrificial Jade. And you have a little bit of ER. Is that enough ER? Well, that really depends on the team you're playing with. Very nice. HP Goblet is definitely not ideal, but this is also an onset HP Goblet, so it kind of makes sense. Yeah, it's a pretty good Sacrificial Jade build. R3 Jade is obviously good too. I don't think the HP from Jade's passive is reflected in Enka, so this is more like 40-some K HP. Because of the HP from Jade and having an HP timepiece, it does mean I think a HP Goblet is almost assuredly very much not ideal. But like it's possible if you have an onset Goblet that is or a non-onset Goblet in a more meh onset circlet, since honestly as far as an off-piece circlet goes, this is not the craziest circlet for sure. But also don't forget, like, you might even need more ER than this if you're like playing without Furina in particular. It's probably fine with Furina, I suspect, although I don't know if your Furina is fine. Her crit is fine. Actually no, wait, okay, some about the spacing of this, I thought her crit damage was her ER for a second there. I'm dumb. It's fine. No, this is a good Furina build. I lied. So anyways, yeah, point is you might want to mess around with the Goblet. It's possible you might actually have a higher average damage build, and make sure you're bursting consistently on with whatever team you're using him on. If you're not able to burst consistently on him, this character is Siegewein, but worse. So, and quite frankly, bursting is kind of important on him. But anyways, I mean, yeah, a little bit overcapped on crit rate, whoop-de-doo, right? Like, ooh, 6% crit rate overcapped, oh no! But that is actually, again, another factor of, yeah, this circlet is not really doing anything for you, right? It's giving you 1 ER roll, and it's a flat HP, which is cool, I guess, but like, honestly, yeah, an onset circlet with crit damage and completely dead stats, because of the fact that, 2 of these crit rate rolls are overcap anyways, they're dead stats anyways. So this is only giving you 2 valuable stats. It'd be more valuable to have an onset circlet's crit damage, and then use a Hydro Goblet that is either similar to this, or even like maybe worse than this, but could still be better because it like has more ER or has more HP substats or whatever. Yeah, So that's what I would consider. That might be a meaningful improvement. Does it actually matter though ultimately because it's freaking Nuvilet? Probably not. It's a Nuvilet. But it's a consideration is what I would say. Depending on what your equipment looks like. So worst Hydro main in the game? I don't think they're the worst. I think the worst Hydro main would have a much worse build than this. They would use an attack timepiece and an attack goblet on on Nuvilet. What else are we looking at? Yelan. Alright. Oops. Download 2x. We can download it 2 times the resolution. I never noticed that. Interesting. I didn't know Enka had these settings in a sub menu. The roll value thing does not seem to do. Oh, it has little dots I see below the. Yeah, okay. The roll value thing, the roll quality thing is actually a good thing. Although it just makes. I don't understand why it makes it glow though. I don't like the weird glowing highlight. Anyways, substat breakdown. Oh, I see. There's a little thing in the bottom. That's actually a good feature. I'll keep that on. I could actually turn off UID, I guess. Well, I don't know. You can go see the UID anyways. You can't hide them. Interesting. Alright. Adaptive color is also interesting. Adaptive color can make things a little bit more contrasty. But do I keep adaptive color on? I do kind of like the contrast. It looks oversaturated for sure. But it also might be more readable for particularly people maybe watching a little bit lower quality, I suspect. So I don't know. I'll leave this on. Let me know if people want it off or on. Whatever. Yelan build, emblem build. This is C0 Yelan Fab. Nice. This is a very good Fab build. Yep. Yeah, this is just a very good Fab Yelan in my opinion. Not the most insane or anything. A nice onset goblet. Yeah. It's a good Fab build. Anyways. It's adaptive for the custom character image. Yeah, I assume. Right, like, yeah, it just seems to boost saturation and contrast a bit. That's what it seems to do. It actually seems to be layered a little bit because yeah, I think it's only doing the background. I don't think it's actually doing the splash art. So I think the way that Enka does these backgrounds is it does some like background based on like character element, right? Yeah, like you can see these Hydro units have the exact same background, but then it's a different splash art. So they don't modify the color of the splash art, they just modify the color of the background. So they boost the contrast and darken it. So anyways, I don't recommend adaptive colors with UI Mia. Oh, okay, that's fair. We'll turn it off selectively. I'll keep it on for now though. So I think it's good. Actually, wait, it looks like on this one. Oh, interesting. The adaptive one on this one actually. Okay, they're doing something slightly more complicated than just changing contrast and whatever, because this is obviously grabbing the colors from the shark and putting a yellow tint in the bottom, but interesting. Anyways, whatever. Sorry, looking at Enka features instead of the builds. I think we're mostly done looking at the builds though. Yeah, good Yelan. I don't think there's anything meaningfully to improve here. So, yeah, don't have much commentary on that. Sorry. If you wanted Yelan commentary. Oh, was that a donation? No, this was a random. Right, that was a random. All right, we're gonna do Sean's, which I think this is Sean's, right? Hopefully Sean's still here. This is yours, right? I think. Sean just said, "My characters when you get a chance, please." All right. Well, that means if you're asking for all your characters, we're gonna go a bit faster through them. This is yep. It's Doobie and Engulfing Lightning Raiden build. Yep. Very normal Engulfing Lightning build. Very good one, to be clear. A heckin' lot of crit. You have spent just a couple bit of resin in the emblem domain. All right, this build is much harder to get to compared to like the previous Engulfing C2 Raiden build we just saw, and takes way more. No, not that one. Was it this one? No. Yeah, it was this one. No, it wasn't this one. Sorry. Whatever. The point is, it takes way more investment to get this kind of a build on Engulfing Raiden compared to the one we saw that had like 66 crit rate, 140 crit damage, right? But both of them still probably perform fine. Hence, like, why I don't personally think I was comfortable recommending farming more for like that other Raiden build, but this one obviously is a bit stronger. So, anyways, yeah, is a good engulfing Raiden build. Yep. Take your decay. We'll get your things in a little while. Elixir for Mua. I mean, we'll see. Furina. C1 Furina. I mean, maybe enough ER in some situations, but hey, as long as you have an ER timepiece available, you're probably fine. Just make sure you have an ER timepiece available, because yeah, gotta burst consistently. I personally basically never run her with this low ER, even when I'm doing double hydro, unless I'm really trying to min-max her. But anyways, C2 Navi, nice. C2 Navi does give some crit rate. I think it's a little bit weird in how it gets crit rate, but it is crit. So this is not as bad as it looks, is really the important thing. This is a very, very good Verdict Navi build on 4-piece whatevers with C2 as a factor. Yep. Wait, it was, yeah, all characters, sorry. Hu Tao. Yep, that's a good Shimena's Hu Tao. Yep. Running EM timepiece, very nice. Yep. I do like Shimena's Hu Tao personally, I think, more than Crimson Hu Tao. But I also don't have Hu Tao on my main account, so I've never properly tested that. It's more just, I think using her burst is kind of annoying. So, I'd rather just not worry about it most of the time, personally. It's a bird. You have a weapon, interesting. This is a DPS bird, I just realized. It took me too long to compute that, but it is definitely a DPS bird. Yeah, I like it. Obviously, you gotta do Furina, but you kind of, Cloud Retainer is a Furina teammate anyways. Yeah, so Furina Cloud Retainer doing Fars on Bennet is quite strong for DPS and Cloud Retainer. I really like doing plunge Cloud Retainer. She's one of the more enjoyable plunge DPSs. And this is probably a pretty dang good plunge DPS build on her, assuming she has enough ER, but it's probably enough. In my experience, this should be enough ER, assuming Fars on C6. Not Fars on C6 on the team would be, oof, this would probably not be enough, but although I also had C1, so anyways, it's a pretty strong bird, and you don't even need to level her talents up that much, although she does have a pretty actually not insignificant multiplier when you build her for crit, so it might be more worthwhile for you to level her skill multiplier up a little bit, but yeah. Is this from the official Hoya Lab website? No, this is Enka.network. How did this many people not know of Enka.network? It's Enka.network. Enka.network. It pulls from Hoyo things, though. Anyways, it just pulls from like profile data that's publicly available, as long as people make it visible. If you don't make it visible, they can't. Obviously, 4-piece Pale Flame. Yep. This is. I mean, hey, look, more crit rate than most Eula builds have. It's actually a balanced Eula. Crazy, which makes me think that Sean is actually playing this Eula. Crazy idea that. I know. Level 7 burst and level 8 normal attack talent is a little interesting. I think most people would generally prioritize the burst over the normal attack talent. Both are relatively important, but why don't you use Akasha? Why would I want to use Akasha for looking at builds? Ew. 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 No, Akasha's awful for looking at builds. Akasha's awful for looking at builds. I don't care about rankings. Rankings is a stupid thing too. Like rankings can be useful as a competitive tool. They are not something you should actually take as a serious goal to evaluate your build. So, anyways, the ad blocker was not the thing. The ad blocker was not the fucking problem. The problem was, yeah, ads are annoying, but the website UI is trash, and it doesn't show things anywhere near as nicely as this does. And also I disagree with a lot of the thing. I don't know. I still kind of think like Akasha has been a very bad thing for the community, quite frankly. I still use it because it's a useful tool, but I think most people don't use it the right way, and they actually just like it makes them play the game in a way that is probably making their experience worse, in my opinion, and gets people far more focused on to like artifact quality than they should be, and like crit stats and whatever, right? I don't know. The ranking is to evaluate your wallet? No, it isn't. It's to evaluate your luck. I mean, okay, to be clear, The ranking is a little bit to evaluate your wallet if you're insane and you're trying to aim for like top 10 kind of thing, or top whatever. Like top 1% is very, very doable for any given character for someone not spending any money. It is a measure of how much resin you have spent, ultimately. It is not a measure of how much money you have spent. Constellations and what weapon you have equipped to your character do not factor into how Akasha calculates things. Like, go read how Akasha calculates things. It does not use anything other than your artifact stats to calculate. It uses a static baseline of a given weapon to calculate whatever your ranking is. It is, yeah, it's to evaluate your luck, yes, but people also don't seem to understand that artifacts are a law of large number situation. You will, like, I have played multiple different Genshin accounts. The general feel of like progression of how long it took to like get artifacts of certain quality was extremely similar. Not that I had the same exact artifact on any given account, but the general trend of like artifact quality increasing per amount for like how much resin was spent. It's law of large numbers. It's just statistics. It's not really a measure of luck. It's a measure of how much resin was spent. And you can spend money to get more artifacts, right? That's the notable thing. Like people that have the #1 spots on Akasha probably are either insane, like me trying to get #1 spot for Arlecchino, but that's because I'm doing a polearm only account. I can be insane and be inefficient with my resources there. Or it's people that have spent like $10 a day resin refreshing, quite frankly. And especially if they have multiple #1 spots. So, anyways. I don't like it how a lot of how Akasha is done, is my point. And I think people use it the wrong way. It can be a useful tool, it can be fun, but don't get too focused on it. And I am definitely not going to default to using it compared to Enka, which just works really smoothly, has a very nice formatted UI, has nice, like, whatever, and like the profile lookup on Akasha is only good because of Enka, just saying. Like, Akasha hooks in to Enka's API. Whatever. So I'm going to use Enka because I think it's the better thing for doing what we're doing. Anyways, good Nahida. Triple EM Nahida with Lost Prayers is a very, very strong Nahida, I would say. C6 Chevy, Song of Days Past, not 40k HP. That makes me a little sad, but you know, if you're gonna do a Song of Days Past build, you really probably try to want to put a healing bonus circlet on her, and I don't know, you're doing Fav, right? I don't know. It's not a bad build, to be clear. You're just missing out on some of the attack buff from Chevreuse, right? And you are not like a level 10, even with C6, a level 10 skill with 32k HP and no healing bonus circlet is healing quite a bit less than like my build is with 40k HP and a healing bonus circlet, right? Getting 40k HP with Fab Lance is very hard, but I also assume you have the craftable weapon. So like I would probably consider using the craftable weapon, or not the craftable, the event weapon, the HP event thing that refunds energy. Yes, losing the Fab energy might be bad though for a given Chevreuse team. So I don't know, it depends on what's going on. If you're doing Chevreuse C2 Raiden, this Raiden does not need the Fab energy, right? So getting that extra HP from the event weapon plus you know, an HP circlet would be a more noticeable damage increase, I would say. So anyways, yep, it's not bad. It's definitely not dysfunctional. It's also a C6 Chevreuse, so you know, you're getting pretty meaningful value from C6 potentially. Although one of the weird things that I think people forget with C6 Chevreuse and Raiden, and this is why I think her C6 is a little bit goofily designed, because it sure seems like they designed most of Chevreuse's kit for Raiden, but it almost feels like C6 Chevreuse was made for non-Raiden teammates more than it was made for Raiden. But Raiden, right, you normally do, like, let's say you're doing Raiden, Bennet, Chevreuse, Xiangling. So you'll do something like Raiden E, do the Bennet, what's the most efficient way to do it? It's probably Raiden E, and then start your rotation with Chevreuse Burst, and then do Chevreuse Hold E to get the attack buff going, right? And then do Bennet EQ, do Xiangling, and then Raiden Burst, right? Now, Chevreuse C6 gives damage bonus as her skill heal procs, right? So, and her skill heal procs every like couple seconds. I believe it's every 2 seconds. So, if you don't stay on field with Raiden for a little bit before bursting on her, you don't get the damage bonus built up for like Raiden's big initial hit, which means you don't actually get as much damage as you might expect sometimes from C6 Chevreuse, with Raiden especially. With units like Arlecchino, where, you know, you're staying on field longer and like Arlecchino's damage is more split out across those hits. But Arlecchino is actually still a little bit similar situation because Arlecchino's damage is also a bit front-loaded, like Raiden's damage. But anyways, point is, Chevreuse C6 isn't doing nothing with Raiden on field, but you might actually want to weirdly purposely wait a couple seconds before you burst on Raiden for the purpose of building up stacks on her C6. It's also one of the reasons I have enjoyed having a hybrid build for Raiden, even with Chevreuse, is so that, you know, her skill and like triggering overloads, be it from C6 Bennet infusion or from her skill proccing while I'm not bursting, are still doing meaningful damage, right? But anyways, yep. Just use C6 Bennet auto attack twice with Raiden. Yes. Yep, I think I just mentioned basically that. Was that a paid one, or I don't even know? Oh yeah, this was Sean's. Yeah, okay. Anyways, I spent more time on that than I intended. Good job, me. I said I needed to go faster, and I've been going slower. Fantastic. All right, number 219. Ganyu Chiori. I use Chiori as a sub DPS. I mean, I hate the terminology of sub DPS. It doesn't mean anything. Other than people perceive this character as a character not doing... There's someone vacuuming outside, by the way, which is really lovely. But, oh well. Hopefully my microphone isn't picking it up, or it's not that bad. Anyways, she's an off-fielder. I maintain that the correct way to talk about like damage contribution in Genshin is in terms of off-field and on-field. Right? Is it damage being dealt from a unit that has to be on-field, or is it damage being dealt from a character that is doing things off-field? That's, I think, the way to think about it, personally. But, you know, sub DPS is just, like, a perception of, like if you're saying sub DPS for a Navia team, then, like, yeah, and you have C1, right? Yes, Chiori is probably contributing less damage than Navia, but, like, which is why you could say sub DPS. But I don't know, sub DPS is also like short for substitute DPS. Like, I think sub DPS only actually makes sense if you're doing like double DPS teams, right? Where double on-field DPS teams, in my opinion, right? Where you're doing like two quick swap units in some form. Then I think sub DPS might be an appropriate term in Genshin context, but it's just so much easier just to say damage that's happening on-field or damage that's happening off-field, right? Anyways, nitpick, I know, but whatever. Chiori will get power creep with Xilanen. I don't know. A C1 Chiori, like in this case, I don't know that's necessarily the case for a Navia team. This is a very good Chiori build, obviously. Using a depth circlet instead of a Geo, that's, I think, fine, though, with how good that circlet is. 4-piece Husk is obviously very good on her. Yeah, Xilanen versus a C0 Chiori, you know, with like a Harbinger build, probably. But that's partially just because Chiori, you know, doesn't get her 2 dolls with Navia, right? Because there's no Geo construct in the team. Which is, you know, I still don't get why they did that in Chiori's kit. Like, it's like, oh, there's so many Geo constructs in the game, and you're gonna like no, it's just such a weird, arbitrary way to make her deal so much less damage in many teams. Especially with the context of Navia releasing a few patches before Chiori did, right? But I don't know. Chiori's design is weird. But the notable thing to always keep in mind, like, Xilanen will increase Navia's damage a bunch, right? But adding a different unit that's doing their own damage contribution to the team, very well might be a similar total amount of like damage output. That, especially in the context of the fact that, you know, having Chiori would make it so you're a little bit less reliant and having to, you know, crit optimal, especially Well, yeah, especially with a 50% crit rate on Navia. Especially with a 50% crit rate on Navia, right? Like, if you're doing Navia, Bennet, Xiangling, Xilanen, right? Xilanen will make it so you're very reliant on Navia getting those crits, right? You're very reliant on, like, the only other, you have Navia's damage and you have Xiangling's damage. And Xiangling's damage will be pretty significant, obviously, but you're definitely going to be pretty reliant on landing these crits on Navia. Whereas having a Chiori, right, diversifies the team DPS in a way that, you know, it feels much less bad to not crit on your Navia because you still have some amount of good damage happening elsewise. And it also means, like, oh, you know, there's a, you're fighting 2 Kairagi and there's a wave of enemies next that's spawning, right? And, you know, you use your Navia E and they get to 90% health, right? You might have to, you know, without any more off-field damage going on, you might have to use another Navia E to kill them, to get the next wave of enemies to spawn. But it could very well result in faster clears to have another off-field DPS, versus all the damage being more focused into Navia on the team, so that, you know, Chiori kills the last 10% of the Kairagi's health, and that means you just saved a E on Navia to go and do like 200,000 damage right at the start of these next enemies spawning, right? But that can result in meaningfully faster clears, in multi-wave situations in particular. So, point is, I have very, very, very often found that the general feel and quality of teams feel stronger and better and more consistent when you diversify the teams into multiple forms of damage dealing rather than just being focused on one unit or one type of damage, right? So Chiori is still a compelling option for Navia, is all I'm saying. But if your goal is to see the biggest fat number possible from Navia, then yes, Xilanen will be better because Chiori doesn't do buffing, she does her own damage. Also, Chiori is better in the context of like team-wide buffing, like Furina in particular, right? If you're doing Furina Navia, then, you know, Furina Chiori Navia, you know, Furina's buff for Chiori might be significant, so yeah. Anyways, yep. Point is, don't undervalue an off-field damage dealer. Adding additional DPS to a team. What were we supposed to do? Yeah, just the Ganyu and Chiori. Alright, anyways, very good Chiori. Hamayumi Ganyu. Obviously, Melt Ganyu. A little bit low crit rate, I would say. But she does get, to be clear, Ganyu gets some crit rate after her first charge attack, so it's not that low. It's fine, I think. I think it's perfectly usable. It's a very good timepiece. Considering how much EM you have, I think it's fine to not have an EM timepiece. Normally, I think Melt Ganyu does want an EM timepiece, but considering how good this timepiece is, I don't think it's that bad. Although you do have a bunch of attack percent already from this thing. You do probably want to level this to 90, realistically. I don't know. I don't know what the exact team they're using for Melt Ganyu looks like, but it's not bad. It's a very healthy crit ratio. There's room to optimize, you know. Consider using the EM timepiece, especially because you might have the ability to switch to it with an off piece. It might improve your Melt Ganyu's damage, especially because you're already getting a bunch of attack percent from this weapon. But yeah, this is a heckin' good build with a non-crit weapon. That's for dang sure. There's a lot of crit. There's a lot of crit for a non-crit weapon. So this is a very strong Melt Ganyu, is all I can say. You could play around with the build slightly, but it's not much to be improved there, realistically. Yeah. And Ganyu skin. What does this look like with the adaptive color? Yeah, it looks better too, in my opinion. Yeah. Anyways. Really, Chiori and Xilanen are different niches, though. Xilanen is more of a support, and Chiori does damage herself. Yes, Lexi, that's what I was talking about. That's literally what I was talking about, Lexi. I was like Xilanen will make your Navia do more damage and do no damage herself, basically. Chiori does a bunch of damage, and that's what I was talking about, the situations wherein, like, having an additional damage dealer can oftentimes make teams feel meaningfully better than just buffing the team, than buffing one unit or multiple units in the team more. Like, will Xilanen, Bennet, Xiangling, Navia feel better than Xiaonan, Bennet, Xiangling, Chiori? With Chiori at C0, probably. Yeah, I would bet. But I'd say it's like very not necessarily with Chiori at C1, especially with this quality of build, right? That's the whole thing I was saying. Yes, Xiaonan is very much a support in that she is not dealing damage herself. She is buffing some other unit's damage in the team, and Chiori is very much her own damage dealer. So yeah. Anyways, crit rate is fine. Yeah, no, I said the crit rate is fine. Yeah, it's like 75-80% crit rate or whatever with her passive. I was more talking about the EM. It might be better to go to an EM type piece, particularly since they're on off piece, side piece already, and level this to 90, right? Rather than stacking even more attack percent, especially like with Bennet. It's probably not that necessary to stack a ton of extra attack percent, and they're probably playing Bennet. So, anyways. You find that Navia does big damage, and that's the only thing and can't sustain herself. Yep. Again, hence like adding more off-field damage might make a Navia team feel meaningfully better. Might. It's gonna also depend on like the strength of your other, like, because oftentimes you do play like Xiangling, or you'd play some amount of off-field damage with Navia, right? You play like Furina or you play Xiangling, and how good your Furina or your Xiangling is would also change the relative value of how much you feel like you'd want Chiori or Xiaonan potentially too. For most players, I suspect Xiaonan will be more attractive for Navia, but it's not necessarily objectively better to just say, yep, use Xiaonan, because there's many a context that can change situations slightly. I spent a long time on that one, Jesus. Vicky Shokas, sorry for the wait. DPS Rosaria and a Gaming and a C3 Raiden. You're ignoring my donation is not very Sigma of you. I just got to it. There's a backlog. I'm going in order. Also, Maxi, thank you for the. Oh, you donated again, Vicky Shoka. I see. I was yapping. Thank you, Maxi. Thank you, Vicky. Yeah, I'm going in order though. I didn't necessarily ignore it. I might have ignored it by accident, but when you donated it. But I'm trying to go in order, and I'm yapping, and it comes through when I'm yapping. Yes, I might miss it, but I have a log. I'm going through them. So, anyways, what are we doing? We're doing C3 Raiden, DPS Rosaria, and a Gaming. Oh. I got so excited when I saw the Staff of Scarlet Sands. Okay, well, if you're ever going to hear the vacuum, you can hear it right now. I'm sorry. Can you hear the vacuum? It's very loud right now. How about now? I turn the microphone away from the wall. It's faint? Okay, well, that's good. Anyways, I got so excited that I was gonna see a hybrid Raiden, and then it's just a normal Raiden that's using engulfing, or it's using Staff of Scarlet Sands as a stat stick, which is perfectly fine. It just makes me sad that you could be doing hybrid Raiden, and then you actively chose not to. Right, or you didn't know. But I think Vicky actively is trying to mess with me a little bit. Free to play C3 Raiden, very nice, very nice. Yeah, I mean Raiden's definitely existed long enough. Like, it's a good example of a character that, like, if you've been playing the game for a long time, it's not that hard to end up finding characters that you just really like, and then you end up getting constellations over them over time, even being like free to play, right? Like, obviously, you're not going to get you're not going to get C3 Raiden and C2 Furina and C2 Nahida and C2 Xiaonan. You're not going to get C2 of every goddamn character, right? But you can very much find the characters that you really enjoy enough that you know that over time it's worth it to wish extra times. And this is why I think it's like better to take a perspective on constellations of, like, you know, you don't get constellations on a first banner. You get constellations on like a second, but you start to get constellations potentially on a rerun, because by the time the rerun happens, you probably know if you enjoyed this character enough. You've played Raiden maybe for 6 months, right? You played Furina for 8 months, and you know that when Furina's rerun happened, you're like, okay, now I'm pretty confident that I use Furina enough and I would enjoy her enough, and I've seen like how I use her that, like, okay, getting that little bit of extra damage bonus could be the difference maker, and insert team here, right? And so, you know, the point is, I like this approach to getting constellations, is getting them over multiple banners. It's the healthier approach, because you actually know how valuable it is for you at that point, because you know how much you play that character and how much you enjoy them, versus just like people end up getting baited by constellations most of the time when characters on their first banner, and it's just like, really, are you sure you're really gonna get that much value from Raiden to like for it to be worthwhile for you to get C2 Raiden on her first banner, right? So, anyways, much respect for doing the long play of getting Raiden constellations. Thank you, Maze. We'll get to your thing in a while. What was the other one? DPS Rosario. Let's go. C6, nice. This is a Lumidu's Elegy. I hadn't considered Lumidu's on her. Wait, you're doing why? Wait, huh? Okay, that hurts me a little bit. Like, there is definitely potential to do. Oh boy. All right, you know what? I'm gonna add that to my list of. I'm planning to build Rosaria soon. It was mostly in preparation for Shanghai releasing, but I also wanted to try Rosaria, as a I had a stroke. Sorry. As a melt DPS with what's his bucket? Kinich. Rosaria melt with Lumidu's though. But this weapon on her actually is in the same concept of hybrid Shenhe that I have with this weapon, where if you use C6 Bennet, you might be able to get the right balance of like keeping Rosaria on field and getting very good melt damage and getting very good pyro damage from C6 Bennet infusion and triggering burning, right? So anyways, I like it, but also you're doing a physical build, which is very much not what I'm suggesting here. This is just a physical build. This is more correct, by the way, than you might expect, but also it's less because this Rosaria is not bursting consistently. I'm pretty sure her C6 triggers from her C6 physical red shred triggers from her burst. I don't know. Also you have R2 Lumidu's. Oh gosh. Passive doesn't work on Rosaria at all, sadly. Yes, it does. C6 Bennet. Attack. That's a physical goblet. That's the physical symbol, not the attack percent symbol. There's not the percentage sign there. So anyways, I do think you need to burst consistently, including on a physical Rosaria build. So I can't say this is exactly ideal, I would say. You got Unlucky on Galon's bow banner. That's why she got it. I see. That's fair. But anyways, there's shenanigans you could do to potentially min-max it. I hadn't even considered using this weapon on Rosaria for some reason. I think I would have. But I might mess around with it once I get my Rosaria more built up. So yeah. Oh yeah, attack percent circlet. That does explain some things a little bit more with the crit balance. But yeah, ER check. I think that's all I can say. Let me double check quick. Does her C6 indeed? Why does this game like hide them out? I don't understand why that happens. You gotta like change your mouse function. Yeah, what are we doing? Rosaria. I think as soon as I don't know. I really got to pre-farm for freaking Xylan and Talons. I got too many characters I want to build. But C6 Rights of Termination attacks. Yeah, that's her burst. Yep, that is her burst. So yeah. How many of these do I have? I forgot. No, Mondstadt domains are not miserable anymore, so that's actually not a factor. I was gonna say it's probably miserable to farm for that, but anyways, Rosaria is a fun character. I want to invest in her more, and I still think she is the most compelling off-field cryo in the game. If you ask the likes of Jeff, he might disagree because he's a baby who can't figure out how to factor in the energy generation requiring 2 hits on her. He can't deal with that, apparently. So he just whines about it and says she's bad because of that. Meanwhile, he likes Sing Cho and is fine with how Sing Cho functions, but whatever. Point is, he can nitpick Rosaria, and I can nitpick Sing Cho. And it's fine. That is a problem she has, but it's also very much something you can just work around on her. But anyways. The Jeff is great, by the way. I still think he has good takes. I still value his perspectives, but I think the takes I've seen him have about Rosario, I think, are a little bit silly. But I don't think he's talked about Rosario in a long time, which is fair because it's Cryo. Mahoyo hates Cryo. That's all I can say. Oh yeah, Gaming. Let's not forget Gaming. C5 Gaming is a little sad. C6 Gaming is a very significant increase for him. A little bit of a relatable crit rate. Also ER check. Look, I mean, I don't know what team you're using Gaming on, but I think even with Bennet, I'm pretty sure he has like a 30 to 40% energy recharge needs. So, and if this dude don't burst, he ain't doing anything. Oh, well, okay, to be clear, if you're doing Cloud Retainer, Furina, Bennet, C6 Bennet in particular, you don't technically need to burst every rotation, I guess. But, yeah, ER check. Why does C6 change so much? It's because his like multipliers aren't so significant, right? Like as far as plunge DPSing goes, like in the factor of like factoring in like cloud, like if you're doing plunge DPSing with Cloud Retainer, or even if you're doing dragon striking, which is very much a possible thing if you refine your skill for it. But like D-Luke is better than Gaming, right? But until Gaming gets a C6, right? It's because like Gaming's multipliers just aren't that crazy, right? But his C6 gives him a bunch of crit rate and crit damage, and also increases his AoE quite significantly, and that's enough to take him over the edge, right? Of now he is just better than D-Luke, right? It's kind of all it is, right? But these multipliers aren't crazy. Obviously, they're not leveled up. His burst doesn't actually. His burst only does 1 instance of damage. The burst damage doesn't really matter that much. Why do I have some of these? Oh yeah, these are. Man, I've farmed these so long ago. These are all for Shenhe. That's why I have these. Maybe I'll use them for Gaming because Shenhe apparently doesn't get to rerun. Yeah. Anyways, it's just a bunch of crit, and that crit value, that 80 crit value that it gives, is enough to take him over the edge of being like better than D-Luke, right? Is kind of what it is. So it's not like you need it for him to be functional, because Pyro DPSs do be kind of strong. But it is the difference maker between him, you know, being better than, you know, a character that has existed for a long time. So, you know, I think it's a perfectly fine. I think he's a perfectly fine and balanced character for that reason. Like, I think it's fine that at C6, this 4-star, which is much newer and has a much more interesting playstyle, in my opinion, for him to be better than D-Luke, but not to be better until the point than a 5-star, right? But not to be better until the point of C6. I think that's actually like a perfectly fine balance for him. He still has compelling reasons to be played before C6 because of his unique playstyle and whatever, right? But anyways, he does need energy. Yap. Recommend putting some more ER on him, which can be the annoying part about him for sure. Also, this is probably an example of one. Yeah, that definitely looks worse. Okay, so Pyro... I didn't even notice. Pyro characters definitely look a little bit worse, I would say, with the adaptive color on, but we'll keep it on for now, I think. C5 Sara is that a character? I think only C6 Sara exists. Thank you, Vicky. DMJF, you are next. Once I do a random one. Number 63 is in the queue. Anytime someone submits a new thing, this updates. So anytime the sheet updates, this updates here, and I type it in here. Yealon, Arlecchino, and Shao Goblet. Alright, Shao Goblet, huh? Yeah, DMJF, you are after this one, so. I love blue. Alright, Shao Goblet, huh? Shao Goblet. Wow. That's a good goblet. Is indeed a pretty good goblet. You almost tricked me. I thought it was on set for a second, but it's actually not. But anyways, I respect the farming for Vermilion Shao. Only insane people do that. Truly insane people. I saw the clip of Ziox using his 4 sanctifying elixir for a Shao onset goblet, which was probably stupid. I'm willing to bet that he probably... Like, Ziox has to have... Like, does Ziox have... Okay. Someone that watches Ziox... Does Ziox have onset goblets? Or sorry, not onset. Does Ziox have offset goblets? That are like a 40 CV offset goblet or something? Like, he's played the game long enough, it's very likely he should have some very good offset animal goblets, right? Or has he just had terrible animal goblet luck for some reason, right? But like statistically, he should have goblets like, you know, something like this one he'll get, like, not necessarily, this is a very extremely good animal goblet, but like something like this one at least, right? Which doesn't look that insane, but it's still an extremely good animal goblet. Like if you have this good of an animal goblet as an off piece, it would make more sense in Ziox's case, in my opinion, to use the Sanctifying Elixirs for a better circlet, or multiple timepieces, right? You could get 2 timepieces for the cost of 1 goblet that just rolls poorly like Ziox's onset piece did. So, anyways, but I don't know. Maybe Ziox is just unlucky, right? Like, I'm in a case wherein, you know, my Geo goblins definitely aren't amazing, right? And, like, that means if I really like a particular Geo DPS that releases, like, I don't know, if I really absolutely adore Xylonin, I might, I don't know, maybe I'd consider using the Sanctifying Elixir for an onset, you know, Geo Goblet in this set or whatever. And I'm not saying it's never worth it to use. There are contexts. He might just be that unlucky with Animal Goblets, right? But I'd say on average, right, I have very good goblets after playing for multiple years, and Ziox has been playing longer than I have, right? Like, even my Cryo Goblets, which I haven't leveled up that many of, right? But I have this one. This is a good enough Cryo Goblet that it's at the point where it's not worth the risk using Sanctifying Elixirs on a Cryo Goblet, right? Generally speaking, is what I would say. It would be more worthwhile to use the Elixirs on getting 2 chances at a better timepiece that would then allow, like an onset timepiece that would allow me to use this offset Cryo Goblet, right? Obviously, Animal Goblets I've gotten a bit luckier for. You know, yeah, especially this one. I forgot I actually have that. It's a very ridiculous goblet. My Electro Goblet situation is also just like, it's fine. Like, I've just gotten like decent different options for Electro Goblets, but nothing that most people would call particularly insane, right? They've all trended in the same direction is my point, of like, I get some good options over time for these things. Right, so like for the longest time, I just had like this goblet and this goblet for Dendro Goblets, and only like 2 weeks before Emily's Banner released it, I get this one from a boss, and I was just lucky. But like, would it immediately change my experience using Emily to use this piece on Emily versus this piece? Nope, not really. It would be mostly the same experience. Like, 1 crit roll and attack roll is not the difference. My Hydro Goblet is like, yeah, like I have some good Hydro Goblets, but again, like you can see how they like. All of my goblets, like this is not luck. This is statistical trending, right? I have gotten slightly luckier with some goblets. Like I've gotten luckier with Pyro Goblets. I'd say having 2 40 CV Pyro Goblets is lucky. But I've gotten luckier in general with specific goblet types over specific other goblet types. But the overall trend of all of my goblet types is that I have decent goblet options in all types, just because I've played this game for long enough and done enough artifact farming, right? So that's why it would surprise me if Ziox truly did not have any viable Animal Goblets as an off-piece. Because he's played long enough that he just should collect some of them. And it makes me think he's just made poor decisions as far as like if he hasn't been leveling up goblets, for example, if he gets like an Animal Goblet, I don't know, do I have an example one? No, I don't think I do. But let's say he gets an Animal Goblet that's a 3-line, that pretend this one isn't double crit at a baseline, right? And is flat def percent, and then 6.2 crit damage. Like, it's just a low roll crit. A lot of players that have been playing for a long time might throw away that kind of piece. But if it's an Animal Goblet and he doesn't have very many Animal Goblets, then in the past, in his 4 years of playing the game, what Ziox should have been doing is leveling, you know, these, oh, that's not going to be any good goblet. That 3-line Animal Goblet with a low crit roll and 2 other bad rolls. Level it up to 4 anyways. It might roll double crit and roll entirely into crit, right? Like, it makes me think he's probably thrown away those kinds of artifacts. If you don't actually, yeah, here's a good example of one, right? Like, this would be normally conceived of as a bad Shao Goblet, but if you don't have, you know, like this or this already available, like then still level this up. Maybe it's double crit and it'll roll a bunch into crit. Or leveling up 4-line pieces like this, right? If he's been throwing away pieces like this, that's a mistake too. Because this could roll 15% crit rate. And that's a cracked as hell goblet. If it does. Like level up, if it has valuable stats, it's worth leveling up, especially for goblets. And that's why it would trend, like most accounts over time, the longer you play, you would trend towards having some options for goblets, right? Like, it isn't just, oh, I'm so lucky that I've gotten decent goblets in every single goblet type. It's just, I have farmed enough. It's law of large numbers. It's statistical inevitability of getting some decent number of stats, right? And just knowing that I need to keep these different artifacts for their potential relevance. Not necessarily to level right away, but maybe leveling even in the future. So point is, not having double crit is fine, and keep your 4-line artifacts with single crit. If you don't have a good animal goblet, keep all animal goblets, even if you think it's not likely to roll well. Maybe it will roll well, right? Maybe that 3-line with a low roll, a min roll crit rate looks really bad. Like, it looks really bad to have flat def percent 2.7 crit rate. But you level it up to 4, it rolls 7% crit damage. You level up to 20, and it rolled 7% crit damage 4 times. Well, now, congrats, you got a 40 CV animal goblet that you didn't think you would have, right? I think a lot of people will throw away goblets like that. So, anyways. Thank you, June, for the donation. I'll get yours in a little while after I figure out how to stop yapping. How did I get on this tangent? Oh, yeah, the Shao Goblin. Anyways. I started talking about Zyx for some reason. Arlecchino and Yelan. Alright, let's do that. Crimson Moon Semblance, very nice. Wow, speaking of, you know, high crit rate goblet. Very nice goblet. Yep. Yeah. Very nice. I have nothing else to say about this Arlecchino. It's just a very good Arlecchino. Yep. Yelan. Aqua. Enough ER. Wow, yeah. Wow, you have 190 ER without an ER timepiece. Jesus. To be clear, this is like functionally the same difference of having a ER timepiece, but with like more HP substats and less ER substats, right? Like we saw a similar Yelan Aqua build, but it was a C2 Yelan to be clear. But it had about 30k HP with, I think, a similar crit ratio and a similar amount of ER, but it was with an ER main stat timepiece instead of a HP main stat timepiece. But this just means both of those people, like both of these players, have balanced their Yealans well, right? In this instance, like, you have enough ER and substats that you just obviously the obvious thing was use an HP main stat, right? Whereas the other player, they had enough HP substats that the obvious thing was to do an ER main stat timepiece, right? So, anyways, very nice. That is so much ER. Like, my God, like, this is one of the best emblem artifacts you could possibly have, quite frankly. Like, Jesus, 20 CV and 20% ER. This is another one that's 18% ER and 35 CV. These are this Flower and Feather. These are the god tier pieces, and then obviously for Yelan, 2 HP rolls is cracked too. But like these are the god tier pieces for emblem. The most universal emblem pieces that you could ever have. You know, some people get excited out of you know getting I got a 50 crit value emblem feather, but like these are better than 50 CV emblem flowers and feathers, quite frankly. Anyways. Thank you, Scup. We'll get yours in 10 years. Alright, very nice Yelan though. I like it. Anyways. Yep. Alright, sweet. Sorry for the tangent. Alright, also, yeah, sorry DMJF, I made you wait a long time. I'm so sorry. I told you were coming next, then took 10 years to get to you. Oh, good lord. Alright, Mualani and Hu Tao. Alright. Surf's Up, very nice. Yeah, very nice build. A little bit of EM. This is a very nice feather. Wow. Hackin' Flower. A little bit sad that you had, you know, that one flat attack roll. This was almost a which roll? What JF? Oh, it's C6. I didn't even notice. Lol. I did not notice. What happened to what happened to this artifact? I'm curious. Did you was this flat attack roll the last roll? I need to know. Just call me D. Okay, I'll call you D. We don't talk about. No, I need to know. I need to know. Was the flat attack roll the last roll? It was. Nice. Perfect. Yeah, when the game's like, here you go, it's level 16 and it's a 43 crit value, all you need is one more high roll and you get that 50 CV, and again, 50 CV doesn't really matter. Like, this artifact would have been better than a 50 CV piece if, you know, there was an HP roll. If this was like HP percent instead of attack percent, like, it's just better, right? So, well, not just better, I should say, but like, if this was like HP percent and then EM instead of flat attack, right? This piece, as it rolled, would have been better than if this was a 50 CV with attack percent, like it is, right? So crit value is not everything. I want to emphasize that. But the statistical, I don't have a 50 CV piece, right, on my main account. You should not expect RNG wise to get a 50 CV until you've been playing for about 8 years. That's the estimate. I read a really fun breakdown from someone. They wrote basically a 5-page paper going over the statistics of what you can expect the average player to take to get a 50 CV piece. 8 years. 8 years. Like, and you will get so many artifacts in that time, as long as you like don't overvalue crit and you realize you know, attack percent is relevant for your attack scaling units. EM is relevant for units that are doing reactions. HP percent is relevant for your HP scalers, right? You will get many more artifacts that have a diverse set of stats that are valuable and have more stats that are valuable. Like, you will have many more artifacts. Statistically, it is very likely you will have many more artifacts that are better than just an artifact that's 50 CV. Unless you happen to also, when you get your 50 CV piece, get lucky and that 50 CV piece also has other relevant stats with it. But it's also very possible, if you play for 8 years and you get a 50 CV piece, it'll have 2 dead stats with it, right? It'll be def percent and flat def, but 50 CV, and it's still good artifact, obviously, because a bunch of crit is good, but like, compared to just having 2 extra, you know, a 40 CV with 2 HP percent rolls, like for Mulaney, it would be the same, basically. So, and anyways, yeah, I have a 49 CV on my main account too, but like, it is actually vastly more likely to get 49 crit values versus 50 crit values. That is also an important factor in that, like, the difference between 49 CV and 50 CV doesn't matter. It really doesn't. So anyways, it's just funny. It's just funny is my point. That this could have been a 50 CV piece, and then the game was like, nope, gotcha. And that just makes this better, honestly. It just makes it funnier. I like it more. This is a cracked circlet, by the way. Well, actually, not quite cracked, because, you know, could have had other relevant stats other than crit rate, and you actually have a couple dead crit rate rolls. So technically, this is basically a 7% crit rate circlet functionally, because of the other dead stats. Nice goblet, though. Timepiece is relatable. actually, that. You know what actually is good? This means you can just prioritize a timepiece that has like crit damage, ER, EM, flat HP, right? With your build, like, you could change nothing about your build, just get a timepiece that has like a bunch of crit damage, and you'll still be at basically 100% crit rate, right? You'll be at 99.6. Ooh, and yeah, I don't know. Anyways, very very good Mulaney build, very nice. And obviously C6 means I don't think you really have to hyper optimize, but I also respect C6s that are hyper optimized much more than I respect C6 builds that are not optimized, because like, it shows you also never change your build. I lied. Never change your build, please. You have 33,366 HP. You are not allowed to change your build. You're banned from changing your build, D. Don't change your build. You're banned forever if you ever change your build. You have to have 33,366 HP. Always. There you go, okay? It's 40k with Furina. Well, are you saying I should ban you? That's what you're asking for. Okay, just making sure. No. Okay, good. Good, you've apologized. Alright, yeah, whatever. Did I miss any donation? Oh, God, I'm so behind in donations. Need to yap slightly less. Wait, you did another donation, D. All right, fine. We'll do your other donation. Oh, you didn't know if you put your UID on or not. Okay, well, thank you for the second donation. Also, I don't know if I looked at your Hutao yet. I almost forgot your Hutao. Sorry. Ignore the Furina. Yeah, you need more ER. And you need more a lot of things, to be honest. But I respect the level 60 weapon, though. Anyways. Yeah, and level 70 Furina, too. Yeah, obviously. Furina in progress. You know, they had other priorities. D had very important priorities, clearly. Did you forget that Hutao does occasionally need to crit? I'm curious. EM timepiece would be ideal, but also, I don't know. With this good of a timepiece, it's like... I think the recommendation of EM timepiece in Hutao is very just whatever. It's like, yes, it's better to do EM timepiece when you're doing Staff of Homa, but like, come on. It's not like HP timepiece is unusable and isn't still a meaningfully valuable for her. You know, this is a very high stat value HP piece, and you have a very good amount of EM and substats. It doesn't really matter, in my opinion, in the circumstance, to do an EM timepiece meaningfully. But I do think you should... oh wait, no, it's a Mars' A build. I'm stupid. I'm a dumbass. Ignore me. I get tricked by MH all the dang time. I'm sorry. I don't know why. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, you know, you could do more talent levels too. I would probably do a level 9 on her normal attack, I think, at least. But anyways, it's a 70% crit rate build. It's actually perfectly functional. It makes sense. I was going to say switch to a crit rate circlet. It is possible crit rate circlets could still be better, actually, to be clear. But it would depend on the crit rate circlet, I think. Yeah. Taking her to 100, like, basic, or 100 or basically very close to 100% crit rate. You know, the 90% to 100% crit rate would increase her average damage output enough that, like, if you have a circlet that's probably... if it has, like, if it's a crit rate circlet that has, like, 5 or 6 relevant substats, so we're talking, like, 21 crit damage and like attack percent EM, some mix of attack percent EM, HP percent in substats, plus like 3 crit damage rolls. I think a crit rate circlet would be better on this build. I'm pretty confident of that. I'd have to go into a damage calculator to check that for sure. But yeah, that's the only consideration I would say. So yeah. Also, yeah, AR-55. Jesus, what? Obviously this was money, to be clear, but you don't get a C6 5-star AR-55 unless you won the lottery, I guess. And if you won the lottery, you spent money anyways, it doesn't even matter. You got lucky in some form or another. I more meant win the lottery, though, as in it's technically possible to get a C6 5-star in AR-55, but with stupid luck. Anyways, what was I saying? I don't know. Yep. The AR-55 means these are very, very good builds for AR-55 is what I would say. So, yeah. Anywho's. And they're definitely free to play. No. Nice builds. D. Alright. Who's next? Clara Pomegranate. You are next after I do a random. Alright, we're doing 117. I feel like... did I do that before? No, I did not. Dia and Chori would be good, but I'll leave you the freedom to choose. Nahida is built for spread pretty much always. I mean, yep, that is like how you build Nahida. Nahida only really does damage with Electro, which is with spread. So, you know. Horny. But yeah, Nahida, Dia and Chori. Dia and Chori. Alright. Yeah, this is a very good Nahida. It's upheld a little bit by the EM on that, but it's also fine. I think in this circumstance, I personally would probably prefer an EM goblet. But if you don't have any good EM goblet, and obviously you're using a very good off-piece timepiece, this is still very much a pretty dang good spread Nahida build. Chiori. Harbinger, very nice. Harbinger of Dawn's existence is part of the reason I am interested in Chiori, to be clear. I think that's the number one thing I like undervalued maybe about her is how viable a Harbinger build is on Chiori, I think makes her a much more compelling unit as far as like build accessibility goes, than I originally gave her credit for. But it just gives so much crit value for free, and then since she is technically dual scaling, I think, but since she is more def scaling than she is attack scaling, you don't need a high base attack weapon, right? So and she's an off-fielder. It's pretty easy to keep her at 90% HP or above, which means she basically just has permanent 90% or 28% crit rate and 46% crit damage from this weapon. It's a ridiculous weapon for her. Oh yeah, Def Circlet, very nice. I like it. I have a similar quality Def Circlet, but not in Husk. This is a very good Chiori build. Yeah, I like it a lot. Anyways, I don't know. I don't know. I think I might get Chiori. I might bite the bullet. I don't know if I'll actually get it in the wishing video. I might decide during Chiori's banner to get Chiori or not. The only problem is I don't know. I got so many characters I want to build. And it's like, do I want another character to build? Like, no, not really. I don't really want another character to build. I don't have the resources for that. I mean, I don't know. I guess I could use all the Primo Gems that Mihoyo gave me for the YouTuber program to just resin refresh my sanity away and to build all these characters. But, like, anyways, I don't know. Chiori's much more interesting to me now than she was before. And I think one of the things I want to mess around with the most is, like, her swap gimmick is interesting to me. So I don't know, with the Chiori Kachina, or Chiori, yeah, no, that's the right word. Chiori, right name, Chiori Kachina core. With Chiori on like a Golden Troop build, most likely. I don't think I have good enough house pieces. On Harbinger, and then mess around with her swapping utility. I think it's fun to think about. Anyways, she's a much more interesting character now that Kachina exists. Is all I can say. So, I actually kind of like how they designed her now that Kachina's existing, but I don't necessarily have the resources to just build the character, but I kind of want to. I don't know. I don't have a specific video idea that would be the true excuse yet, right? Realistically. We also want to look at Dia, right? Yeah, Dia. Dia. Fish! Are you trying to... What is going on here? Why? I mean, is the fish actually... What is the fish? I don't have the fish. Let's go to Amber. There we go. No, don't show pre-release content. Mihoyo might smite me. That's part of the reason I'm in an incognito window, is so I don't accidentally show like Xylan and image, because Mihoyo will just like auto copyright or auto strike my channel if I show Xylan's like portrait or whatever. Luxurious. Is this actually a... Oops. Yeah, Luxuriant Glebe. Luxurious Sea Lord. Is this actually a compelling weapon for her? Base attack low. Burst damage by 12... R5. Burst damage by 25%. When burst hits opponents, there's a 100% chance of summoning a huge onrush of tuna. Ah, yes, I remember. Look, I get it. I get why you want to use it. It's funny. It's a funny weapon. But it's a bad weapon for Dia. I will say that. It's not a very good weapon. Yeah, the Dia build is actually pretty decent on Voracash's. It's probably not enough energy to be able to ever burst on Dia consistently, I will say. Even with this is a ridiculous goblet. I kind of want it. Give it to me. This is the true dream goblet for me. I've been at approximately 30 crit value, close enough, plus 23.3 ER is ridiculous. But you know, if you switch to like a Skyward Pride or something, this Dia build is quite a bit better, I would say. But is not... Yeah, Akumaru is a good weapon option for her. Yeah, I don't know. The problem is the problem is the ER, balancing her ER. And like I find Voracash's fun now, and like I'm glad I put a meaningful amount of resources into getting Voracash's for the specific Siegewind synergy that I do with Dia. I can't say Vorakash is super compelling outside of that content. Like, to be clear, I farmed Vorakash a long time ago. I farmed more for it recently since it's been in Strongbox. But I farmed Vorakashas for like the Candace Dia video that I made. It spent way too much resin to make that video. And that was fun, but it was just a funny like skill damage focused Vorakash's build. And there was no Golden Troop released at that time, right? So it made sense to do that for the funniness of it. Anyways, Vorakash is not great on Dia, but it is not terrible technically if you can still meet her ER needs. And switching to an ER weapon would meet her ER needs even in a vape Dia build or whatever. So, yep. I don't know. Dia's an awkward character to build. It's so hard to recommend her carry playstyle because of how nightmarish she is to balance her stats for any given team. It's possible. It's very possible to get Dia to have a pretty compelling Vorakash's build. Just hard. Anyways. Your Hu Tao did 100,000 non-vape damage. Wow, good job, D. That's if you get 100k non-vape damage, I can see why you might stick to a non-optimal crit rate ratio. It is, the monkey brain satisfaction of getting 100k on a non-vape versus a not, getting 100k, like getting 99k is worth it. Sometimes for an unoptimal build, because we have monkey brain and we like big number. C1 Zhongli, nice, but it's not. Oh, actually, I mean, it is kind of a DPSG Zhongli. It is, yeah, it's definitely a DPSG Zhongli build. I like it. You should do like microwave Zhongli. We do like 4-piece golden troop Zhongli though, with Chiori, and then wait, no, Chiori's things don't count as constructs, right? Yeah, it's so annoying. I don't know. Do microwave Zhongli with your C1 Zhongli with Geo Traveler and Kachina. There you go. That's my vote. Do Geo Traveler Zhongli for Furina. He wouldn't have a heal on the team. Frick. I don't know. Whatever. The point is, the Zhongli microwave shenanigans is the one lasting thing I think to say about Zhongli that I think makes him an interesting unit, but then they just don't have that compelling of construct synergies, and this looks really whack. Yeah, okay, yeah. Whatever. Anyway, thank you, Horny, for your submission. Nice builds. Microwave, but no Chiori, because it's weird. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, Clara, yes. We're doing Clara, right. Yes, D was previous to that. Okay. Thank you for the $5 reduce. What? How did that happen? I somehow pasted the complete wrong. What? How did that happen? How did I copy that? What is happening? Why? I'm trying to copy 600035 and for some reason I have 717600034 on my clipboard. That was weird. Anyways, Melon. All right, AR-48. Interesting. All right, nice. Wait, this is not the right. Clara, are you in chat? I think this is not the right profile. Wait, did I have 600034569? Is this the right amount of numbers? Yeah, it is. Maybe they're missing a number. Maybe they're an overflow. No. Clara, where are you? I feel like this is not the correct account. they had Yoimiya, Risley, Arlecchino, Kinich they want to review it. So, we'll keep them. We'll keep that to the side here for now. I think your UID is wrong though. Is my presumption. Let's open up a new Enka network. Here we go. Alright, we'll do another random one while we wait for Clara, hopefully. If you were watching the VOD, Clara, 36. If you're watching the VOD, Clara, feel free to DM me or Discord or whatever. Or remind me in a future stream or something. that you paid for something and weren't able to get a review because of UID issue, whatever. This is the right UID, right? Let me double check it one more time. 6000345669. Yeah, this is the right UID. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, surprisingly few Furinas in this stream. Crazy. Top 5 Navia in EU. Wow. Alright. Let's see. Also, they want official reviewed, which I'm actually more interested in. Sorry. I like looking at officials more than Navias. That was Pleb. Ran into Pleb. Hi, Pleb. Yep. Very nice Navia. C2 Navia again, so get some extra crit. Strong, very strong Navia. Yeah, it does kind of feel like Navia is so much more annoying to build, like, and balance her stats in this set compared to, you know, the characters that can use the crit sets that they've released in the last 2 years. 111 ER Navia isn't necessarily a problem with C1. C1 does give some energy. I forgot how much energy exactly, and, you know, it depends on the team. Point is, if you're doing double Geo Navia with C1, I'm pretty sure 111 is mostly fine. So, how long is the waitlist? It's not a waitlist, it's randomized. We do randomize, because I do not have the lifespan to be able to review every single submission, quite frankly. It is the way it is, so the most fair way I can do it is to do randomized. And I also do the donation ones, because I'm not going to steal people's money. Anyways, what was the thing? Oh yeah, the Navia, good, nice pleb. CEO of RNG getting carried. There you go. What was the other one? Official. I'll hate them. Alright. I'll hate them. Nice. J Cutter build. Yep. Very nice. I do like me a J Cutter. I'll hate them build. Marcel, you didn't give me... Good lord. If you're gonna donate, put your frickin' UID in. I can't magically know what your profile is without your UID. Marcel, hopefully... you will, hopefully you'll still be around. It's gonna be a while before I get to your thing, but, how long will we be streaming for? I started, what, at 12:45? I will, oh god, I've already been streaming for 3 hours? Jesus. I will do, so I'll probably do at least some more free reviews, the randomized reviews, right? For at least 30 more minutes, and then I will switch to finishing out the donation reviews. So, you couldn't write your UID in the message for some reason? Really? That's weird. Okay. That's annoying. I don't know. How can I fix that? Well, either way, put your UID in the chat if you can, and I'll try to yoink it, and I'll just put it in the document here somewhere. Anyways, I do like me a J Cutter build. Nice, I'll hate them though. Pleb. Where the fish? There's the fish. Aqua fish. Nice. Yep, as a pretty good aqua fish. Nice amount of EM and substats. This is a nice universal fish build is what I would probably describe this as. Yep. Not the most insane fischl, I would say, but also a very, very, very healthy fischl with a crown skill. I haven't bothered crowning her skill because, like, so much of her damage comes from her passive. It's just like, doesn't even need to. Don't even need to. Right, but yes. Parsley will never get picked. I mean, maybe it will. Anyways, let's do. Yeah, I haven't missed Clara in chat, right? No, I think okay. Yeah, Clara's just not here. Yeah, Clara, please DM me or something. I don't want you to feel like I stole your monies. So, anyways, let's do. How many donations do I have left? Like 1, 2. Oh god, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh boy. All right. I'm gonna look at Yevi's quick then. And then we're gonna look at Yevi's quick, and I think I'll transition to doing a bunch of random ones before I switch off to finishing off these, the donation ones. Anyways, wait, there's 17 crit rate on a goblet on official. I thought that was crit damage for some reason. Okay, that explains the 90% crit rate more. I didn't actually like look at it that closely. Alright, what are we looking at here? We're looking at Yevi's official, Furina casual. Another official. Very nice. Ooh. Definitely a lower investment official, I would say. The opposite end of the spectrum, which is funny. Yeah, still, it's interesting. Is AR-56? Yeah, I don't know. This is for a low investment official, but it's pretty good. It's obviously not insane, but you actually have a fairly high amount of stat value, like, you know, a bunch of random EM, right? A little bit of attack percent. It's interesting. It's a very interesting official build. It's kind of official build that I'd be like, if I had these exact artifacts, I'd be kind of curious to compare how it goes on like my account compared to my official build. I wouldn't say it's a bad official, because official does a lot of strong things without needing to have an insane amount of crit necessarily, right? And this official does still have enough crit rate that she will crit relatively consistently. Obviously, not having more crit damage is holding her back a little bit, duh. But as far as a low investment official goes, I think it's still very functional. Official also has a weird relationship where sometimes you do want some ER on official, but it's weird. So yeah, they are AR-56. I did see that. And that's why I was kind of saying some of those things. Like, it's not really a dysfunctional official build, but also there's still plenty of room to grow, obviously, to get additional value out of it. But there's not really any specific recommendation I'd have, because like any one of your artifacts could be potentially meaningfully improved. The goblet being the least likely. The goblet's actually your best artifact, which is a good thing to have your goblet be your best artifact. The feather is obviously pretty good, but not having double crit with the non-crit weapon on a character that doesn't ascend with crit puts, you know, even more onus on the other pieces to have more crit rate and substats, and your crit rate is actually pretty decent, but obviously then you're lacking in crit damage. So yeah, you know, that's always the problem with building official on a stringless build, is like you want a lot of crit rate, crit damage, and substats basically. So yeah, thank you, Choo Choo. We'll get yours in a little while, hopefully. Well, not hopefully, we will get to it. Hopefully while you're still here, I guess. Anyways, nice official. It's a good in progress build is what I would say. The question is, like, what is the stopping point for official, like for this kind of official, right? Where's the point where it makes sense to start moving on to farming something else? I don't know. It's hard to say. It depends how much you're really using official. She's a very valuable unit to invest in meaningfully, I think. But yeah. Oh, Clara's back? Yeah, Clara, your UID... Oh, frick, I overwrote it. Here, let's open this one then again in here. So we need to finish this. Furina and Kazo, we still have to look at it here. Yeah, Clara... Yeah, the UID I have is 600034569. That's the one that's in your message, but it did not. This was the profile that came up, and I'm assuming this is not yours. Man, thank you for letting me know, chat. Is there any way to use your Hydro Traveler? I mean, I think some people did make some videos on making some use of Hydro Traveler, but it's hard. Like, Hydro Traveler does stupid things like their burst even goes through the Abyss Wall. Which is... Why? Like, so you can't even, like, try to group enemies on the wall and pin them to a wall and use Hydro Traveler burst attached to the wall, because it goes through the wall. Like, it's so bad. It's so awful. And the reason you use Hydro Traveler is just because you're trying to make use of one of the... God, it's truly impressive how bad they made Hydro Traveler, honestly. Yeah, it's good. What are we looking at? Wait, no, that's official Furina and Kazo. Yeah, we already looked at official. Furina. Yeah, Furina's pretty good. Yeah, has a healthy amount of ER. Crown burst, nice. At level 9 skill, that's where mine sits at. And you know, with you probably want to get the refinements for this weapon. You'll get more crit from it, right? I think it goes up to 16% crit rate, if I recall, at R5 for her skill, which, you know, puts you at a pretty healthy balance. Like, yeah, it does seem like, you know, Furina got your priority artifacts compared to official, which is fair. It's definitely fair. Your timepiece is definitely relatable, but your overall build is definitely pretty well balanced and very much functional. It has room to grow, of course. And considering, having Furina and wanting to potentially improve Fischl and the value of the fact that Furina, enables more sussy hunters for other characters, like it's still a very valuable domain for you to farm, is my point. So it's worth farming more. Yevi. But, yeah. Anyways, I like it. What was the last one? Kajua. Fab build, Kazuha, nice. I appreciate that you're not undervaluing energy recharge on the characters that have valuable bursts. Like, especially as, after Xalanen's release, the most relevant thing about Kazuha over Xalanen is his burst. And how useful it can be. So, even more than ever, Kazuha after Xalanen's release will be most useful when you have the ability to use his burst. This is a really good Kazuha build. An interesting thing with Fast Sword and Kazuha's ability, to hit a bunch of it means that, in AoE situations, only having 15% crit rate in Kazuha, he will still probably trigger Fab quite consistently, because he causes a bunch of several instances of damage that all can have a chance of crit, and all on individual enemies. That it actually is pretty easy to trigger Fab on him with lower amounts of crit rate. Obviously, more crit rate could be nice, but is it worth sacrificing, making the build worse in any meaningful way? I don't know, right? This balance of having about 800 EM with this much ER on a Fab build is really, really good. It's possible, though, it could be worth swapping to a Feather or Flower with more crit rate in favor of to just trigger Fab better, particularly in single target scenarios, but also not necessarily worthwhile. So I don't know, it's weird. Point is, you got a really good Fab build. It's hard to recommend meaningfully trying to improve the build past this point. But, Clara typed out the UID. Where is it? 600. There and 345. There we go. Thank you. All good. Glad you were able to come back while I was live still. Hey, look at that. All right. We're gonna wait a second to do yours, Clara. Sorry, just because I was already. This was the one I was looking at on Aether's profile. Was already a donation one, but I want to do that. I want to do a couple free ones. And yeah, anyways, nice Kazuha. I don't think there's need to meaningfully change it. Realistically, is all I was really saying. Yeah, Furina is very good, but I do think it's still probably worth farming this domain to potentially improve your Furina a little bit with the timepiece or whatever. This goblet is unironically extremely good in my opinion. Yeah, wow, this circlet too is an insanely good off-piece circlet. So especially with how good this circlet is, I think it's worth sticking with this goblet. But yeah, just improving the timepiece in your Furina is really all you need. There's nothing else that's meaningfully worthwhile to improve on your Furina build, and then Fischl can maybe get some better pieces while you farm for it, and you get MH pieces for whatever other characters that you want to use with Furina on field, and you're off to the races. That's my feeling. But anyways, they clearly know what they're doing, is all I can say. Alright, let's do a random one. Number 176, apparently. Shao Kazumaha. And a Coriand. Yeah, I know the Sans was bad. This was Clara's Emily. We'll look at Clara's in a second here. Oh, yeah, they just put those three there. Nice. Alright. Is top-up bonus going to reset in 5.1? No, the top-up bonus reset in 5.0, because 5.0 is actually when the anniversary landed. That's also why they're doing the login rewards, and we're getting anniversary mail Primo Gems in the next week or so, I think. Anyways, so no, this patch is the anniversary, and they're not resetting top-ups next patch. They're resetting this. They already reset it, so too late now. It's very. Well, I need to take a drink of water. It's a very good client. Obviously, Gladiator. Yeah, a little bit overcapped on crit rate, I think. I think, or maybe it's not. I don't know. Obviously, probably she does scale quite meaningfully on attack, so probably want to level 90 this weapon. But other than that, yeah. Nice Claran build. Like her performance ultimately is going to be down to more the team you're using on. Like how good Claran will feel to play is going to be, quite frankly, slightly dependent on how good your official build is, right? Not that it's impossible to use her without official, but you know, it's a pretty good Foliar build too, because you are making a little bit of use out of the passive of Foliar, at least with the EM. It's not necessarily worth speccing into EM heavily, like with EM timepiece or anything, but having a bunch of EM substats for, you know, aggravate Claran is valuable, especially with this weapon. So yeah, just level this weapon to 90. Yeah, obviously maybe her talents are worthwhile to improve a little bit into level 9 or whatever, maybe if you really like her. But ultimately, like your Claran's performance is going to be dependent on other things going on the team, I would say. So it's 20 crit rate? I thought it was like 40 or something. Or no, she ascends with crit rate, right? I'm a twit. Yeah, she ascends with crit rate, but that's obviously included in this stat. So yeah, it is plus 20 crit rate. So either way, yeah, 85 crit rate, obviously it's still very, very good, right? You don't need more. You don't really need more crit rate, in my opinion. So, C2 Kazuma, huh? Fab build again. Wow. Oh, with a lot of crit rate this time. Wow. Okay, this fab build will definitely trigger fab consistently. I do think it's worth probably leveling this up to level 90 just for getting that last like 11% ER, whatever. I think it's like 61 something percent. Right. But getting that little bit of ER might make a difference. Sometimes might not. But yeah, having 800 EM, almost 200 ER once this was leveled all the way, and 38% crit rate. This is an extremely good Fab Kazuo build. It's an extremely good Fab Kazuo build. So, but yeah, we'll get to yours, Clara. Yeah, and this is a good 2-piece Shao build. ER check though. Shao does I mean, it depends. Like, if you're doing Shao, C6 Farazan, Cloud Retainer now, I do think Shao can get away with basically no energy recharge. So it's a it depends situation. With this good of an attack goblet, I think it might very well be worth it using an attack goblet. But yeah, I don't know if they're doing like Cloud Retainer, C6 Farazan, Furina, right? You know, attack goblet, it might be more valuable than you expect, especially without Bennet, right? So this is in the right situation. I think this is a very good Shao build. In a situation where you're not using, you know, C6 Farazan Cloud Retainer, you probably need some ER, I suspect, and that is a little bit non-optimal, I would say. But other than that, this is a very good Shao build, I think. So ER check. If the ER is fine, depending on the team you're using, no problem, I would say. Anyways, I don't think Dia works well with Overload Claran from my experience. I mean, yeah, if you're doing Overload Claran, you're basically just following the Raiden format. The probably want Bennet, Chungling, Chevreuse, but you could also do Claran, Official, Chevreuse, Chungling. Dia would be a low investment option ultimately. I don't really like Dia in Chevreuse teams that much. She just doesn't do much. Like, you can use her, but compared to having a very compelling off-field DPS like Chungling, you know, and Chevreuse teams are like Chevreuse teams with an on-field Electro unit are one of the main contexts in which it's not that hard to do like you're doing double pyro still. Chevreuse can generate a meaningful amount of energy for Chungling that you can funnel to her, just like you do with Bennet, if not better in some ways. So, you know, it's just like why Dia when you can Chungling in a Chevreuse team, realistically. But if you need the extra defensive utility, interruption resistance might be valuable in some situations. But Dia's own damage contribution is just like not generally worthwhile. I don't know. I should maybe test it more now that I have a Dia on with C2, which does more, you know, meaningfully more skill damage, more uptime, and I have Vorakashas, which means she's going to be doing more damage. So maybe I should test that again. But anyways, thank you, Vlad, for the $5. I'm going to get too many donations. I'm going to get swamped and whatever. Anyways, all right, we'll try to do Clara's quick, and then after Clara's, I'm going to do. I think, okay, so I'm gonna do Clara's donation one quick, and then we'll go do 5 randomized ones is what we'll do. Okay, that's what, and then after I'm done with the 5 randomized ones, then I'm gonna finish up all of my donation ones. Okay, So any donation that happened after Clar, or after Yevi, which is TK, Vicky again. Why? Okay, well, thank you, Vicky, I guess. Maxi, Maze, June, Scup, Marcel, Vlad, Choo Choo. We'll do yours after I do 5 more randoms, after Clar's. So the stream will be going on for a little bit longer, but you gotta have a stopping point. That's all. I need to refresh the page. Okay. But yeah, Yoimiya, the Clara specifically said Yoimiya, Risley, Arlecchino, Kinich, but all of them are if you have time. I don't think I have time for all of them, quite frankly. Sorry. I can very quickly glance through them and this is good Emily. Anyone who says this overcapping is bad is silly. It's a very, very good Emily. Yoimiya. C2 Yoimiya. Nice. Yeah, it's a good Yoimiya. I've always found Yoimiya, when I've tried her in trials and whatever, fairly boring. But this is a heckin' high investment Yoimiya. That's for dang sure. Yeah, it's a very good Yoimiya. But yeah, I don't know if I ever got Yoimiya. I don't know what I would do with her. I would probably do something weird with her charge attacks, her firework charge attacks, but they're also not very good. So I have no idea if I ever get her, what I'll do with her. But I feel like she should have interesting things to do with her kit, but then Mihoyo just decided no, what you do is normal attacks. I find that kind of unfortunate, but anyways. Risley, Arlecchino, Kinich, we'll get quick. C1 Risley, nice. Yeah. All your builds are heckin' good, Clara. I don't know what you want me to say. It's a good Risley. Even look at how much EM you even have. What the heck? How many dead stats do you have? You have 1. I'll count this as a half. I refuse to count stats that are doing something as dead stats, right? Flat attack is doing something. But I will count it as 1 dead stat because it has 1 roll that would have obviously been better in the other 3 rolls. So 1 dead stat, 2 dead stat, 3 dead stats. This is a 3 dead stat build. 5 dead stats if you count ER as a dead stat for him. Jesus. Okay. Alright then. Alright. Nice Risley. And that is definitely a strong Arlecchino. Yep. Yeah, that's what my talent levels are at. I just cannot see a reason to take her past 6 on her skill, and more notably her burst. Skill is basically irrelevant to level, honestly. But her burst does have some technical relevance to level, but it just doesn't really matter. Her burst is much more the utility that is not the damage, as far as, so you don't need to level it. You could very easily just do level 10 normal attack Arlecchino and level 1 skill, level 1 burst, and be very, very happy with her. So, anyways, very good Arlecchino. I don't think there's any need to improve this, in my opinion. Kinich. Oh, Kinich. Red Horn. Interesting. 3 auto crit damage. Wow. Well, you're a little bit low on attack, I would say. What? No, he counts as skill damage, so... And yeah, so Red Horn passive wouldn't be doing anything for him, right? So it's just a big ass stat stick, for him, which is interesting. How does Red Horn compare to Earthshaker? I have no idea. But yeah, as a heckin' lot of crit on this build. How do you have this good of wow. Everyone gets to be upset at Clara for having this good of an on-set Dander Goblet. Maybe did you use the elixirs for this or something? I'm guessing you probably used the elixirs and you probably got very lucky. Quite frankly, what the heck? You did not? You just got this RNG? Wow. Well, even more. Wow. Just okay. Anyways, I would say that this Kinich build is probably a bit reliant on Bennet because of how low his total attack is, but other than that, is very nice. So, anyways, And meanwhile, someone that pulled C1 Kinich can have 200% less or 100% less crit damage than you and still get the same damage. And C1 Kinich is weird. I'm surprised they just were like, oh, C1 gives him 100% crit damage on the number one thing that makes him deal damage. It's weird. So it seems like a weirdly strong C1, but hey, yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine for constellations to be strong. Like, I care about evaluating characters how they are without constellations, and not with. So constellations are just mostly there, particularly for on-field carries, for people that just like the carries enough that they, you know, they realize they like the character enough that they find it worthwhile to invest heavier in them through constellations over time. It's, I think, the healthy perspective. Don't get baited by his C1, in my opinion. But, you know, if he reruns and you've been playing Kinich for 7 years and you've decided you still like playing Kinich, then maybe it's worth it, right? So, anyways, very nice builds. Wow, Festering Desire. Get it out of my sight. Rude. That's all I can say. It's rude that you have that weapon. Very rude. I probably would still use Fav on her, though. So, I actually don't care that much about it. Also, it's R3. Actually, that's funny. Alright, never mind. You get a pass. Because it's relatable that you didn't realize that, you know, the refinements would be important when you first started playing. We put 86 fragiles into the domain? Oh my Jesus, you still got lucky with this goblet, but also, Jesus, that does explain your overall artifact quality. 86 fragiles, that's probably, what, a month's worth of resin? Let me do the math quick on that. 86 times 60, that's 5,160 resin. You get 180 resin per day times 30. Yeah, a month worth of resin is 5,400 resin. Clara put a month's worth of resin in fragiles. Anyways, R3 Festering is funny. I think if I had Festering, I'd still use Faf most of the time, so I actually don't care that much. But anyways, nice C2 Furina. Yeah, I don't know. I like Furina completely for her buffing utility, and she just needs to deal some damage off field. So like, I don't know if you see any of my videos, you know I almost always have her on a very, very non-optimized build, and she still does good. And I do that on purpose because I want her power down, yes, but also because I mostly just care about her getting her burst back, and like, and then she does some damage. So, anyways, wow, this is a lot of crit rate on Navia. Wow, not wow. Golden Troop build, which is honestly pretty dang good on Navia. It's just weird to use on her, is what I would say. Golden Troop is like, but I like it. Nice Navia build. Nice fish build as well. Yeah. Very healthy fish. I looked at Emily before. Yeah, very, very healthy Chlorand. I have no idea what C1 Chlorand does. C6 Gaming. Nice. Yeah, MH build. Yeah. Yeah, that's a very, very healthy Gaming. Using Skyward Pride and taking advantage of a C6 giving 20% crit rate, and of course the set giving crit rate. So what is that? It's like, I can math. 56 plus 36, 92% crit rate. Yeah, that's an extremely healthy and balanced Gaming. Yeah, very nice. I should do a Skyward Pride on him when I build him. I think I do intend to eventually, soon. TM. Yep, that's a Xianglin build. It's a Xianglin build. Wolfang, interesting option for her. Is Wolfang better than Harbinger? It might be better at R4. Is it better at R1? Does anyone know? I feel like it's worse. Like, right? Because it doesn't. Yeah, no, it doesn't work off field, right? Oh, the second part of the passive doesn't work off field. So, yeah, I'm like 90% sure Wolfang is meaningfully worse than Harbinger at low refinement. I'm actually not confident it's even better at high refinement, but considering how much crit rate you have at a... Well, no, wait, this gives as much crit rate as Harbinger would. So, yeah, I know she's, dual scaling, so yeah, I guess it might be better just because of the higher base attack, maybe? Yeah, Harbinger works off field. I don't know, yeah, and the intention might be to, like, use this to get good burst damage on her, too, I guess. She does have a meaningful multiplier on her burst. It's not usually we're speccing extra ER into it, but it is something that, you know, could be satisfying. So anyways, I get why you would choose Wolfang. I just am not that confident it's actually like meaningfully better than Harbinger. So, anyways, it'd be something where it's at least worth testing, right? In my case, if I got Chiori, I can't say I would bother leveling Wolfang. I have one that's R1, right? But yeah, at R4, it's probably better, I suspect. Probably, most likely at R4. But is it worth getting all those refinements compared to just how good Harbinger can be on her? I don't know. Yeah, anyways, her being able to use Harbinger is a really, really good thing about her. But anyways, thank you, Clara. Alright, let's do the five randoms. So number 259 to start. And Innie, alright. Giving me all the power. We'll do number 259 to start, and then we'll do 4 more after this, and then I will finish up my donation ones. So I think TK is next, but I'll go in order. So anyways, R1 equals R5 for Chiori because Wolf triggers on field. Yeah. Is your Discord invite expired? Can't join, is it? Why is my Discord invite expired? It shouldn't be expired. Oh wait, did I lose a level in the server and that's why? That might be why, actually. I think that's what happened. See, this is why I shouldn't have set a custom URL. Oops. Well, that's annoying. Sylveon, if you're here, can you yoink a Discord invite link? I'm guessing the custom URL is dead because like I don't pay the $80 a month for the Discord server. It's just random people on the server that they boost the server that let me do a custom link. But I'm assuming the server lost a level, so the link probably died. That's probably why. Oops, I didn't consider that factor. Okay, I'm just never gonna use a custom link then, if that's the case, because I don't want to have to micromanage that shit. That's just stupid. If I could just pay for a custom link specifically, I would, but I can't pay for a custom link specifically. I'd have to like have the server at level 80 or whatever. So yeah, Sylveon, if you could grab a new link for them, whatever, just do that. Anyways, what are we doing? Innie. Glance through. I mean, yeah, where's your crit rate, yo? Well, 64% crit rate Nubilet. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. Personally, but you know, your Mulan is very good. This is just a signature weapon. And this is just one of those people that pulls every signature weapon. And this is like, no offense, I don't know if Airborg is still here or not, but like, this is exactly why I like harp on weapons so much, and how I think it's awful they do their stupid BS with like, oh, you stop moving for a second of your character. Hey, look, you don't have the signature weapon. Like, I hate it. I mean, hey, the Alon doesn't have it. Like, man, like, how much money did Mihoyo scam out of this person for weapons? Quite frankly, that's my opinion. Oh, Earborg is here. I'm sorry, Earborg. That's my opinion. Like, getting every signature weapon feels like you just kind of got scammed out of money. That's my vibe. But, anyways, yep. But weapon drip, yeah. But that's exactly what they want you to do. The only good weapon banner is the one that doesn't exist. Like, it doesn't do anything. If you want the weapon to look good, you know, you can go, like, if you want to stare at Nubilet with his blue-ass book, go look out a footage of him, someone else that has the blue-ass book on loop on YouTube. And you can enjoy looking at it as a blue-ass book all damn day long. You want to see Furina with a blue-ass sword? Do it when someone is, like, you can look at and enjoy the sword and how it looks like without having it yourself. Without spending $200, like my point is, like, Earborg has spent a meaningful amount of money for this, and what has it materially done? Oh, it made Furina look nicer. When you see Furina's sword on her, which is when they do their freaking dark pattern bullshit where you stop moving on Furina in the overworld for a second and then it shows you the weapon. Like, God, it shouldn't actually be legal for them to design it that way, in my opinion. It's so transparently a way to, like, manipulate our monkey brain psychology into making you want the weapons for, like, oh, it looks nicer on them, or whatever else. And, like, they do so little on average for the difficulty of acquiring them, even with the weapon banner being better now, right? Like, and like, looking good is not enough of a justification. And looking good is just a situation, like you do realize there is a reality where, you know, we could just get, like, Arlecchino's scythe weapon. Like, let's say it was a friendship level 10 reward, right? But instead of friendship level 10 being doable in, like, a month, it takes 6 months to get to friendship level 10, right? Like consider that alternate reality of, you know, it takes you 6 months to get Arlecchino to friendship level 10, and they give you her weapon as a reward for playing this character for 6 months. Like, it takes a long time. It would be an incentivization to play the game for a long time. But then this weapon banner still exists for those that are impatient that wants it now, right? Do you think people would still pull for weapons for drip in that case? No. Everyone would just be like, LOL, really? You're so impatient that you couldn't just wait 6 months to get Arlecchino's weapon? I guess thanks for funding the game for us. And like thank you, Earborg, for funding the game for free-to-play players, right? Like that is part of the reason things are expensive, as like why top-ups are so expensive. Like, I do think it is worth acknowledging that. I'm not just trying to shame Earborg, right? But my point is, like, consider the alternate reality, like, conceptualization, and you kind of realize when you think about those alternative possibilities that don't actually exist, that, oh, yeah, these things are really not worth the money, right? That's my vibe. So, like, I don't know, right? The only good weapon banner is the one that doesn't exist. I maintain that perspective for gacha games. I feel like Mihoyo could have been plenty successful without the weapon banner existing at all, right? And instead, you just got these weapons with the character, right? Like, that was just you just got them with the character in some form or another, right? I don't know. Anyways, but obviously it makes the money, and it's just, like, normalized in the gacha space that everyone just treats it as completely normal, and it's just fine, it's cool, yeah. I'm like, oh, I want it for drip. And then people consider it a downside in, like, games like Zenless that, oh, you know, they don't shove the weapon in my face all the time. That makes it feel like the weapon banner is not worthwhile. Good! Good! You shouldn't feel like the weapons are worthwhile just because they shove it in your face all the time. I'm not saying it's never worth it to get these as far as, like, the damage increase they give you. If you really like a character, it can be worth it. But just getting all of them because they look good and, like, I don't like it. Anyways, I'm sorry, Earborg. I'm sorry, Earborg. You spent like $2,500? Oh god, yep. I mean, to be fair, I've spent probably as much money at this point, I'd assume. But I also make money by spending money in this game, so I'm a little bit different, I would say. Whatever. Anyways. I can get getting some of them, but just, like, blanket getting them all is what, like, it just makes me feel like you completely got manipulated into the gacha structure, and, like, this kind of account, this kind of player is exactly why weapons exist, is because it can make them a shit ton of money. Right, but can they really not make enough money? Can they really not make enough money without these things existing? Right, but anyways. We should actually review your builds. A nice Mulan. I don't know how you could survive on this low crit rate on Nubilet personally, but you know what? If you just like the big number, that's fair, I guess. I don't know. I'll probably never make my video trashing on Nubilet C1. I think Nubilet C1 makes him a unenjoyable character. I think he's actually fairly balanced at C0. He's still a bit overtuned, but I actually do think he's fairly balanced at C0, ignoring Furina's context. But, you know, C0 Nuvolette with Furina is also not like that insane, right? But I don't know. C1 is just really boring because it just like automatically pushes you towards just doing Nuvolette Furina combo. I think that's just, ugh. Yeah. Anyways, nice Raiden. LOL, where your crit rate. The funnier thing about Earborg's builds is that Earborg forgot that critting matters sometimes. You know, running low crit rate on Furina, it's whatever, because she does other important things, but like, man, 45 crit rate on Raiden on engulfing? Ooh. Ooh, do you actually play Raiden, Earborg? Are you still in chat? Have I scared you away from being an asshole? I'm sorry. Do you actually play Raiden? Do you ever crit? Oh boy. Trust me, I have farm free. Oh no, I understand. It's part of the reason I actually I believe in hybrid Raiden so much, is that like it's actually easier to build Raiden on a hybrid build doing like EM goblet, EM goblet, EM timepiece, crit circlet, and then you just have to make sure you prioritize some ER substats versus engulfing, which is just like, I actually think an engulfing emblem build is more miserable than a EM crit damage build on hybrid Raiden with Staff of Scarlet Sands, but because you get so much crit rate for free, it's just so much easier to balance your crit stats. So yeah, no, I understand. It's just funny. I was just curious if you actually play her. If you could you actually stand playing Raiden with this amount of crit rate? I don't think I'd be able to play Raiden with this amount of crit rate. It would just feel so bad. That's all I'm saying. Like I don't know if I'd be able to stomach it. Why Animal Goblet? Oh, I mean, okay, I guess, you know. Weird hybrid Kazuo with 100 EM Anima Goblet. That's funny. I respect it. I actually kind of like it, to be honest. You're also You're also bursting once in every 700 years on this Kazuo build, which is, I'd say, not ideal, especially considering, as I mentioned before, the number one thing that's unique about Kazuo is actually his burst. Like, if people feel like Xilonen is going to just be better than Kazuo, it'll be a clear statement to me. Anyone I see that's saying Xilonen is just better than Kazuo outright is a person that clearly does not understand the value of Kazuo's burst. Right? So, anyways, it's an interesting Kazuo build. I actually respect the weird hybrid approach, but also you're bursting once every century. So, anyways, it's kind of impossible to do an EM build and have enough ER to burst consistently and have some crit. Like, it's basically impossible to do that. So, you know, I can get why you would choose this approach, is my point. Like, you gotta sacrifice something if you want to kind of approach seeing some fun crits on occasion with them, right? Anyways, also Kazuo's grouping is so comfortable. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Yep. His grouping and his burst is what will keep him relevant still. Very relevant still in many situations. But Xilonen does have some upsides over him, but she also doesn't have the damage contribution like he has, especially in the context of what his burst can do, and doesn't have grouping, so, you know. But she has healing, right? So, like, I actually do think C0 Xilonen is fairly balanced because of the fact that she kind of just mostly matches Kazuo, but has some upsides, some downsides. Nice, Elon. Why am I looking at everything? You said any, and I'm looking at everything. Okay, I'm bad. Whatever, it's fine. I'm just making the paid people wait. Get wrecked. Nice. Well, okay, I was gonna say nice because 100% crit rate. You actually figured out the crit rate situation on Xiao. Probably because you were forced to. Just like, dang it. Crit rate ascension with crit rate signature weapon, and I have to use the signature weapon. Can't possibly use Staff of Homa, because that doesn't look as good. I'm sorry, Earborg, you're just fun to make fun of. I can't possibly use a, crit damage weapon on him. So, I'm just stuck with 93% crit rate. Darn it, I would have preferred 20. It'd be impressive to have a 20% crit rate Xiao, considering it's impossible. Well, it's not impossible. You just have to not ascend him. Anyways, where's your ER, though? Nice. See? I told you. Told you. I told you. If you give Earborg a choice, they're just not going to have crit rate. They only have crit rate on Mualani because they were forced to. Because like a crit rate ascending character, ew. And then their artifacts just happen to roll a couple rolls in the crit rate, right? But like I'm pretty sure Earborg would have deleted this crit rate if they could. Anyways, no, it's just funny. Yeah, Xiao has a nice crit rate, but I'm pretty sure if Xiao didn't have a green, if Homa was green, if Staff of Homa was green, I'm pretty sure Earborg would have a 50% crit rate Xiao. Just saying. So, anyways, attack goblet. I mean, again, I mentioned before, like it kind of depends. I'm just going to guess Earborg probably has C6 Farazon. Right, and if you're doing Farazon, C6 Farazon, or Farazon, C6 Farazon, you're doing C6 Farazon, Shanyun, Furina, right? Like non-Bennet Xiao. Attack goblet can be more than good enough on him, right? So I don't think it's actually that big a deal. But if you're doing Bennet with him, obviously is quite a bit worse, I would say. But you know, don't underestimate having a bunch of attack when you're not using the Bennets, the Benny boy. But anyways, Vortex Vanquisher, 123 ER. I mean, I do like your Zhongli build, honestly. He's not going to crit very often, but it's Zhongli. It's not like he's going to contribute that meaningful damage. He doesn't need to crit consistently, but when he does crit, you'll see meaningful damage from the Zhongli build. This is probably what I imagine Mihoyo's intended approach to doing a Vortex Vanquisher build was for Zhongli, right? It was something along these lines of they intended them to do some shielding and do a little bit of damage, but, you know, nothing insane. I think this is kind of like the Mihoyo ideal Zhongli. Which is not like the ideal Zhongli, it's the Mihoyo ideal Zhongli. And nice yeah. Yeah, I mean, she gets a bunch of free crit rate, so this is actually, you know, you have enough crit rate. Congrats. Clap. Anyways. Oh, yeah, I didn't even notice it's an R2. Nice. What banner did you lose to? What banner were you wishing on that you got an R2 Vortex Vanquisher? Alright, anyways, thank you, Earborg. Your profile was fun to look at, as much as I was being a little bit mean, but I don't know. I think it was an interesting, like, example of an account that maybe represents what not to do, but it's still fun to look at. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, yeah, no, I don't know you. I know you don't necessarily have every signature weapon, but they've definitely spent some money for these weapons, is what I can say. Like, there's a couple of these weapons, just saying, there's a couple of these weapons that cost them several $100s. Like, this weapon might not have been very cheap for like a few percent better than Jade Spear on her. Oh, and not to mention like how good Homa looks on her. Like, damn, Homa. And like Earborg, if you like low crit rate Homa, can I introduce you to a 40% crit rate Arlecchino that has 250 crit damage? You might like that. You're showing these cause you have the weapons. Ah, I see. That's fair. All right. Anyways, let's do 248. That was number 1 of 5, by the way. Jesus Christ, I spent too long on that one. They said any, and I did all. That is not what I should have done. That's my bad, but whatever. You know what? You got maximum value for your $0 Earborg. Anyways, Chlorand and Xiangling. Xiangling, that's a rare one to request. Nice. This is a good Xiangling. Yeah. It's just a well-bound Xiangling with a, like, right, this is a very, obviously, this is a lot of ER with an EM timepiece, obviously. This is a well-balanced Xiangling. For 64% crit rate with catch at R5. Yeah. Crown burst. Very nice. Oh, it's a C0 Xiangling. Your AR 57. And then you've avoided any extra copy of Xiangling. Oh dear. Oh dear. I will say, having played a C0 or C1, I don't know, same difference, doesn't matter. I haven't played a C0 Xiangling on weapons only for a year. And having a I have a really good build on Xiangling on my weapon only account. I don't remember exactly what it looked like, but it's a really good build on Xiangling. I did not like her. I do not like this character without C4. But yeah, don't forget that Xiangling does show up in the shop. I don't know when she's next going to be in the shop off the top of my head. But the Paimon shop, you know, like, the worst case scenario for Xiangling, Xiangling is one of the easier characters to get to C4 as far as 4 stars go, because the worst case scenario is, you know, you get 1 free copy, you get 2 from the Paimon shop by saving your star glitter, and then you need 2 from a banner, right? And she shows up fairly commonly on banners because it's Xiangling, she's strong and has a lot of synergy with a lot of units in the game, so they tend to throw her on a lot of banners. Like, they should. It's good. It's a good thing. So, yeah, because there are players like this, right? Like, this is the thing that people, when you see people complaining about, like, why is Xiangling rerunning for the 500th time? Why is Bennet rerunning for the 500th time? Not every player has been playing the game for years, right? Like, they do need to rerun the relevant characters fairly often, so that people like MA can get Xiangling C4, right? Because you'd have to pull 2 copies of her basically at minimum to get Xiangling C4 within a year-ish of playing the game. Like, the most you would have to wait to get Xiangling C4 if you planned around it properly, saved your star glitter, is a year. In the worst case scenario. It should be less than a year normally though. Anyways, she's one of the easier C4s to get. But anyway, it's a good Xiangling for a starting build. As soon as you get, when you get C4, you'll just be like, wow. I see why people say Xiangling is overpowered. So anyway, Chlorand, nice Lion's Roar. A little bit more uncommon. I do believe the Fontaine Craftable is a bit better for her. But I don't know if it's necessarily so significant that it's really like, oh, do you need to get R5 Finale versus Lion's Roar on Chlorand? Not necessarily, I don't think. This is a very good Chlorand build, 90% crit rate, 205 crit damage, on Whimsy even, right? Double Crown even, wow. So, yeah, don't know what your Fischl looks like, you know. If you're struggling to use Chlorand, don't forget Fischl. That's all. But yeah, this is a very, very good Chlorand. Yeah, I don't know exactly how Lion's Roar compares. If you do want to see if it's worthwhile to get like Finale of the Deep versus Lion's Roar, go check out, like, actually, you know, screw it, we'll just do this, and why not? KQM, Chlorand, this does exist. I'm surprised that KQM didn't release a Kinich guide yet. It's very odd. He's been out for a week, right? Yeah, he's been out for a week. Anyways, weapons. So, where's their... I want their... Wait, do they not have their... Oh, they don't have a spreadsheet linked here. Usually they tend to link a spreadsheet for their calcs for weapons and things fairly often, but... okay. Well, that's annoying. Anyways, good alternative to Finale of the Deep, especially at high refinements, since its passive has a very high uptime on Chlorine Steams. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured, but... yeah. I don't know. I don't know where the breakpoint is. Point is for refinements of Finale of the Deep versus Lion's Roar, comparing an R2 Lion's Roar. That's what I was hoping they had a spreadsheet linked, because normally they would. They might have a full guide for Chlorand. This is the quick guide, to be fair. But anyways, I'm sure someone's done the calc somewhere. Ultimately, you could go. Ultimately, what you could do is use this. This is linked in my description. This is. Oh, it's getting cut off a little bit. This is GI damage calculator.web.app, and it's GI, the letters DMG calculator.web.app. Linked in the description of this video, but you can go and put in like, I sincerely hope showing Xylan in there doesn't get my freaking stream striked by Howeverse. It actually might, because like they have automatic checkers that like check to see if like people show like things like these from future versions. Oh, Jesus Christ, I forgot that Xylan shows up here. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so like input your Chlorand, right, and input your exact build here, and configure all the buffs and whatever if you need. But you can just go in and configure, like, see what a that's not Finale. See what a Finale of the Deep with whatever refinements before you level it up, right? And you can see how the damage changes compared to your Lion's Roar. Thankfully, in your case, right, since it's the very similar weapon as far as like the base stats it gives a bunch of attack percent, doesn't give any crit, so you don't have to change your build balance around for testing that. You just input your artifacts and see how it compares. I would suggest doing that. So, anyways, Yeah, hopefully this, if this stream disappears, like if the VOD is not available for this stream on my channel, then that is because MiHoYo freaking striked me. I hope they don't. That would be really stupid and annoying. But, anyways, it's also possible I lose all the revenue from the people that donated if they strike it too. I don't know if I actually get the donation revenue or not. I think I do, but I'm not confident. That would really be annoying. Anyways, wait, there's a 52 CV piece there. Did I miss it? Where? No, this isn't 52. That's. Wait, no, I mean this is ridiculous, to be clear, that piece. But there's no 52 CV here. Yeah, you can't count. 52 is possible, but it ain't here. This one got close. This feather. So, anyways, this is number 3 of 5, and then we'll finish donations. Thank you, Koduko, for the donation. We'll get yours in a little while. It's going to take a second though. I'm trying to finish up the randoms, and I'll finish up the donation ones. I need to drink water. My lips are dry. Yeah, max is 54.4 CV, and again, it doesn't matter. Okay. AI. Now look at AI. Control C. Whoop, I didn't mean to switch that. Alright. Yai, newbie, who's down? Oh, I'm struggling to remember so much. Newbie. Nice. Yeah, pretty well balanced newbie. With his book. And probably enough ER. Actually, I don't know. Not necessarily enough ER for non-Furina teams. Probably enough ER for Furina teams. But speaking of, Furina probably does not have enough ER for solo Hydra teams either. But you know, it's, if all you do is play Nuvi Furina combo, I guess it's probably fine. Yeah, this is a good Nuvi build. Good chunk of EM. I feel like this should push you towards doing some weird burning things with him. Would be fun with him, but. Yes, yeah, good newbie. Very nice. You have Shana. Rude. Or is it your fault? Is it your fault? Are you the reason they haven't rerun Shenhe? Are you restricting her from all of us? Anyways, what was Hu Tao, I think, and then Yai. If only they would ever rerun Shenhe. Jade Spear, nice. Yeah, this is a very healthy Hu Tao on 4-piece Crimson. Yep. Nice onset Power Goblet. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It was just a very healthy Hu Tao. Obviously a little bit low in EM, but like, is that the end of the world? Not necessarily. So, yeah. Yeah, there's very few dead stats in this build, honestly. Like the flower is the most relatable, but still CV is pretty good, obviously. Timepiece is a couple bad rolls, but yeah, that was a very good Hu Tao. Obviously it's not going to perform necessarily as well as like a Homa Hu Tao with an EM timepiece would, but I don't think it's like worth transitioning to like pulling Homa just for that. And she's rumored to we'll find out on Friday. She's rumored to rerun, by the way, next patch for some godforsaken reason. Compared to, you know, they're going to rerun Hu Tao again for some reason versus rerunning this character or Ganyu. And like how do they release skins for Ganyu and Shenhe? They've released 2 video games since Shenhe's last banner. And then they're just like, nah, we're just not gonna run the characters. Like, I have to imagine they probably planned to back when they released the skins, and then they just like changed it up for whatever reason. Because they're like, oh wait, we can get more money rerunning or running these characters instead. And then they're just like, so they forever just like, we don't want to run these characters because we've boned Cryo so much that like we know we're not going to make money on these Cryo characters, so we're just never going to rerun them. Like, why? Can you F off, MiHoYo? Jesus. Anyways, whatever. Sorry, distracted. Nice Hu Tao. Yai. Oh yeah, how did I forget about Yai? Not level 90. No. Rip. Alright, you should level 90 your Yai. Well, okay, asterisk. If you're not using your Yai in Dendro teams, then like it technically doesn't really matter for her to be level 90 much. But if you're using her in Dendro teams, it does matter quite significantly. So you should level 90 her. Because the base aggravate scaling does use her base level and then her EM. Also 0 EM Yai I mean, look, the Widzith sometimes gives some EM. But yeah, 0 EM is a little unfortunate. 3-piece, no piece. Or 3-piece, 2-piece, sorry. Anyways, it's a very good crit balance. And you have a healthy amount, you know, you have a good amount of, like, attack subsets. But, yeah. If you have maybe, like, a flower or whatever, because you could do an off-piece in your flower, right? You have 2 glad. If you have a flower that has, you know, a decent bit of crit and then like 50 EM, that might be a meaningful improvement to your build, actually, is what I would probably suggest. And then, you know, level 90, assuming Dendro. But if not Dendro, then, you know, I get it. This does look like something like what I do with 2-piece attack with my eye, which is more universal. And I do like her on 2-piece attack, but I also very purposely have like about 150-ish EM in substats, I think. Which I like, so that, you know, it's good for her passive, good for increasing air evade damage. It feels like a good balance to me. But anyways, Vermia, more monies. Thank you for the monies, but also I'm never gonna end the stream, am I? All right, that was number 3, right? I think we're doing 2 more. 228. Yoimiya, wow. Thank you, random person, for only asking me to review one thing. I might end this stream eventually. Sorry if it's late. No, it's not late. It's just the stream is going long. And I feel like I get tired and more incoherent and give worse meaningful... I have worse meaningful thoughts about builds the longer the stream goes. Ultimately, all it is, it's just like, oh, well. It's just funny. Every time I'm at like 4 hours and I keep on seeing donations, I have a backlog of 10 donations. I'm just like, well, who knows when I end the stream. It's fine, though. Anyways, R5 Rust Yoimiya. Very nice. Wow, this is a frickin'... Jesus, this is so much crit for a Rust build Yoimiya. Yeah, damn. This is a very nice Rust build Yoimiya. Very healthy balance. Even got a good chunk of EM. Even has a little bit of attack percent. It's a very, very nice balance. You only got 1, 2, like 3, 4, 5 will count. I'm not gonna count those 2. 6, 7, 8. 9 dead stats? Yeah. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. That's a dang good Rust Yoimiya. Yep. I don't know. I'm assuming you just wanted to show off your Yoimiya. So, I don't think you need any advice about your Yoimiya. That's my guess. Alright, one more, and it's number 309. That's a more recent one, I think. Alright, not 3096. Mualani and Furina. Mainly Vape. That's fair. I don't know if you mean Furina vape, but I'm assuming you mean Mualani vape, which does make sense. Mualani do be a vape unit. Nice. That's a little chunk of ER. Widzith again. Nice. I still don't like Widzith, especially at R1. I'm pretty sure you have an HP circlet, which explains why you're a little bit low on crit damage. For a Widzith build especially. But this is a very good HP circlet, to be clear. It does make sense to use it, especially with a crit weapon. So I think this does make sense for now. You might want to switch to using the craftable. I'm pretty certain the craftable is going to be better than Widzith. Especially with the refines. You can double check other people's calcs on it if you don't want to take my word for it. But also, you know, this is... Wow. This is the goblet I would dream of for my build on my Mualani. If I get this kind of goblet, I will try to transition Mualani to this kind of build. This is a ridiculous goblet for Mualani. Holy Jesus. Okay. Anyways, this is literally like the dream goblet for a sacrificial Jade Mualani build. Plus 16 feather. I mean, yeah, it's fair. It's not like this is not necessarily a priority to level up. Like what, one more crit rate roll, one more EM rolls are gonna meaningfully change the difference in their build. They don't get any value from the attack, right? So I can get why they wouldn't bother leveling this past 16. It's not like it could give them another valuable roll. It's probably worth it to level past 16 eventually, but it's definitely not the priority. So anyways, point is, like, this is actually a perfectly fine balance, I think, for like a Widzith build. Yeah, like a craftable build with a crit damage circlet, and on whatever Ring of Yaksha is called, or heck, even the event weapon might be more valuable. I don't know, but Widzith is probably better than the event weapon technically, but the event weapon is also fun. So, I don't know. Anyways. Yeah. So just don't, I don't know. Wizard is not like it's bad, and it could give really fun big screenshot damage when you get the right buff going or whatever. But it's RNG, and the fact that you have R1, it's very, very likely the craftable is better. But right now, for the artifacts you have, it's possible your wizard is better. That's all I'm acknowledging. The craftable might not be better until you get, you know, like a crit damage circlet and like a you know, better balanced stats and, you know, feather and flower for the craftable, because the craftable makes you want more like the generic crit rate, crit damage stats, right? So I don't know. Anyways, it's a good in progress build. It's interesting. So yeah. Yeah, Wizard is great if you're lucky. Yeah, if you're lucky, or if you're willing to, you know, RNG optimize. Anyways, what was the other one? C3 Xiangling. Furina. Oh yeah, Furina. Fab build Furina. Triple HP. Wee. I think. The main suggestion I would have, obviously, is a crit rate circlet. Or more HP. Yeah. I think you need at least 20,000 more. No. Level 5 to 90. Not for the base attack, just for the ER. You get a crit rate circlet. I get it. Yeah. And obviously having more crit damage could be nice, but you're not going to get a better timepiece. You know, you get this feather is basically very meh. Flower is also very meh. So I don't know. Strongboxing for some golden troop is probably worthwhile for improving this Furina build. It's probably what I can say. You know, getting a better flower feather, basically just crit rate, crit damage, ER, HP percent, whatever mix. You know, these aren't the worst, right? There's 1 HP roll. That's another at least 1 HP percent roll, if not more, from flat HP. So it's technically nothing. And then ER. So this is equivalent of, I'd say, at least 3 valuable rolls in the feather, and 1, 2, 3 valuable rolls in the flower. It's not like it's the worst, but three lines of stat value equivalent in the flower and feather is really not that good. It's very low investment, is what I would say. The goblet is more than good enough to stick with, I'd say. But yeah, crit rate circlet, and then like getting some more crit damage in the flower feather, crit damage, HP, and then in the ER is kind of a nice bonus. And you're kind of perfect, right? Like literally, if we just tweak this around to be crit rate circlet, let's pretend it has the same amount of ER, right? Let's just say about 200 ER on a crit rate circlet. The crit rate circlet doesn't even have any crit damage, right? Would take you up to like 60-something% crit rate, 67% crit rate. And then we'll axe the crit rate from this completely, so we'll be at like 64% crit rate, whatever, right? Still above 60%. And then, you know, even if we lose all the HP, whatever, turn this into 3 crit damage rolls on each of the flower and feather, right? Then this build goes from 36.183 with, you know, triple HP to 60%, 64% crit rate, and 120 crit damage, right? Which is a way better balanced build, right? It's not like this is dysfunctional though, so I don't know. It's interesting, right? But a little bit to go. Level fab to 90. Strongbox for crit rate circlet, and then watch for flowers and feathers. I don't think it would take that long. Like, I'm willing to bet like after like 1,000 resin put in equivalent. Even if it's only equivalent of like 1,000 resin, and then strongboxing all the garbage, it will probably still get you there. So it's not that far off, I feel like. But anyways, was this the last one, or was the next one the last one? I think the next one's the last one. Yeah, I think this one's the last one for the free ones, and then I'm finishing up the donation ones. Love your content, lurking. Thanks. Yeah, I always try to remember that there's lurkers sometimes, but sometimes I forget. Feel free to roast my Akasha optimized Furina and Yelan. Okay, we'll do. Thank you, Zoshio. We'll get to that in a little bit. All right, Mualani and Dia. Dia's built for a Virgin team. Nice. All right. Good night, Rick. Hope you enjoyed. All right, this is the last one. Who is it? Pixel. All right. This is definitely a Virgin Dia build. Yep. I don't know. Burgundia has like, it's like she's simultaneously not so very like I think the number one thing that like, this is why like I have stopped saying like Burgundia is like you can go back and see in the comments where the people were like, oh, do Burgundia, and like I don't think it's enjoyable to do Burgundia when like that's the main focus of the team's damage, unless you're just talking like a low investment, accessible way to get value out of Dia, right? But building EM on Dia and her doing a meaningful amount of Burgeon damage can be significant, because like I think Burgeon is at its best not when it's like something like, it's not like Hyperbloom, right? Wherein you can craft a whole team around Hyperbloom's damage and it'd be a very meaningful amount of damage, because the reactions work out in a way where you can very consistently get a set amount of Hyperblooms constantly happening, right? Burgeon's, when Burgeon is at its most ideal, it's always like inconsistent because of the fact that Pyro, the Pyro application F's up with the ability to generate the cores that you want to trigger Burgeon on, right? So, and then Dia has problems that are like just not ideal for triggering Burgeons consistently compared to Toma. But because the Burgeon core generation itself tends to be inconsistent in most variations of like teams where Burgeon is happening, it doesn't really matter that she has like lower frequency of hits that much, and it doesn't really matter that much that her like the hitbox is kind of weird on it. Like it's still fine. It's still a really compelling way. Like if Burgeons are generating and you can have Dia in the team doing some off-field pyro, it's a compelling way to get some valuable, a meaningful amount of off-field damage, right? That otherwise you wouldn't have had, right? It's a way to get additional damage in some situations. And that's, I think, the best perspective to take on it. It's not like a way to make a very strong team, but it is a way to just get some additional damage you otherwise wouldn't have had. So, anyways, point is I actually kind of like Burgeon Dia now because of that restructuring my perspective on Burgeon a little bit. And part of the reason is because of like how valuable Furina is, right? In like if you're doing Furina in a Burgeon team, Furina herself is at least at bare minimum is contributing damage, and then ideally you're using Furina buff to buff someone else's damage. So if you're doing Furina buffing someone else, like a whatever, having some Dendro going on and having Dia going on, triggering Burgeon. So if I'm doing like Furina, Emily, Dia, like it's compelling to do Dia on a Burgeon team. I can also do Dia on a carry team, like when I'm doing the Furina, Siegeween, Emily, Dia team that I've been playing. But I also have tested that team with using Dia on a Burgeon team, and it's not that much worse just having her on a Burgeon build. And then focusing on fielding other whatever more. So, anyways, is interesting. Ultimately, it's just put EM and like see Burgeon damage, right? it's pretty simple. So I like it. Widget again. Wow, we're seeing all the Widget builds on Mulan. Geez. I think this is a very non-ideal amount of crit rate. I think this build would almost assuredly be meaningfully better served with the craftable weapon, is my guess. I like how this feather is not leveled up at all. Especially if this feather rolls crit rate. Dia forever with half a good kit. But again, like, if she's half good at 5 different things, when you can make use of all those different things at the same time, or not necessarily all of them, but if you can make use of some mix of her things that she's half good at, is multiple things being half good all together in one unit not a good thing? Right? I don't like I don't know. That's the perspective I have, at least, right? If you can have a unit that is half good at a bunch of different things, but the conjunction of all the things she's half good at is important and relevant for enabling whatever else is going on the team, that's a good thing. Like, there's many times I've used Dia where like she's the most compelling choice to use in the team for the team to function well. So yeah, 30,008 HP is quite satisfying. So I guess never change the build. There you go. No, if it was 30,003 HP, I would say never change the build. But anyways, it's a very good build. It's a little bit low in crit rate, Honestly, it's a lot of it low in crit rate, in my opinion. I don't know if I'd like 70% crit rate on her personally. I kind of sometimes find myself getting annoyed with 92% crit rate. I'm just like, oh, didn't crit, really? But anyway, maybe it's easier to be less annoyed with 70% crit rate, to be fair, because at least when you know we have a 30% chance to non-crit, you're like, it's not that unexpected. When you have 92% crit rate and you don't crit, you're just like, really? But anyways, this is more than a function, I think, of a Mulan build. I'm not sure. In this situation, I don't know if I would actually switch to the craftable weapon versus R5 Widzith. It's still obviously a good weapon, so as long as you don't mind optimizing around not getting the attack buff. So, yeah. Many people say to new character, the new Dia when Hoyoverse nerfs the kit. Yeah. Not to mention, like, how many times people see... The amount of times people see changes in a character kit and just see, like, the number value changes slightly, like, downwards, and they're just like, why are they nerfing the character? Like, what's funny is, like, we found out that Caesar in Zenless today, got some buffs. She got some buffs in the live version of her kit in Zenless. And the Reddit thread that I saw, like, half of the comments contain idiots going, why the hell are they nerfing her? You want to know why they're saying that? Because they nerfed her, like, one specific aspect of her damage. Like, they'd reduced the multipliers of it, but it was already a low multiplier in the first place. And it was an ability you only really used to try to, like, group enemies a little bit. So it was a very situationally, potentially useful ability, right? And this was not a character where you're normally using that ability to do meaningful damage. And they actually buffed the damage multiplier meaningfully of the ability that does do more damage and does get used consistently. And then you have idiots in the comments going, why the hell would they nerf her? And this is already a character that, in my opinion, is a little bit overtuned in Zenless and should not be as strong as she is. But, like, they didn't nerf her, but stupid people saw that a multiplier value lowered. And they're like, why are they nerfing her? Like, do you have any critical thinking skills to, like, not, like, look at the whole picture, read the rest of the things going on, and try to understand at least somewhat how this character is meant to function before you try to make a conclusion and start saying things that, like, and get where, like, you're getting emotionally upset that they're changing how this character functions without understanding how the character functions. Like, what are you doing, people? I don't understand people, right? Like, you enjoy getting emotionally upset about things because you don't understand them, because you didn't even try to understand them. Like, that's the vibe they give, right? So anyways, yeah, whatever. Well, good. Thanks for the thanks, Pixel. I think your Mulan is fine. I don't think you really have to improve it. Anyway, we'll do one more free one. Why not? Why not? No, yeah. All right. And they put Furina. All right, knew it. No, you put Furina in the sub notes. I'm not gonna look at your Furina. All right, I refuse. You're just a bonus. Pikachu. Nice. This is a strong Furina. Healthy amount of EM. I like that you're using Sacrifice. I use Sacrifice on her for a long time. I would still probably prefer an EM Goblet in this situation, but this is also a very good Dendro Goblet. As far as Nahida's own damage goes, EM versus Dendro Goblet is perfectly fine. The reason I like EM Goblet is because if it's the same for her damage, but also has the ability to increase her EM, which increases her burst buff for other units, it's a more universal build. So hence why I like EM Goblet, but it's perfectly compelling and very viable to do a Dendro Goblet, obviously. So, anyways, I looked at Furina. Oops. Also, you. Look at this. Oh my god. Oh. You're using Kirara's signature weapon on Furina, and then you're using 140. Yeah. Oh boy. Whatever. It's fine. What was it supposed to look at? Mulan, right? No, not Nahida Hu Tao. All right. Whoops. Dragon's Bane, nice. Nice Dragon's Bane Hu Tao, yeah. This is a very healthy Dragon's Bane Hu Tao. Obviously, it's hard to get a good balance of crit with the Dragon's Bane Hu Tao. It is definitely the hardest way to build this character. But this is a very healthy Dragon's Bane Hu Tao. Yeah. Like, obviously getting a little bit more crit rate rolls would have been an ideal. It's a little bit imbalanced, but at the same time, it's hard to meaningfully improve from here, right? Yeah. Pretty dang good. Alright. Nice. Alright. Well, anyway, so sorry for making all the friggin' donations wait for 5 years. Let's finish the donation ones. I'm taking a drink of water quick. People do indeed be scared of energy recharge. To be fair, at least the skill is in higher level than the burst. That's the worst thing. When I see it, like, this is technically a Furina build that, you know, with double hydro, she might, depending on the situation exactly, she might be having enough ER to burst consistently. Might. I don't think I would like this amount of ER, even double hydro, but, you know, is this the last review? This was the last free review, yeah, so if you don't want to hang around, but yeah, I don't know, I've been going for 4 hours, I think, and I think I did meaningfully more free reviews than I did in the last 4 hours, I think, than paid reviews, but now I'm gonna finish up my donations because I got a backlog of like 10 donations, so, yeah, no more randoms, but we'll do more in the future. Alright, TKs, sorry for making you wait so long if you're still here. What are we looking at? Mualani Arlecchino. Oh yeah, and they asked, also elixir for Mualani. I mean, elixir for what piece? I don't know if TK is still here, but this is a very good build on Mualani. That's an incredibly high amount of EM, honestly. This is an incredibly good build. And what the hell? So I guess no? Like, no. Definitely not use your elixir on Mualani, just because, like, I don't know, what the chances that the elixir even goes that well is so low, it feels like, right? I don't know, like, like, you could use the elixir, I guess, in the sands, maybe. Like, there is room for improvement, I guess. Maybe on the flower? Because, like, you could do double crit, but, like, the flower you would choose double crit, probably. And then it'd have to get HP percent EM for it to, like, meaningfully, like, just no, don't use it on the flower. It's not worth it. Obviously not the feather. Like, no, just definitely not use it. Don't use it on flower feather. And, like, the circlet is ridiculously cracked. I don't think it's worth trying for a different circlet. This is already an extremely good circlet. Like, you're already at 94% crit rate, right? Like, if it's like, oh, I need to get, you know, if this flat def was crit rate, you'd have 100% crit rate. Like, yeah, but, like, does it actually matter? Same thing with the timepiece, right? Like, I don't know, like, choosing it, like, with this amount of crit rate, I honestly think it'd be better if you're going to use elixir for Mualani to do crit damage EM, probably, as the chosen substats, but, yeah, I don't know, I just don't think it makes sense to use a elixir for your Mualani. So, EM, I mean, yeah, I guess you could do an EM sans. I think you have enough EM and substats. I don't think it really matters. You can check what your ranking is on your Mualani in Akash or whatever to see the difference maker. For like how many like comparing notably how many EM sands you see in the top end of the leaderboard versus HP sands. But less than that, more just looking at the overall balance of stats for like different parts of the leaderboard. Look at like the top. In the top 1,000 range, right? Look at the number 1,000 Mualani range, and see how much EM they have, right? And look at like their overall. If their overall stat balance is like, oh, they have 300 EM, but they have 5,000 less HP than you do. It's like not that different necessarily from you having 114 EM and having 3,500 HP, right? So, I don't know, but you are in a circumstance of, if you're trying to decide if it's worth it to use the elixir on EM sands, I would go and look at Akasha and see if there's a clear trend towards EM sands being way better, if you really like Mualani that much, right? But man, this Mualani build seems way more than functional to even bother, in my opinion. because you've gotten a very healthy amount of EM regardless, and you can get like I've been getting a bunch of EM on my Mualani from just external buffs, like doing Dia on instructors on R5, the Sumeru craftable, right? And then I just have a bunch of EM from buffs, so I don't need a ton of EM from substats or an EM timepiece. And I also kind of like having a HP timepiece personally for the circumstances where I screw up usually, or I'm just not paying attention, whatever else, where I don't vape, right? Or if I'm just in overworld and just surfing around and I don't cause, I don't put pyro on enemies first. I just surf and hit the enemies, right? In those cases, then obviously HP timepiece is better than EM. So, anyways, yeah, it's a Mualani mini EM when best in slot weapon for more damage. Yeah, that's not too surprising to me that EM is better. I'm just saying, is it worth using the elixirs for it, right? Like, how much of an increase is it really? Again, you could also use the GI damage calculator in the description. Right? Oh god, I just realized I showed Cloran's, or I showed Xylan's weapon too. Yeah. Right, use the damage calculator. You can input your exact artifacts and like put in your hypothetical, EM piece on Mualani with whatever amount of crit rate. Like, being realistic, you shouldn't expect it to be a 50 CV or 40 CV even, right? But you can be realistic and like expected hopefully rolls at least 30 crit value, right? You can be optimistic at least in that way, I'd probably say, and see how that compares to your HP timepiece, right? I don't know. I don't think it's worth it personally. I don't think I would do it. But if you like Mualani that much, maybe it is, right? What do you also want to look at Arlecchino? Yeah, this is a nice Arlecchino build. Yeah, this is just a really nice balanced Arlecchino Gladiator build, right? I don't think there's much else to say about it, to be honest. You have a very healthy amount of attack percent. So you have a little bit more this is pretty similar to my build, I would say, but you have more EM and more attack percent, a little bit less crit damage. And I think your build is actually probably better than my Arlecchino build. Probably. They're probably very close, right? Point is, I have a very good 4-piece Gladiator Arlecchino build that I am very comfortable never changing. I think your Arlecchino is very good. Nice, you left a skill level 1. So, yep. Arlecchino without C1 and best in slot weapon need ER to reset the skill cooldown? No, you don't. No, you really don't. Okay, to be clear, there are some teams where it might be very valuable to build some extra ER to do that, to reset our skill cooldown. But you do not need to consistently burst on Arlecchino to reset our skill cooldown in many of our teams. So, anyways, I like having a couple of extra ER rolls on her, but it's definitely unnecessary, and most teams don't have to. So, but like it is a DPS loss very often to burst on Arlecchino. To be clear, like if you're using Arlecchino's burst every rotation, the reason that's bad is because her burst takes a while to do and doesn't actually do that much damage. Like having to do E, Q, E on Arlecchino is a meaningful amount of extra field time, right? You don't want to have to do that consistently most of the time. Can you not have every time Bond of Life? What do you mean? Are you saying like you like to min-max her Bond of Life? You use her burst in like mid-rotation? What do you? I don't know what you mean, Jibari. Quite frankly, I disagree. Having used Arlecchino a lot in different ways, most of the teams that people play Arlecchino in, you don't really need extra ER on her. There are situations you do, but not that many. So, anyways. The rotation on Arlecchino is fast. 30-second cooldown is hard. She doesn't have a 30-second cooldown. She reduces cooldown when she does normal attacks. I don't think you are taking a context of how most people actually play this character. And I don't think you're acknowledging the fact that having to do EQE, the time it takes to do EQE is high. Like, EQE is more time than just E, right? Like you are losing damage by doing that. Even if it makes the cooldown line up more neatly for you. So, I don't know. Anyways. You just got roasted. This guy gets compliments. I mean, I don't know. Sorry, you're bored. Do they have all signature weapons? No, they don't have all signature weapons. See, they're doing like Blackcliff on Ganyu, and like, you know, they're doing Polar Star on Official. I'm never gonna complain about putting a nice 5-star on Official, right? And the Key of Kaja's suit on Furina, that's great. I like that. I'm not gonna complain about that. But, you know, getting Furina's signature weapon for Furina, right? Like, there's a difference between this person and you, Earborg. Sorry. I'm sorry, I got distracted and it was a bit rude to Earborg. I do admit, but it's a little bit different. I'm just saying. Just saying. Anyways, whatever. Nice Arlecchino. I don't think you need ER. I disagree with Jiburi, but you know what? Like, it doesn't matter. But I'm definitely never going to say that people have to build ER on Arlecchino. Is my perspective. If you find value in building ER on Arlecchino because you like using it for the skill reset cooldown consistently, then you know that's valuable. I find it's valuable to use her burst situationally and saving it for, you know, resetting a rotation early on occasion, because that is valuable to do. But is it valuable to do that like to the extent that you build extra ER for it? That depends on the situation. Depends on the exact team. So, anyways, I can tell you in a team that I play that the fastest rotation team that I play with Arlecchino is Arlecchino, Bennet, Kazuha, Candace, right? That team can do some very fast rotations, and I don't usually want to burst an Arlecchino on that team. It's worse. I only situationally use it to reset. Like I do use it sometimes, but it's definitely not a consistently use it. But I do use it for the purpose you're saying, where to get her cooldown reset, but not always. So, anyways, that's all. Like, there are situations where it's relevant, but not necessarily relevant where you build 30% ER or anything, right? I think that's a bit silly, personally. And I'm not saying you were saying build 30% ER. I'm just throwing that out as a number. Anyways. Oh, that took far too long. Anyways, sorry, TK. Vicky, you donated again. Why did you donate again? You didn't put any characters with. I guess let me know if there's some characters you wanted me to look at because you donated again, Vicky. But we're gonna go to Maxis. Without skill is not Bond of Life. Okay. Yeah. Why do you think like you? Okay. You know what? Fine. Well, Maxi, sorry, you're gonna have to wait a second. Where's my mouse? Can I have my mouse, Mihoyo? There we go. I think she has, yeah, my Arlecchino does have some ER, but that is from Kazuha. So Kazuha and Ziphos. Plop. There we go. She has 2 ER rolls, right? Here. And actually, it doesn't even matter. I can add Kazuha back. Actually, we're not gonna. What we're gonna test here is we're going to do Arlecchino E. We're gonna switch to my other characters as if I was using their abilities, but I'm not actually gonna use their abilities. Actually, no, we're not going to, because it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna switch to them and use their abilities. Doing the normal rotation, right? Where the frick is he? We'll do a normal rotation, right? But I'm not gonna use her burst, because what we're gonna watch for is we're going to watch for what the cooldown is to show what Jiburi is talking about with like fast rotations, potentially wanting to use the burst to reset the cooldown, but like it's not actually a problem. By donate, do you mean on Ko-fi? No, I mean just doing super chats. But I mean, if you do a Ko-fi donation, I will see it not on stream. I don't have any integration that like when you donate Ko-fi shows up on stream or anything. If you donate in Ko-fi, I'll see it after the fact. So wait, this freaking Capybara might kill me, but you know. Also, of course, I don't have Bennet buff. That's annoying. I do want to get Bennet buff up because to simulate, you know, full normal rotation. There we go. Okay. And hopefully the dude, go away. All right. Hopefully the Capybara doesn't kill me. Alright, E. I don't even E on Bennet in this team. Oh, I did it. That's my bad. That was a skill issue. I was so focused on trying to do that fast that I did it too fast. That happens sometimes with this team. This team, you can rotate so fast that I accidentally... I absorbed too early and I didn't even get the full bond of light. That was my bad. And we're just gonna... That was not what Chevreuse was talking about. Chevreuse was talking about using the burst to reset the cooldown because of the rotation speed. Yeah, reset, get rid of the bond. that was my bad. I went too fast. Whoopsies. That's actually why. That's part of the reason I tend to hold E on Kazuha in this team. Because the extra time that hold E Kazuha takes makes it line up more naturally, and also hold E Kazuha is valuable for pulling in enemies more sometimes. Depends on the situation, obviously. But, oh, frick, I need Candace energy. Oopsies. Do. You have a hurricane going on. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Thank you. What are you on? Emblem? That's fine. Doesn't really matter. I mean, well, it does matter. Technically, it's definitely better for me to use instructors. But... Please leave. There we go. Alright. Hurricane in Florida right now? I see. That's no fun. Is it a bad one? Alright, let's do this. Not accidentally absorbing the bond too early. You're not gonna get stunned, are you? Oh, you freaking assway. Bro, I hate... Why do people like doing this Capybara? This is what I'm talking about. Why do people like using the Capybara to test? I don't get it. The Capybara is an ass enemy to test against. Jesus. Alright, we're just gonna test... We're gonna try the turtle, I guess. God damn it. This shouldn't be this hard. Why is there not a damage dummy in the game, man? Whatever. I think there's some enemies over here. We can get energy on quick.
Alright, let's finish this fast. Here comes another. That was quick.
I don't know why I went to you. I don't need energy on you. There we go. Okay. Need to go back to a statue. We'll clear. Well, we don't have to clear the bond, but I would prefer doing slightly less damage actually. Yeah, we don't actually need to do damage to the turtle or anything, or kill the turtle or anything. But we'll use the turtle. I think it'll be better. Super chats disabled. You can't send mine. I did not disable them. No, there definitely was super chats coming in. Anyways, what a finish this so I can actually finish the stream. I'm delaying the ability to finish the things. I know the shred time takes it from maybe 30 seconds to 15 to 18 seconds. Yeah, that's the idea. Because it takes it down from 30 seconds to approximately like a normal cooldown time for a normal rotation time. Now I have to go and do this. Do I have to kill these? I might have to kill these. Oh gosh, now I'm gonna bond alive again. Oh, okay, whatever. Whatever. We're just gonna have higher damage. It's fine. I'm not testing damage. It doesn't matter. All right. What, bro? What are you doing back there? that dude just chased me over here? Okay, whatever. Alright, we, yep, have our cooldown back. Alright. Do this. Oh god, I'm dying. Alright, so... Oh wait, frick, I had extra bond of life, didn't I? I wasn't even paying attention to it spinning there at all. But I gotta redo this anyways because I had extra bond of life. We do need to make sure we're at default bond of life to test this properly. Why can't I brain properly, man? I just Jesus Christ. I think the turtle is very bad for testing. Yeah. Maybe. I think all the local legends are kind of shit garbage for testing, to be fair. The turtle at least sits still for a second and lets me get most of the hits out. So, Bernie just gave him more memberships. Thank you. Appreciate it. I might be tired of yapping, maybe, yeah. I'm tired of staring at a screen. Alright, yeah, this should be fine. Okay, don't die. I dodged there when I probably shouldn't have, but... Oh, don't kill me. You! Why can't they just have a fucking damage? It really kind of infuriates me that they can't put a goddamn damage dummy in this game. Like, what is wrong with this company? Like, why? Why do they not have a fucking damage dummy in this game? I'm actually pissed off right now. I just want to test something that should be simple as fuck to test. And they just refuse to add a goddamn damage dummy. Like, I mention this all the time because it really annoys me. I'm actually kind of angry right now because I just want to test something that should be simple to test, but they refuse to put anything in the game that lets us test things in a simple measure. Without, like, just removing artifacts on my characters. That's what I have to do right now. You know what? We're just gonna fucking do that. Because that's apparently the only way to do this. Like, Jesus Christ. This is what I should have done from the start. But it's insane that this is how we have to test things like this. Right? Since we're not testing damage here, the damage doesn't matter. Usually, like, that isn't something as a solution because you do usually want to test damage. In this case, I don't actually need to test damage. But, like, God, it's so cringe. Like, they literally have a damage testing mode that literally, like, gives configurable options in Zenless. And, like, you can just go into it. You can make it so the enemy doesn't even move. You can make it so the enemy attacks. You can change what enemy spawns. You can set the enemy level, which changes its resistance if you need to test. Like, is perfectly well done. It could have a little bit more features in Zenless, but it's basically perfect. And meanwhile, in Genshin Land, they're just like, nope. Why would you ever have reasons to want to test things in this game? Jesus Christ, it annoys me so much. I'm sorry. Sorry for being so angry, but like, it should not be this hard to test something this simple. Will this even stay visible? What? Yeah, we'll go test on the freaking dragon, because we don't care about damage. You understood it? Well, yeah, I get that you understand it now, Jiburi, but I still want to demonstrate it properly. Yes, I could go to the Inazuma Kairagi. I could go to him. He's not tanky enough, though, to test things properly. Even with his high health version. Like, he is absolutely a terrible test platform for damage potential. He also moves in an annoying way, but he's still one of the less annoying damage dummies in the game. In this instance, we just need something that lets us whack and lets you see how the cooldown works in a neutral situation. To be clear, like, this variation with, like, having to, like, spend time dodging is, I didn't even have to E on Bennet there, but I did, whatever, it's fine. Yeah, well, gosh. Okay, I'm just having an issue with my, see, like, hey, she doesn't have artifacts, so she's not very tanky. Oh, yeah. If I didn't have donations to finish, I would honestly end the stream. I'm just like kind of pissed off at Mahoya right now. I don't want to stop streaming their game. This shouldn't be this hard to test. This shouldn't be this hard to test. But yeah, like I have to dodge there, but the problem is dodging there wastes time for what we're supposed to be testing there, right? We will go, hopefully the invisibility, we're gonna go test against the Dorito, because it basically just doesn't do anything, I think, for a short enough time frame, and I think it'll be fine, maybe, I think. I should not have done that, but that's fine, as long as we don't kill them. Alright, there we go. Maybe should have gone on the Dorito first, but, you know, didn't think about that fact, but oh well. Yes, I could give her some artifacts, but I don't want to have to like go comb through all my freaking artifacts. Yeah, at this point, I just wish to demonstrate how Arlecchino's cooldown reduction functions, right? And how you can have a very fast rotating team, but not have to burst consistently on it, right? Just don't get hit by that. And we should run out there. Wait, what am I doing? I don't know. Okay, I should have kept it. Okay, that was just a prank card. But like, I don't know why I switched off there, but because I wasn't done with the bond. Right, but I think that mostly demonstrated it close enough. You could see the cooldown there. The cooldown lined up relatively-ish well. One more time though. Yeah, I should have done the Dorito in the first place, not the Vishap. Yeah, and C1 doesn't affect anything as far as her cooldown reduction, other than the fact that you don't have to worry. Like C1 can affect the cooldown reduction in that you don't have to dodge attacks as much, right? You can just face tank more attacks. You won't get interrupted. But that's very situational and how relevant that is. So, you know. Yeah, her cooldown should basically be done approximately when we stop doing pyro damage, right? You can see, right? I don't think we ever saw physical damage there. Any more ER on Candace, apparently. Oops. And now he's invisible. But right. They pretty much perfectly balanced her cooldown reduction to line up with her she'll get amount of cooldown reduction that is equivalent to make her get her skill back basically right when you are running out of her bond, right? So, you know, there is some situational need for using her burst though. That's ultimately all it is. Anyways, boy, that was a tangent and a half. We're gonna go to Fontaine because there's a quicker to access chair to sit down while we finish the rest of the nations. Still doing 20k without artifacts. Yeah, that do be how Arlecchino is. Someone just donate to me in Ko-Fi. I just got a bunch of dings on my phone.
This kind of weather is more enjoyably spent under the cover of shade.
Yeah, whoever donated to me on Ko-Fi, do you want a live review? Did you do that because I think some people, like, YouTube doesn't let them super chat because like it's not available in their country or whatever. Did you want a live review or something? All right. Yeah, but speaking of, let's finish the stiffs. Sometimes the cooldown shred can miss the opponent going on field. Yes. That's kind of ultimately the point. It's like it is situationally useful, very useful to use her burst. Like, it is definitely incorrect to say, oh, Arlecchino's burst is useless. Like, it's very useful for resetting the skill cooldown sometimes. It's just situational. Alright, and in my experience, I have not felt the need to build extra ER for it. personally. Where the frick is my Enka thing? There it is. There it is. All right, Maxi. Sorry for making you wait 10 years. Blame Hoyoverse for not giving us a good testing platform. that's my excuse. Frick you, Hoyoverse, for not having a testing mode. Like, just actually screw you for not doing that. I'm sorry for being so angry at that, but it really annoys me. It genuinely is it kind of kills my desire to do anything meaningful. It's why like I have to do things like this rather than, you know, just playing the actual freaking game. It's because they don't have a way to test shit in game. So anyways, apologies for extending your stay. That's fine, Flint. You know what? At least I'm making money. I appreciate it. Alright, yeah, this is a heckin' Geo person, I would say. Just a couple Geo units here. With, you know, Geo 2, the Cryo unit. Anyways, Maxi is Rocky from Pokemon the Rock Trainer. What? What does that mean? Rocco. Oh. Okay. Anyways, Noel, Albedo, and Beto. Wait, I said Noel, Albedo, and Beto. Noel, Beto. This is Enka.network. Noel. Well, actually, we're on Albedo. We'll look at Albedo. Husk build Albedo, very nice. Crown skill, even nicer. Cinnabar spindle, even nicer. I played the patch after. I started playing Genshin, the patch after Cinnabar spindle. Sad. Not that I'll ever get Albedo, but you know. I don't know. Could have been. No, I think it's a trash weapon for Xylonin, so doesn't matter. Anyways, nice build on Albedo. Yeah, a little bit low on crit damage, but in my opinion, it's better to be a little bit biased towards crit rate than it is crit damage most of the time. Because at least you will crit consistently. This is a ridiculous timepiece. Yeah. Feels like you should have. Oh, I see. I was like, well, it feels like you're lower on crit damage than you should be for how good these artifacts are. It's just because you don't have crit damage substat in your circlet. that's the only reason. I don't know. It's clearly you should use your elixirs for a husk circlet. a little risky, but I don't know. If you really love Albedo, you could use 3 elixirs, choose def percent and crit damage for substat on a maybe. I don't know. Probably not worth it. But anyways, what are the other two? Albedo, the other Albedo. The Albedo without the Al. This is a very nice emblem. This looks very similar to my emblem build on Beto, honestly. I think when I have used Beto, it's been a little while since I used it, but I use Skyward Pride as well. Yeah, very nice. I think your build is definitely a little bit better, though. This is a ridiculous. I love that you're using this. Could have been an Electro onset goblet, by the way, on Beto. You know, this is the type of Electro goblet that would be like mini a Raiden main. Would be like, I would pay $100 for this goblet that you have, and you're just like, it's Beto's. I like it. I appreciate it. Thank you. The less loved characters definitely deserve the better artifacts. Let's be real. Anyways, this is a very, very good Beto. Yep. Not much else to say about it, to be honest. It was stolen from Raiden? No. It was earned by Beto. Who was the other one? Albedo Noel. We forgot about Noel. Almost forgot. Husk Noel. Wow, you have spent how much time have you spent in the oh my god. Do you see how many husks? How much resin have you spent in the husk domain? Is Maxi still here? Yeah, Maxi is still here. How much resin have you spent in this domain? You don't even have 4-piece husk on Kachina though. You got C6 Kachina though. I respect it. I like it. You can actually make Kachina do slightly more than 0 damage. I plan on doing DPS Kachina still, by the way. It's gonna wait, I think, until Xylonin releases. I'm basically ready to do it now, other than Xylonin. So, yeah. Anyways, I like the Geo dedication. See, Maxi is the perspective of the individuals that are like upset that Xilanen is not as good with Mono Geo. But I don't know. Anyways, yeah. What are your? Oh yeah, that's true. What do the clam sets look like? Let me see your crit ratio on your clam pieces. Anyways, you got wow, you have 200 ER and this amount of crit on Shenhe. What an interesting Shenhe build. This is like a hybrid Shenhe, sacrificing a little bit of her buff for her getting some more personal damage. I like it. I actually really like it. Yeah, that's really cool. Anyways, Noelle. This is a very nice Husk Noelle. Yep. Noelle does have quite significant ER needs, so, you know, this is what we like to see. Anyone running 100 ER Noelle is not actually a true Noelle player. Let's be real. Even when you have Geo teammates with her, she do like the ER. Also, this circlet, holy Jesus. Alright. I mean, okay. I mean, yeah, you've spent enough resin, it makes sense. But holy... my god. Alright. Maybe you do not need to... I guess you don't need to spend your elixirs on Husk. You have... oh my god. Yep. No, you have any ER crack circlets to show us? In Husk? You have 60 crit rate. On a full... or I was gonna... okay, no. I thought it was a full def build. Okay. A little bit less impressive, I'll be honest. A full def build on Yunjin with Fab that has this amount of ER would have been extremely impressive. To be clear, this build has... no, it doesn't have that much def percent in substats. It's still a very functional and good Yunjin build. And probably ER type is the easiest route to go to get a functional build like this. But I prefer just 2-piece Emblem, 2-piece Husk, and then, you know, no weird build up for stacks and for the defense stacks on 4-piece Husk. And then you can do def main stat, but it's still hard to build. It's just awful to build either way. Anyways, the real question is, why not 4-piece Husk on every unit? That's the real question. Alright, there's no more cracked Husk pieces. Oh, we do have a preview. I didn't notice this. This is a preview of one of their clan pieces. Anyways. Yeah, this circlet. Oh, good lord. Yeah, very nice Noelle. I like it. I like it. You wanted to send a dono, but YouTube apparently hates my UID number. I don't know. You've definitely been able to before. I'm pretty sure you've donated before, Claire. But, I don't know. Anyways. Shenhe with more attack is better for the buff as 20% attack from set. Yeah, I mean, yeah. 4-piece Noblesse is generally speaking better for team DPS than 2-piece attack, 2-piece attack. Although, in the context of trying to do this kind of Shenhe build, it's possible 2-piece attack might be better. Because you're trying to get extra damage out of Shenhe personally. But, yeah, generally speaking, Noblesse is better on Shenhe. Anyways. Thank you, Maxi. I ended up looking through, like, all your characters because I thought they were fun to look at. That's all. Maze. Sorry for the wait. We got June, and then Scup. Scup's a nice username. I like that username. C6, Nuvi. Alright. That's my review of your new lit. Toma holds Emily's build for now. Yeah, this is a pretty... wait, you got Emily's weapon, but no Emily yet? I mean, I guess that's an approach. It's a weird approach, but it's an approach. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, this is a pretty decent Emily build. A little bit, funny of a goblet, but hey, onset goblet, and I do like a little bit, you know, whatever. You didn't even ask me to look at that. Wait, no, you did ask me to look at it. You did ask me to look at Toma. Okay, never mind. Yeah. And yes, I will actually look at it closer. Yep, no, this seems like a pretty dang good Emily build. I think it's very similar to mine, honestly, overall. Emily does ascend with crit damage, so this is more like 190 crit damage, about. Right? I don't know what exactly the end attack stat looks like, but it's got a very healthy amount of attack too. So yeah, it's a very, very good Emily build. Nothing insane, but it's a pretty dang well balanced Emily build. That's what I can say. Yeah. I don't think you'll have any problem using your Emily when you get her. It's very funny having her weapon, though, without having her. Oh, yeah, and have a little bit more courage, too, because it's not fully leveled either. So, this build is for Toma Burgeon. I don't think this is meant to be a Toma Burgeon build, but it is probably something you could do. It'd be a fun thing to do with Toma, maybe. Yelan, Furina, Kinich, and then, oh yeah, Nuvulet. Fine, I'll actually look at your Nuvulet. It kind of upsets me that you actually have a... It absolutely makes sense to use this goblet considering how cracked it is. What is... Okay, I want this out of my sight. I actually want it out of my sight. Get out of my sight. What the frick is this build? You even have a healthy amount of ER. So... Well, Claire, it let you do, let you do it. Oh no, you didn't have your Yudi. You'll post your Yudi on chat? Okay, okay. Sounds good, Claire. You have a work in progress hypercard? Nice. Alright, yep, nice Nuvulet. This is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous Nuvulet. Obviously C6 is C6. I've been insulted for having Emily's weapon. What? Why? Because you pulled on weapon banner? I don't know. Just all I can say is just if someone's insulting you for having something, you know, that one individual thing in the game in particular is a bit silly. But then there's people like me who will insult you for having all the 5-star weapons. he says, you know, I do wish to acknowledge part of the reason I, you know, make fun of people having a lot of 5-star weapons. I do admit to making some questionable decisions as far as weapon banner goes, and this is part of the reason why I stress that weapon banner is not very valuable. Anyways, yeah, we're looking at Furina, Kinich. Oh, Furina. Oh boy. Oh, it's a key of caution suit, Furina. I instantly love it so much more. ER check is... It's a healthy amount of ER. Definitely a lot of situations that might not be enough ER. But it depends, obviously. So, anyways, this is potentially a Furina that can hit for a lot of damage. So, you know, yeah, like this is a very, very strong Furina, as long as she got her birth. And the last one was Kinich, right? Yeah, Kinich. Oh wait, no, Yelan too. I don't see Yelan here. Well, okay, Maze, I'm sorry. I don't think I'm gonna review your Yelan. It seems slightly difficult at this moment in time to review your Yelan. C3 Kinich, my god. Alright. Yep, yep. Wow. I feel like this build, like this, considering how relatable this goblet is, it is surprised how good this build is, but you have ridiculous artifacts in all your other pieces. Right? That's a bit absurd. This off piece is absurd. Your onset feather is really stupid. Like what the okay. And you even have a pretty dang good circlet. Like not the yeah, Jesus. And your goblet is relatable, but it enables your god tier flowers, so you know, it makes sense. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Even low crown burst or crown skill already, not crown burst. Wow. Very nice Maze. Just got a refresh for Yelan? Alright, we'll do. Hey look, it's a Yelan. C1. Nice. That does reduce her ER needs meaningfully. Yeah. This is a very strong Yelan. Obviously Maze just wants to strong flex their Yelan. I do think... Does Maze... Should I shame... you know, maybe I should be fair. And I should shame Maze for getting too many 5-star weapons. But I think I've had that spiel enough. It's fine. There was something about Earborg's account that was just like seeing the specific signature weapon on every single character. So just like, I mean, this is technically the same, other than the fact. You know what? I can't help but say it's better though because of the fact that they're doing Key of Cautious suit on Furina versus her extraordinarily mass signature weapon. Like, it's very silly that Kyokazu's suit can out DPS Furina's own signature weapon for Furina, let alone the value for the team buff. So, anyways, I don't get what they were thinking with Furina's signature weapon. Like, all they had to do was give it an energy refunding aspect, and Furina's weapon would be kind of goated. But they didn't, and oh well. Anyways, nice builds, mates. Chevreuse for Arlecchino? What does that mean, Maze? What is Chevreuse for Arlecchino build? Oh, Chevreuse. Oh, I see what you mean. Chevreuse. Probably because that's how I say it sometimes. Chevreuse. Or Chevreuse. I don't know how you pronounce it, how they pronounce it in game. This is a very strong DPS Chevreuse. I like it a lot. Realistically, for Arlecchino, though, it makes more sense to just focus full on her buffing utility. But I absolutely really enjoy DPS Chevreuse. Obviously, you'll want to level up her skill more for DPS Chevreuse. And probably her burst. But that's just, you know, talent materials. Build balance-wise, this looks pretty similar to what I had going for DPS Chevreuse. And it's very fun. So yeah. Anyways, obviously, it's just the artifacts, not fully level character. So. C5 Chevreuse is kind of sad, though. What? You're not going to get C6 Chevreuse? Oh, this is your Arlecchino build. What do you mean? It's your DPS Chevreuse build. I refuse. No, it's your Chevreuse build. I refuse to acknowledge this reality where you think this is an Arlecchino build. This is not an Arlecchino build. This is a Chevreuse build with C6 Bennet. Okay? And it's what you're doing now. You don't have a choice. You've put it on Arlecchino, or you put it on Chevreuse. You cannot remove the artifacts from Chevreuse ever now. Yes, we're finishing. Yeah, Juberi. Sorry, we're finishing up the paid builds because I did 4 hours of random reviews. So anyway, I mean, Arlecchino would have like what 190 crit damage, and yeah, it looks like a very good Arlecchino build, obviously. but you know what's even better? It's even better. Well, actually, you probably do two piece combos probably for DPS Chevreuse. 4-piece Gladiator doesn't necessarily make sense. But anyway, I like it. It's a good build. All right, June. Sorry for the wait. We look at Arlecchino, Furina, Gaming, Chlorand. Where's not your crit damage? Is she fully ascended? She is. You have some crit damage there, some there, and some there. This is like... You know what? I mean, look. Again, Arlecchino can clear the content without needing to crit. This is still a healthy enough amount of crit rate and crit damage, despite it not being that much, that I suspect in most of Arlecchino's good teams, it probably is still fine, depending on what you have going on. But this is also kind of the weirdest looking build I've seen for an Arlecchino. What AR? Your AR-55? Okay, yeah, your AR-55, so... I need to drink water again. Your AR-55, so it probably did make sense in your case to farm Whimsy, potentially. Been struggling to fix it for ages. Yeah, and it's a problem of I don't think it's necessarily any one artifact that needs to be improved. Like, the Goblet is the most likely viable long-term one because goblets. But obviously having a crit circlet doesn't have any crit damage substat is going to hold back your overall crit ratio. And Arlecchino is a character that, if you really want to get the most out of her, really cares about kind of crit and almost just crit, and then just any like EM attack percent is just the difference maker and like min-maxing her really. So you have a very high amount of like just relevant stats in general. Like, it's not like it's that bad of a build actually. But it's just like every individual artifact is meh, and that makes the overall build look pretty meh, right? So I don't know. The only thing I could say is don't forget two-piece combos exist. I don't know what you have available for two-piece combos. Like, I could try to look through every single thing you got going here, and figure out what makes the most sense. But I don't know. It's weird because like I don't think it's dysfunctional, but obviously there's room to grow. Yeah, it's a very relatable build. That's for sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's not as simple as like making a specific recommendation other than like yeah, get a circle that has crit damage. It's like, you know, easier said than done, right? You're not in a situation where it's like, oh, okay, to try to fix your build, you can like, you know, use the sanctifying elixirs to get a better timepiece, and then that'll like maybe using the sanctifying elixirs for a timepiece is worthwhile, but maybe using it for a circlet is better, right? And I don't think I'd recommend necessarily using it for a circlet right now, in particular, because if you're going to keep on farming for Arlecchino, and again, it might not be worthwhile necessarily continue farming this domain, but I don't know, maybe it is at your level. I don't know. Yes, I like their tagline. She does good damage, but I haven't been able to do floor 12 at all yet. I have crit damage circlets. Yeah, the crit rate ends up dealing more damage for me. That's not too surprising. Yeah, but yeah, eventually, like, you might get to the point of wanting to do a crit damage circlet. That's why I wouldn't say just... It depends on what you get, right? Because if you get a crit rate circlet that gets, you know, 30% crit damage and substats, that would be more than good enough. Obviously, but if you get a crit damage circlet, conversely, then have, you know, all your other artifacts roll a decent amount of crit rate, and you end up having, you know, 70% crit rate and 180% crit damage overall. Then in that circumstance, right, with a bunch of other crit rate substats and other in your other pieces, then a crit damage circlet is almost surely better. But right, like, so you don't know what circlet would make more sense to like use the elixirs for until you got more pieces. So I don't know, I don't have an easy solution for you, unfortunately, other than, you know, don't forget that, you know, the other stats are relevant. I don't know. Realistically, like, if Arlecchino is still just performing fine for you, as far as clearing Abyss goes, right? You resource efficiency wise, you might be much better served, right, by investing in, you know, your characters on your other side, right? Trying to make your Mualani stronger rather than trying to make your Arlecchino have a better build. Because it's like I can tell you, if I took this Arlecchino to Abyss with the team I was using earlier, with Bennet, my Bennet, Candace, Kazuha situation, I would be able to clear fine because I have strong options for other teams, right, to clear. I know it wouldn't be a problem, but you might not have as invested overall in the entire thing, right? Obviously, you're AR-55. You haven't been playing nearly as long as I have. So you don't have the same options I have anywhere close, obviously. So it's not really a comparable situation. It's just as you invest into more different teams and get like other characters to be functional, and diversify your resources a little bit, the more viable a worse build on Arlecchino is, funnily enough, is kind of what I'm saying, I guess. Point being, if you're struggling for like clearing Abyss, it might be more worthwhile to, like, you know, focus more down on what you got going on for a Mualani team, or focus on what you got going on for like your Cloran team, right? Because like Cloran, like if you're doing like an aggravate Cloran with like Fischl, I don't know if you have Kazuha, but let's say you're doing Fischl, Cloran, Kazuha, Nahida, right? Then, you know, making sure Nahida's level 90, making sure Cloran's level 90, Fischl's level 90, and has all good like, or not necessarily amazing builds, but usable builds, right? Might be more important than losing your sanity farming for artifacts on Arlecchino, right? So don't forget, like, investing into your supports and other units that are contributing to team damage in some form or another is really, I think, the only baseline recommendation I can have. Well, your Furina is very good. Yeah, I don't know. Nahida's a struggle. ER gives better results than EM. Wait, really? Why? Why is ER giving you better results than EM and Nahida? That confuses me. You should not, especially because you actually have like 40% ER and substats anyways. Like Nahida does meaningful damage specifically with Electro, right? And then if you have an EM timepiece, she will do more damage. Like, the only value this had, like, she doesn't... She gets to burst more consistently, potentially, but you should be able to burst pretty consistently with 40% ER on Ida. I don't get what's going on there. Is the Furina good? Yeah, the Furina's very good. I mean, like, is she a little bit inconsistent? Yes, although, oh, I see the problem with your Furina. The Furina's priority is her burst. Her burst is her ult kit. Thankfully, you have plenty of ER. Her overall crit balance is pretty good. You know, you're doing ER, HP, crit. Yeah, her Furina's overall balance, her stat balance is good. As long as you're able to burst consistently, she's good. There might be teams where you need more ER than that, but this should be mostly enough. Leveling her to 90 will get her a little bit more damage. Leveling her weapon will get a little bit more damage, obviously, but like, that's just a little bit of minor increases. The most notable thing you'll actually see for team damage is actually Furina's burst being a higher level. That will meaningfully increase the scaling of her damage percent buff that she can give. So, I'm not saying it's worth pulling Furina's weapon, but they have Furina's weapon, and this is a pretty balanced and good build with Furina's weapon. Yeah, for Furina, I would say the priority is leveling up her burst more. C6 coming. Okay. Oh yeah, you did ask me to look at Claren. Well, nice that I looked at it anyways. Yeah, your Claren only has like 56% crit rate, which is not ideal. I think she'll get a little bit more crit rate from the final ascension, but she probably, in your case, probably would want a crit rate circlet realistically. But yeah, ultimately Claren's going to be pretty dependent on her other teammates, so again, I don't necessarily think you need to lose your sanity trying to hyper-optimize this build. It seems like circlets are your suffering point on these two. Gaming. Your timepiece is very good. And every other piece is variations of okay. You have a good bit of ER, which is good. It's probably enough to burst consistently on most of his teams. Presuming you're doing like, you know, Furina, Gaming. I don't know what Furina, Gaming. What is it? Like Furina, Gaming, Bennet, and probably like Sucrose or something, maybe. I don't know, or Kazuha. Sucrose is probably better, but yeah, just need more. Just need a little bit. You have like with C6, you have 90% crit rate, right? So it's a little bit imbalanced. You probably want a crit damage circlet. A crit damage, yeah, you're gaming on a crit damage circlet, and then obviously goblet, yes, but crit damage circlet and a flower with more with crit will suddenly balance out this build pretty well, actually. Also, wait, this is way overcapped on crit rate. I'm dumb. Yeah, this is way overcapped on crit rate because of Marshall Hunters. So yeah, you're like at 130% crit rate. So yeah, your circlet is basically doing nothing for your build right now. So yeah, crit damage circlet, flower with more crit damage, right? And then, you know, I don't know, if you were gonna, obviously you might want to use these two characters maybe at the same time, but if you're not using it at the same time, you know, take the goblet that's on Arlecchino, put it on Gaming instead, and suddenly, like, just the crit damage circle and swapping those goblets, and suddenly your Gaming is really good, and it shouldn't really have a meaningful problem realistically. They tell if something is overcapped by adding the crit rate. You don't need to go over 100% crit rate. If you go read what the set bonus of Marshall Hunters does, it gives 12% crit rate stacks times 3 when you're having HP draining and gaining. So whenever your HP changes, that's 36% crit rate. So you're at 70% crit rate, add 36, and then C6 Gaming gives 20% crit rate as well. So you're at 126% crit rate, which means basically all of the crit rate from your circlet is a dead stat right now. Well, yeah, they don't add that into the stat page because it's a conditional stat. You only get that stat when you're draining and gaining HP. They add it to the stat page when it's just it just gives it to you, right? Like the circlet, the main stat crit rate, you just get that. You just get the whatever's in your substats. But the set bonus is conditional on a triggered effect, right? So it's not going to show up in your stats page until you trigger the effect, right? So, yeah, I don't know. It's pretty clear. I don't know that June is just learning, obviously, about all the Genshin things. And it's not necessarily just like I don't think your luck is actually that terrible as far as the artifacts you got. Yeah, don't forget that you don't need, like in your Gamen's case, right? Just getting a crit damage circlet at all will be a meaningful upgrade for him. A very significant upgrade for him. So you don't need to like stress that much about, oh, I gotta get a crit damage circlet with crit rate and attack percent substats. Like, no, that would be nice, yeah, probably, but like you don't need it. Also, he's an attack scaler, so leveling up Serpent Spine to 90 is worthwhile too. Obviously, leveling him, getting his final ascension is worthwhile. You don't need to take him to 90. He's not a character that is necessary for. Yeah, the most relevant units to level to 90 is the units that is anyone involved with Dendro reactions, as far as how their damage is being dealt, is relevant to level 90. So like Yai with Dendro, Clorand with Dendro, they both want to be level 90. Nahida would also want to be level 90 for her damage. You do have a crit damage circlet? Nice. Sorry for spending too long on this one. This one is just an interesting one to look at. And this is the kind of one I do want to look at and try to like help people fix, right? Just an FYI, if you're using this because like it was like the second best recommendation on like guides or whatever, Mars' Hunters, that's specifically in the context of using Furina with Mualani. Like you can do mono hydro Furina Mualani together and it's fine. But you might want to farm for the new set, to say the least. Until then, this is like a fine in progress build, but kind of ties her to Furina and just ties her to doing mono hydro things. You just used it because you have Obsidian pre-farmed. Yeah, the don't forget that the two piece exists, right? Like you can do 2-piece more, I should say, and 2-piece of like a hydro bonus or 2-piece HP. If you're not using Mualani with Furina, you're not getting the crit stacks, right? From this set. If you are using her with Furina, you're getting the crit stacks, and it's fine. So, and it'll work perfectly fine. But also don't forget that you do need healers with Furina. I don't know what your healer situation looks like for your Furina. Obviously, you have Cloud Retainer, which is good. Hopefully you have like a gene or something as an option too, though. Yeah, I don't know. You got the like right idea going for most of your builds, is my point. It's hard to focus down on what makes the most sense to like do first. Ultimately, I would say is just whichever character you want to do first. I would definitely say Arlecchino is not your priority, and I don't even think Gaming is either. If you want Clorand to work better, you know, Clorand level 90, and trying to get like a crit damage circlet for her, or a crit rate circlet, crit damage or crit rate circlet for her might be worthwhile. Crit damage circlet is probably more ideal, but might require getting better artifacts and like the timepiece and whatever. Crit rate circlet would just be easier for increasing her average DPS quicker. Yeah, level 90 her, you know, maybe building official for Clorand, right? Yai is probably a fine alternative option, to be clear. You could do Clorand, Yai, Nahida. I think you mentioned you did have Kazuha, right? You definitely have enough characters. I feel like you have enough 5-star characters in your account that as you invest a little bit into them more in some way or another, like level 90, the ones that need to be level 90, getting a little bit better artifacts on some of them, you're not that far away from being able to like clear Abyss, right? Is what I would say. The bird has her weapon R2. You didn't know this? You're the one that did it. Oh wait, no, that was a different person. That was Zoshio. Yeah, that's interesting. Also, I think you might be you might be overvaluing signature weapons. You know, if you want to get them, whatever. I'm not gonna rant about them. I already ranted about them enough earlier. But yeah, you might be overvaluing the signature weapons a little bit. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know. It's hard to say what your number one recommendation. I do think you have a slight problem, June, of spending money getting more things that you have to. You keep on spending money to get things that you have to level up, and that continues you down the path. Like I've talked about this actually in relatively recent streams about how spending money doesn't actually progress your account faster if it's just getting you new things that you need to still spend resin to level up, right? Like the actual measure of account progression in Genshin is much more how much resin have you spent, for leveling up different things in your account, compared to, spending money to get yes, spending money gets you characters you otherwise wouldn't have had, which can affect your ability to clear some content. But resin spending is a much stronger measure, and what you have done by having all of these weapons and all of these characters potentially level up is you have split like your potential things you need to like spend resin on into 100 different directions, right? So the like that is to say, like, spending money has you've kind of like dug your own hole. You're dug your own grave to an extent by getting all these extra things. So I would honestly recommend chilling out a little bit on pulling for characters and weapons, especially. Weapons, by the way, like 5-star weapons are more expensive to level up than non-5-star weapons. But yeah, just like chill for like one patch. Don't wish for like a single patch or maybe 2. So just that's like 3 months, right? 3 months of resin just spent focusing down on the things you currently have. You know, be it, leveling Chlorand, Yai, not heated to 90. Getting a little bit better equipment, but not like insanely better, equipment for your whatever, and you will see things improve, is what I would say. So, yeah, I don't know. Apologies that it feels like a little bit preachy, but that's my vibe I've gotten here a little bit. Is that your resin resources are stretched too thin, right? And it makes it really hard to say what you should do first. Yeah, you've been doing 100% exploration for the heroes, wits for leveling characters. Yeah, exactly. So anyways, you have the components here that you're not that far off from being able to clear the content. It just takes more resin investment. So anyways, sorry, that was a long yap. Scalp, you're next. I should move on. I'd be curious to see what your progress is in like a few months, June. Is Yai overcapped? No. The set bonuses on those artifacts don't give... The set bonus on these artifacts just gives elemental mastery and attack percent. It doesn't give any crit. The only stat you can overcap is on crit rate, because you don't need to crit more than 100% of the time. 100% crit is all the time. Is every instance of damage, right? So, no, Yai is not overcapped. I don't think there's anything meaningful to say about your Yai. I don't think it's worth worrying about her build. Her build, I think, is good enough where you're at. You'll want a level 9. You'll see much more of an improvement from level 90ing Yai, from level 90ing Widzith. You could obviously get a better build in the future. It's possible you might have better 2-piece combos. But I would say that's one thing you do see. I guess another minor thing, you do seem to be just forcing 4-piece bonuses. I'm guessing what you've fallen into the trap of guides say that the best artifact for this character is this set, and then you just farm that set kind of thing. But one, don't forget that some guides are out of date, and two, don't forget that two-piece combos are very viable. Like it's not that you have to force the 4-piece bonus. The 4-piece bonus is just giving stats. So if you have two-piece combos that are giving as much stats with like the substats that they have as a 4-piece combo is, the two-piece combos can be better. So and like two-piece combos can be so often good enough that even when you have really good 4-piece sets, like my Mulaney's in a situation where I have a good enough two-piece combo that it's really hard for me to foresee a point where it makes sense to like switch to the new crit set that gives a bunch of crit rate for free, even though like that crit rate is very valuable and it could be better for Mulaney. It's like so minorly better and would take so long for me to farm pieces that are better that it just isn't really worth it, right? So like even on cases like Mulaney where it's like, oh, it's so obvious to use the new set on her, except she's still perfectly functional on my two pieces, right? So anyways, you want to do two piece HP on Zhongli. I mean, losing the attack buff from Zhongli isn't necessarily better. I would say you probably shouldn't do a Death Circlet or Death Goblet. That doesn't really do anything for him. But more HP on Zhongli, like more HP on Zhongli isn't necessarily better. Like losing, like notably the 4-piece tenacity buff. If you go read the tenacity buff, it gives him HP for the 2-piece. The 4-piece buff gives an attack % buff for the team when his skill is hitting. And then also when his skill is hitting, it increases shield strength. You will get... His shield is way more tanky. When tenacity buff is up, like with just doing, like, if you do HP on full tenacity, so switch to it. You have 5-piece tenacity, so you can switch to just an HP goblet, right? If you wanted more HP on him. Like, and with the tenacity buff up, he will shield more that way than he would with doing 2-piece HP combos. His HP total will be higher, but he isn't getting the additional like shield strength buff from 4-piece tenacity. So I don't think it's really that worthwhile to switch to 2-piece HP. There's things you can do like DPSing Zhongli if you want to switch to different builds, but I don't think it's something you need to worry about. You'll increase his buff further by leveling him up more to increase his base HP scaling. And I don't think you need to have an HP goblet. It's not that necessary. I have run HP crit circlet on him for a long time on my Polearm account. And then, leveling his skill more will also increase his base skilling for his shield. So, do check out Sevi plays. Check out this creator. She's great at making pretty accessible guides for characters. I don't think she usually makes updated guides very often, so some of her information might be a little bit out of date. But like if you use something like Sevi and KQM, like you search KQM quick guide for whatever character. KQM is very good at having like just a text-based resource so you can scroll to different sections and see what you need. They're usually pretty good with also like breaking down like how much actual difference there is between like different like artifact combos or whatever, like two-piece combos versus 4-piece of the set. So anyways, I don't know. Sorry, I don't have a easy, simple solution for you. Like I think you're already using guides, but the number one thing to take away from guides isn't just how to like what equipment to put in your characters. It's what is that actually doing, right? Like what stats is that actually giving to your character? And thinking about where you're getting the stats from the entire conjunction of buffs from other characters, buffs from artifact sets, buffs from weapons, yada yada, right? Because it's the entire conjunction of all those factors that result in how your characters deal damage, not just I put the right 4-piece bonus on my Gaming, why isn't he performing well, right? Because it's also how invested is your Bennet, right? How invested is your Furina? Like not having level 10 Furina burst versus level 5 Furina burst is a significant difference, right? So, anyways, that took a while. It's a really interesting account to look at, though. I think it's valuable. All right, Scup. Sorry for the wait, Scup. Oh yeah, watch Sevi's resin guide specifically. Resin. This artifact farming tips will help you like realize like that she manages to really simply break down like that nuance of like how 4-piece sets aren't always necessarily worthwhile kind of thing. In a way that like understanding what she says here will help a lot. And you can get more into the technical weeds of being like efficient, but she manages to break it down without it being very technical. So yeah, watch this video. Scup. Ayaka, we gotta go through faster. Oh my god, I have so many things to get through. Ayaka, Mualani, Hutao. I'm thinking of changing my Hutao build, but not sure what. Okay. Mualani, quick. Wait, also Ayaka C5. Good lord, nice. I mean, I guess when Mihoyo refuses to let Cryo succeed and let Freeze succeed, the only solution is to just do this. Oh boy. Yeah, very nice Ayaka though. Very nice. Obviously, yeah, you know what you're doing with Ayaka. I think you probably understand the Ayaka problems. Very nice Mualani. That's a little bit of crit damage. I think you need a little bit more though. As a joke. Yep. How do you have this good of a build already? I don't... Whatever. Okay. What the frick? Like, how? Have you... How much resin did you spend in this domain? Like, I've spent several thousand resin in this domain. I have nothing near this. Nothing near this. Which is not that unexpected. I didn't expect to have anything like this with my several thousand. Took you 4 days? Excuse me? You got this circlet and this timepiece in 4 days? Let alone, like, this is much better than I think most people would think. And this is also extremely good. 4 days? Alright. Alright. Alright then. Wow. Wow. You got them the same day? That's ridiculous. You literally got the hardest artifacts to get in the same day. And they're extremely good ones. That's truly absurd. Alright then. Hutao. Oh yeah, Hutao. As far as changing Hutao's build goes, you're doing 2B stupids. Okay. Yeah, I mean, as far as changing Hutao's build goes, you will see a meaningful increase if you switch to like equivalent stats on 4-piece Chiminawas. Equivalent stats on 4-piece Crimson can be a meaningful upgrade. 4-piece Crimson is just... The only reason Crimson might be worthwhile in your case is because, you know, you could strongbox it, and you already have 2-piece Crimson, right? Your stat value is high enough on this 2-piece build, though. It's like, I don't know. Realistically, the most compelling build to switch to for Hutao would be like an MH build with Furina, right? Because 4-piece MH gives so much free crit. Like you know, if you in this case, if you had the same exact stats on MH, it would literally just take your Hutao. You would sacrifice one of the set bonuses, right? You'd be like losing 80 EM, right? Lose 80 EM, but gain 36% crit rate. Like you go to 100% crit rate. You would definitely notice that, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Is it worth it to farm Crimson? Oh, I feel like I wouldn't in your circumstance, personally. I think the only one I would consider switching to is MH. And that's just because MH can be valuable for many things anyways. And like, I don't think it's necessarily worth it just for Hutao. And you might have some MH pieces already to consider using on her, right? So, I don't know. If you have nothing else to strongbox for, to be clear, it might be worth continuing to strongbox for Crimson, I guess. For her non-Furina teams. But could Hutao use Marcia Sandra? Yeah, it's mostly with Furina. People do like Furina, Yelan, Hutao, Jean together, for example. But without Furina, there is ways to consistently get MH stacks without Furina. Like one way I've done that on my Poem Only account, for example, is with Chevreuse. Chevreuse, I purposely like used a low healing build on her, and with 4-piece MH, Chevreuse basically has small ticks of healing that, you know, Hutao will drain her HP after she loses a skill. That gives you a stack of MH. and then every 2 seconds, Chevreuse will heal Hu Tao's HP. And you could do this with other healers that are healing in small ticks, right? But every 2 seconds, like Chevreuse would heal her HP in small ticks. That's HP going, that's HP fluctuating. She drains her HP, that gets crit stacks, and then she starts having increased HP, that gets crit stacks. So you can have circumstances that MH can work on Hu Tao without, because of the fact that she drains her own HP. But ideally, you want ways to like have her HP fluctuating. Otherwise, if it's just drain HP and then you have like Zhongli shield going that protects your and that you never drain any HP after that, you're just having like 12% crit rate for like 6 seconds or whatever. Which is not, it's not nothing, like it's still valuable, but yeah. I've also done burning comps with Hu Tao for 4-piece MH, right? So she takes a little bit of burning damage, like if you're doing Emily, obviously, like Emily particularly reduces burning damage, but doing Emily, Hu Tao, whatever. But usually those are like mono pyro Hu Tao variants, essentially, where Hu Tao is not vaping. So point is, MHs can be a little bit more universal than you expect. Maybe it isn't strictly tied to Furina. It's just, I don't know. It's really hard to gauge whether or not it's worth it. It's worth it. I personally would say it's not really worth it, but if you really like Hu Tao, right, maybe it is worth it to continue strong boxing as you farm, you know, other sets for other characters. Although apparently you don't even need to farm anymore from Mulan, because LOL, you just get the artifacts in the first day. I don't know. One thing about your Mulan you wanted to ask is your EM is literally 0. Do you think it's worth farming still to get some EM? I mean, if you're getting EM buffs from outside, yeah, I didn't even think of that because it didn't even show it here. But with how good your freaking timepiece is, I definitely don't think it's worth it to like try to farm for an EM timepiece, right? So the only realistic way you could get EM is by having like a flower and feather that rolls into EM as substat, right? Like the circlet, it's going to be so hard to get better, or a goblet, a different goblet, right? But you are inflated enough with crit damage that it's possible. It might be possible that like if you have a goblet that's something like 7.8 crit damage and 80 EM or something, that might be a better goblet. So like don't forget that as a potential option for getting some EM as well. But I don't know. Is it worth it to continue farming? Maybe, because again, you can just straw box the garbage for other stuff. It's weird. I don't know. It's hard to gauge that exactly. I don't think it'd be worthwhile personally, because you can just do like instructors buffs or use Sucrose, right? Sucrose gives some EM. Nahida, if you're doing like Nahida burning teams, she gives some EM, right? Like obviously it'll be good to have some EM in her build, but is it going to affect your ability to clear? Probably not. Anyways, thank you, Scup. We're on Marcel's now. Wait, Marcel didn't give me a UID. I don't think I ever saw. I forgot to. If they ever put it in chat, I don't think I ever wrote it down. Shit. Well, oops. Sorry. Sorry, Marcel. If you're watching the VOD or you're still here, feel free to go into the chat. But if you're watching the VOD, feel free to DM me on Discord. Speaking of, I need to update the Discord link. Give me a second. I do need to do that. There we go. Okay. Hopefully, wait, is this a permanent link? I don't even know. I hope it's a permanent link. It hopefully is. I didn't tell it to make it temporary. Oh, frick, it is. It is not permanent. God dang it. Okay, give me a second. Sorry. Generate a new link. Copy. Alright. Freaking dang Discord. Alright. There we go. There's an updated Discord link in the freaking description. Okay. How am I still live? Because I'm insane. That's why. I do need to take a break though. I'm losing my focus a bit. Alright, so yeah, Marcel, sorry. You didn't have your UID, so it's kind of hard to review without a UID. Feel free to DM me though if you need. Alright. Oh my gosh. Alright, Choo Choo, if you're still here. They wanted me to look at Mualani and Eula. This is the right profile, I'm pretty sure. Your profile is invisible. Did you get skipped? I don't think so. I think you're up. You're 2 from now. So, same thing to you, Choo Choo, I guess. If you're here, feel free to go update your profile. Otherwise, feel free to DM me. But I cannot view characters when you have them locked, just in case you didn't know how, though. Can I have my mouse? There we go. Edit button in the top right. Edit profile. Show character details. Right there. Doo-doo-doo. Bloop. Alright. Vlad. And then Vish. Oh. Choo Choo's... Okay. We'll go back to Choo Choo then. Go update your profile, Choo Choo, and then we'll go back to you. Just enabled it? Alright. It'll take a second to update anyway, so... Vlad, Xiao, Venti, Furina... Xiao... Oh god, I don't know where my brain read Venti there. Xiao, Nuvi, Furina, Official. Nice new build. You even have a bunch of ER. Very nice. 80% crit rate. It's healthy. Healthy enough. He leveled up his skill and burst to 10. Guess I respected it. Hey, another HP goblet. Nice. Yeah, it was a very good new build. We're seeing a lot of newbie-lets with HP goblets. I think it's funny. No, it's not a bad thing. It's just interesting. Yeah. I guess it just goes to show that, you know, how valuable an on-set goblet is, really. HP goblet was a godsend? Yeah, I imagine. Yeah. Anyways, I think this newbie-let is probably strong enough, I would say. So, anyways, Furina. Furina. Hey, she has enough ER sometimes. Only problem is, you know, you'd have to switch. I mean, you basically have to switch to an ER weapon. So I don't know if this is not enough ER. There are definitely situations where this would not be enough ER. But hey, as long as you're open to not having to use the blue stick, this is a good Furina build. You know, switch it to what happens? I mean, she does go down to like 140 crit damage. She goes down to like 140 crit damage if you switch to the pipe, the fishing pipe. Well, if you go to the fishing pipe, that gives crit rate. So you switch to the fishing pipe, that gives you enough ER versus Solo Hydra probably, and then switch to a crit damage circlet, and you're kind of good. Having to switch two pieces to switch builds around is annoying, but hey, you got the ability to do it, I think. So, anyways, yeah, Claire, you probably won't miss yours. I think maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Depends how long it takes me. Yeah, it's not a bad Furina build. I think it's pretty well balanced enough that it's not that hard to transition the build. Furina does not have any universal build, right? Well, the only universal build she has is like a 300 ER build, technically. So it's ultimately just down to a specific team, and this is a good Furina build. It's not that hard to transition to having a higher ER build, right? Xiao team, Farazan and Benny are on Fav. That's fair. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Benny being on Fav is definitely not ideal, I would say. But you know what? If you need to do it to burst on your Xiao consistently, you need to do it. And not bursting at all is much worse. So, you know, that's fair. Your tenacity too on Farazan, very nice. Yep, nice Xiao build. It is a very, very compelling Vermilion build, I would say. Since you are using Vermilion, actually, and that gets a bunch of attack percent, that actually mitigates the Fav Bennet issue a little bit, right? Because you're getting enough attack from this set that it's not as bad to lose a little bit of attack from Bennet, I would say. You know, even if it's not ideal, kind of thing. So yeah, it's a nice Xiao build. I don't think there's any need to meaningfully improve this build other than, you know, maybe having more ER stats would be nice, but I don't know, or just, I don't know, get Cloud Retainer maybe, and that fixes the problem too. And the Almighty Fish. Where's the fish? Almighty Fish. Let's go. Not C6. Not the end of the world. And yeah, this is a very healthy fish, I would say. It's a lot. This is a lot of attack actually. Wait, why is it that much attack on a? Really, Fischl can hit 2k attack with? Oh, it's attack goblet. That's why. I was like, how does Fischl have 2k attack on a stringless build? That is unusual. It's because of attack goblet. That's fair. I mean, considering it's a 40 CV attack goblet. Yeah, it's more than viable. I actually did calcs the other day, or not the other day, a while ago, and they found that attack goblet would be better than electro goblet anytime I'm using Fischl with Furina, which is fairly common. So yeah, attack goblet is actually very good on Fischl. Point is, it's not a bad thing. I was just confused for a second. But yeah. You do have a plan to get Ganyu? Yeah, there you go. And there you go. And then you can just switch Bennet to whatever higher base attack weapon and you're off to the races. Very nice. Yeah, nice official build. I don't think there's a very meaningful need to have to invest more in her. It's very, very good. The only thing you would maybe get value from is like if official is on a banner, right? Getting official C6 is something you might notice. One of the notable things about official C6 that I sometimes underestimate is how it lets you normal attacks will reset Oz's targeting, so Oz will target whatever you're normal attacking, and that can be pretty significant sometimes. And being able to control how damage output is happening. So, yeah. You don't need official C6 for it to be useful, but it is a noticeable upgrade for her general usability, and also just a little bit higher uptime and a little bit higher damage output, right? So, anyways, very nice official build. I don't think the artifacts are the problem. If you run into issues with teams with official, your build is more than good enough. Ish. Yeah, not having official at all is a rarity. I was surprised when the last account fixing video I made didn't have official. Mualani and the others is what Ish wanted. All right, Mualani, very nice. Now, all these people with these cracked builds in Mualani, obviously the weapon is very much helping them out. But even without the weapon, right, this is 190 crit damage in Mualani. And what the frick? How do you have 15% crit rate on a circlet? How do you have an Onset Goblet that has this much crit damage and EM? Like, what? I have, like, one good artifact and, like, one compelling, like, one okay artifact for Mualani, potentially. And then, like, one that's, like, hey, it's got a bunch of ER, maybe that's useful. And then my circlets are just LOL. Because I have terrible... I just don't get good circlets. I hate circlets. They're a nightmare. And meanwhile, every single Mualani we've seen today. I mean, Jesus. Alright. Nice. Healthy amount of EM. Healthy. This is just a healthy, well-balanced Mualani. Not level 90 yet. You know, can level the skill talent more. Why do you level the burst talent more than you level the skill? that might have been on purpose, just because you like seeing the big number. That's fair. But more of her damage does come from her skill, so, you know, keep that in mind. But I also think Mualani's burst is fun enough that it makes sense to just, you know, keep them leveled up the same. But, you know. Anyways. Artifact domain hasn't even been available for that long. Yeah, I know, right? Like, how? Like, the last unit review I did was like a week and a half ago, and most of the Mualani builds we saw then were just like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, you can see, like, some people just got a little bit luckier, but most of the time, like, it was artifacts that, like, were just, like, whatever. And now these extra, like, week and a half, and suddenly you get these builds, and it's just like, excuse me? What happened? How did a week and a half more resin give people these builds? Whatever. Nice. You know what? It's you can do a full EM Raiden build on 4-piece instructors. It is more viable, I'd say, than people would expect. But the fact that you have C2 Raiden is extremely funny to me. I'm assuming this is just something you did for the fun of it, but nice. Layla, right now I'm just finishing up donation reviews because I've been streaming for like 6 hours. The first 4 hours of stream I was doing randomized reviews, which is that's how I start these streams. Is I do the first few hours randomized and then I finish up donation ones. So, anyways, so not doing any randomized reviews right now. Also, that means I should probably unpin the message. I forgot that was still there. Emily, Staff of Scarlet Sands. Emily, interesting. Not bad. It's mostly just a stat stick on her. Really, it's not that good of a weapon on her, but it makes it easier to balance your crit. That's for dang sure. So. Yeah, not bad. Good, pretty good. Should you C3 Raiden? With this build? I mean, obviously, yes, but no. I mean, obviously, no. C2 is a very good stopping point for Raiden. C3, I can't remember if I know. I don't even remember if I tested it actually on polearms only, but if I did test it, I remember not seeing that meaningful of an increase from C2 to C3. Like, you really notice C2, obviously, but like C2 to C3 is very whatever. So I don't know. It's maybe whether if you really want to play Raiden, but not on this build probably. Anyways, Family isn't on burning teams. How much does she lose? I mean, depends what you conceive of burning teams. Usually, you want some amount of pyro sometimes, but you don't have to have burning. The notable things, like, you don't have to have burning constantly happening, but you do want to have burning in some form, right? You want to have pyro. Emily with pyro is kind of necessary for her to function. Emily without pyro is like the main thing. The main viable thing you do Emily without pyro is using her burst. Building her on, like, unironically, building her on an emblem build, like 4-piece emblem on the catch, and just using her burst as much as possible, particularly if you have a build that could, like, use her burst every 15 seconds and have a very short rotation. Could be more valuable than I think people expect many times, because her burst doesn't need burning happening to get its full damage out. So there is ways to use Emily without pyro at that point, but usually, yes, you want pyro. This weapon on C3 Furina, nice. It's funny. ER check. Being that you already have an ER timepiece, yeah, this is a situation of you switch to a different weapon, I think, if you need more ER than this, but that's fine. Yeah, other than that, obviously it's a very high amount of crit, and it's a low HP build, which C2, so that does make sense. Yep. Yeah, it's a good build. Nice. Nice. This is indeed my favorite my favorite Nuvolette bird build. But yeah, Emily Burst is good enough and situationally really good enough that you can do a build specifically around her burst and utilize her as a burst focus unit. Oh wait, frick, no, sorry. Koduko, aka Leafa, we'll do yours in a second. We have to go back to Choo-Choo's, Mulan and Eula. Someday I will finish these. Yeah, the crit ratio on Nuvolette was impressive. It was the best I've ever seen. He deserves it. Yeah, I especially like that you had C1. Mulani and Eula, right? Yeah, okay. This is another really good Mulani build. Another Wizard, interestingly. Again, Wizard versus the Craftable. The Craftable might be better. But this is also a really good Wizard build. And again, Wizard can be just more fun. Like when a lot of the value of the character is just seeing a really big number. Also 5-piece Codex. Nice. When a lot of the value of the fun of certain characters is just seeing a big number. I get it. I get why you'd want to use with it. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good build. That's all I can say. Is it worth improving anything? Probably. I don't know. It's probably worth farming a bit more. Like, obviously, you're not really going to improve this piece meaningfully. This piece could be improved, but it's still pretty dang good. The timepiece could definitely be improved. The goblet could be improved. It's an onset goblet. You should probably switch to a different offset goblet, being that you have 5-piece. Yeah, this is interesting. This is an example of the fact that the set gives a bunch of free crit, right? And you're using a crit weapon with Wizard, and the crit damage circlet, and then just a decent spread of a good amount of relevant stats comes together and all around in just a very competent build. Other than the feather, none of these artifacts are particularly wow, right? But it still comes together in a more than competent build, so I think this is an interesting example of a build like that, right? Where it's you don't necessarily need to, but anyways, need to invest that much more. Eula, end user license agreement that has no energy recharge. This is a two Bloodstained, 2 Wanderers Troop. Why does your Eula have 180 EM? Is Choo-Choo still here? What's happening? Is this on purpose? Are you doing something weird with Eula that I'm missing? C6 Bennet? It is C6 Bennet. Maybe you're doing C6 Bennet situation? I don't know. Maybe. You might be able to get a lot more use out of Eula with C6 Bennet than anything. You can't get a good artifacts. I guess that's fair. It's possible just doing 2-piece, no-piece is fine. Yeah, Eula's a miserable butt of a character to build. If you have Furina, I would strongly suggest using Mars as a Hunters. and just doing a Furina team with Eula, right? So Eula, Furina, Electro unit, Raiden, right? And then you need a healer. So the Mika, there you go. Yeah, Mika, let's go. Right. Marcel is here. I don't remember who Marcel is. I remember mentioning them. Who was Marcel? I'm sorry. What am I forgetting? It was like hours ago. I'm sorry. Is Eula even viable below 99% crit rate? I mean, look, you can RNG optimize around Eula a little bit. The bigger problem is actually the ER. But yeah, Marcia Sanders gives a bunch of free crit rate, right? Makes it easier to balance her ER because you can prioritize ER and subsets a little bit more than you need to prioritize crit. And yeah, that's my personal vibe. It was 15 minutes ago. Oh, well, that's proof of me needing to end the stream. Yeah, okay, Marcel, where's your UID? Oh, you DM'd me your UID. Oh, okay. What did you need me to review? I don't even see your thing in the dang... I don't even see your dang thing in the history. I can't, I'm blind. I'm actually blind. Oh, there it is. Arlecchino, Kinich, Nubian. Alright, let me go check Discord. Anyways. Yeah, like this Eula will not hit for a low amount of damage, right? Like it's not a terrible build, all things considered. But it does have the typical Eula problems. I suspect. From ER and crit rate inconsistency. Is your username Keto-kun? I probably shouldn't have said that out loud. Oops, my bad. I don't know if you didn't want you meant not wanted people to know your Discord username. I'm sorry. Is this it? Well, I guess. I mean, it's there anyway. So, hopefully, is this it? Looking at Arlecchino, Kinich, Nubian. Ooh, wow. C3 Arlecchino. Very nice. Probably spent a pretty penny. Yeah, it's a good Arlecchino build. I don't think you really need to improve it meaningfully. If you wanted advice on it, I don't know. If you really truly are obsessed with improving your Arlecchino, realistically, the only way that would happen is with a better goblet. But wait, never mind. I lied. This is crit rate, not crit damage. I very lied. Nope, never mind. I take that back. Here's an example of why you level up 4-line things with a single crit line. Oh, good lord. My god. Okay. That is 20% crit rate. Never mind. Yeah, don't even bother. There's like, you got so much freaking attack percent too. Yeah. Yep. Jesus. Alright. Kinich, Nubian. Oh, you're using Reverie. Interesting. Nice. I forgot Reverie. Yeah, you can do burning teams with him, right? So Reverie is definitely a compelling option on him. And you probably just had the pieces because, you farmed this. So, yup. Yeah, this is a good Kinich build. How much does it get, Marcel? How much damage do you get on this? Like, what are you getting in Abyss right now from his skill? To be clear, there is an 80% skill damage buff in Abyss right now for him, which is significant. But I am curious. 350k? Yeah, that seems accurate. So it'll probably be like around 250k without the Abyss blessing, is my guess. Ish. Yeah. Still confused by the off-field mechanic of Reverie? It means you get the buff off-field. That's all it means. The wording of Reverie is just a convoluted system of checking if burning is happening to give damage bonus, right? That's all it is. And it works off-field. That's all. It works on-field, it works off-field. That's literally all it is. So if burning happening, get damage bonus. That's basically all you need to think about. did not plan pulling Kinich until you tried him. Nice. I mean, he's got a very interesting playstyle. Like, I'm kind of glad I have him. As much as I would really enjoy personally having Raiden C2, I'm kind of glad I have him because he's a very unique character, right? That he is worth having just because of how weird he is. So, anyways, Newbie Lenny. I think your Nuvilat has 5 too many artifacts for my tastes, personally. But this is a very well-balanced Nuvilat. You have a good chunk of ER, very, very healthy amount of crit damage, and basically 100% crit rate. Yep. This is an extremely, extremely healthy Nuvilat build. Yeah. Yeah, this is just you flexing your Nuvilat, let's be real. Yeah, you didn't farm his set, that's fair, yeah. I don't know, this is still like a very compelling build on him. I don't really think, if you're playing him in Burning Teams specifically, if you're playing him in Burning Teams, I don't really think you need to farm the new set for him, quite frankly, with your build. So, wait, you didn't plan on pulling for him, and then you pull for his weapon too? Interesting. That's an interesting choice. I respect it, I guess. I don't know. Little, whatever. We're not going on a 5-star weapon rant. Nope. We did that already. Winnie. 66.6 crit rate. Very nice. Is it overcapped? Yes, but it's the perfect amount of overcapped. Let's be real. How many freaking 40 crit damage pieces do you have? You have 20 crit rate. 40 crit damage. 42 crit damage. Can you stop rolling entirely into one crit stat? You're like making everyone else in reality sad. Please. What? Good lord. Like, I have one artifact that's rolled like this on my main account, I think. Wait, do I even have one? Do I have a single piece that's rolled only for 4? I don't know if I have one. I have like a 37% crit damage one. I don't know that I have one over 40 crit damage. And you just like shoved 3 pieces in our face that are 40 CV just on one crit stat alone. Like, good lord. Alright, whatever. It's fine. To be clear, it's not actually that beneficial always to have pieces. Like, sometimes it is. It depends on like how valuable it is to have these pieces that roll really heavily into one crit stat is really dependent on how your entire artifacts roll, right? So if you have like a bunch of crit rate rolls, you know, like this freaking, what is this Pyro Goblet? Jesus Christ. Like this ridiculous Pyro Goblet that has 14.4% crit rate, right? When you have really heavy crit rate rolls in your other pieces, then it can become more valuable to have one piece that's really heavy into crit damage, right? But sometimes it's really annoying to have because it means that instead of, like, you can have sometimes situations where you're just like really imbalanced into one stat. But in particular, now that like they keep on doing these sets that are giving 40% crit rate for free, crit damage is, having a lot of crit damage especially is very valuable, right? But crit rate is still of course valuable, especially in situations like Arlecchino, who does not get 40% free crit rate. So yep. Anyways, yeah, this is a ridiculous Looney build. I can say that. That's for dang sure. Thank you for flexing your builds, Marcel. Ridiculous. All right. I did Vlad, right? I did Ish. Koduko. All right. That's what we're doing next. Koduko. I am streaming for far too long. I really need to force myself to do these things quicker next time. No, I still got like 5 left. Good lord. It's my own fault. Absolutely my own fault. But like, oh good lord. I am definitely starting to, like, I've gotten through my water bottle. I have a very small amount of water left. That means I've been streaming too long. Well, Albedo, Dignari Hutao. Why am I? There we go. I was struggling to find Noel. Nice, an MH build on Noel with white blind R5. A little bit more rare. Yeah, this is a yep. Nice. Look how much defense you have in substats. Wow. And a relatively healthy amount of ER. It depends on the exact team you're playing, I would say. I've played MH Noel a bit with Furina, Yelan Noel, I actually need to go and test Kachina now with her. Because I imagine Kachina might actually improve the experience a little bit, but I was using like Yunjin or something fairly often as the 4th slot for a second Geo. And it was enjoyable, but not perfect. Because Yunjin has some problems. But I don't know. The Kachina might be better and reduce ER needs a little bit more, but I have found I needed like 140-ish, I think. But if this is enough to burst consistently, it doesn't, doesn't matter, right? Is my point. Depends on favs on the team, yada yada, right? It's a very good build, other than the ER factor, which is always important with Noelle, is all it is. So. I feel like they intended Noelle to be a unit that just uses fav by default, and that's why they made her generate no energy or something. But it is definitely her most annoying aspect, I would say. But she is fun. I don't know. There's something just really satisfying about the animation of her big arse claymore swinging. So I do like Noelle. Albedo, Tignari, Albedo, Cinnabar Spindle, nice golden troop build. Another crowned Albedo. Yep. This just seems like a pretty good Albedo build with Spindle. Right. Obviously non-crit weapon, so yep. A very healthy amount of defense too. Jesus, that is so many defense stats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's 3. 7 stat. I think it's 7 defense percent substat rolls, and then a little bit of flat def too. That's so much defense though. You have a defense timepiece worth of defense substats, right? So, or a close to it, which is a lot. Very nice. Very nice. Albedo, Tignari, and Hutao. Oh, and Raiden. Tignari, Hutao, and Raiden. C3 Raiden. Wow. That is a very balanced Raiden. Yep. That is a very balanced Raiden. 70, 150. That's kind of satisfying, honestly. Having exactly 70, exactly 150. Well, not exactly, but the 70. The pre-decimal points matter more, in my opinion, for the satisfaction of the. It's not a perfect ratio. Technically, 75, 150 would be 1-to-2 ratio, right? I know. But having exactly 70 and having exactly 150 pre-decimal point looks nice. It looks very clean. That's a heckin' lot of attack percent substats. Wow. Yep, very nice. You're just, no, I don't know. No surprise we're getting all the donations are just flexing builds mostly. And Tignari and Hutao. C4 Tignari, wow. I wish I had lost that many 50-50s to Tignari. I just keep on losing them to Diluc and whatever. I'm probably going to keep on losing them to Kaching. I'll finally see 25 star glitter from getting a dupe of already having a C6 5-star. For the standard 5-star, at least. Anyways, a little bit imbalanced crit ratio, actually, because of, his C1, but sometimes you just get a lot of crit rate. There's a lot of crit rate. This is a Tignari that needs 40% crit damage in artifacts. See? This is an example of when it would be valuable to have those weird artifacts that roll 40% crit damage. Yep. It's still a good Tignari build. Very, very healthy amount of EM. Yeah. Obviously, Gilded Dreams. I use Golden Troop on him, but Gilded Dreams I don't think is that much worse. I do think it's a little bit worse because of the fact that you're using Slingshot. Like, the attack percent isn't valuable, but... what? I forgot. Is it same element or different elements that gives EM? I think it's different elements in the team give EM, so... Normally, he should mostly be getting an EM from Gilded Dreams. I think it's fine. Alright. Who's the Tau? There's the Tau. And yep, that's a 999 defense. Nice, I like it. This is a healthy Hutao. Obviously, EM timepiece would be better, but this is also a freaking really good timepiece, HP timepiece. I am of the opinion, personally, that it would not be that relevant, especially with 100 EM and substats. I think it's perfectly fine to not bother having an EM timepiece. This Hutao is more than good enough. Very nice. I like it. Yeah. Thanks for sharing them. You play Plunge Noelle. Oh, I just saw that in the chat. with Albedo, Furina, Shiny. Very interesting. Interesting. Yeah, with plunge. I don't know. Nothing really changes with plunge. It's just still strong with plunge. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Other than, you know, Albedo is the factor of energy. So I guess, yeah, Albedo is probably generates. I don't remember exactly how much he generates, but I think he's probably better at generating energy than like my experience with Yunjin. So yeah, very nice. Who's next? Vermia. Candace. Candace. They technically said Candace, Yoimiya, or Yamiko, but you know what? Because of the fact that you said Candace, I'll look at them all. Candace, Yoimiya, C5, Yoimiya. That's a very nice Yoimiya. I think normally, so Yoimiya only vapes every third hit of her normal attacks. So I believe normally it's not worth doing an EM timepiece on her. Correct me if I'm wrong, feel free. It might be splitting hairs. It might be like 6 of one, half a dozen the other. Because a meaningful amount of her damage does come from landing those vaped hits, right? And her non-vaped hits aren't nearly as meaningful of rotation or damage contribution. I want her C6 so bad I use her burst starter rotation. I want that to vape hits. I see. Yeah, I don't know how her constellations affect her vaping, but yeah, I don't know. If you just want a bigger number on her vapes, I guess this can make sense. Also, this is a ridiculous EM timepiece, obviously. So, it's a very good build. I'm just mentioning that, you know, I am not actually certain for a normal Yoimiya, not factoring in constellations. I don't think it's necessarily better to do an EM timepiece, but I'm not 100% confident in that. It might be just kind of like the same, and therefore attack timepiece is usually better because they're usually more common. But, you know, as a generic recommendation. But when you have this good of one, you know, kind of makes sense potentially to use. Yeah, very, very good Yoimiya build. I wish you luck in getting C6 whenever she reruns next. Yamiko and Candace. We'll do Candace last. I don't think it's better. I only just started using vape. That's fair. Yep, nice 2-piece Yai build. A little bit less crit rate than I personally prefer, but you have a very healthy amount of EM. Again, like EM timepiece is usually specifically better in AoE scenarios, but it's also just, it's not bad in non-AoE scenarios too, because of Yai's passive. It mitigates, like, getting some amount of skill damage bonus mitigates the loss of not triggering aggravate on some of her skill hits, right? So yeah, this is a very healthy Yai. She'll hit some pretty dang large aggravates, I would say. Yeah, nice Yai. I like it. It's definitely a good enough 2-piece build that I wouldn't personally bother trying to farm 4-piece on her. 4-piece Yai is just so weird because like she has no perfect solution for 4-piece. Even with the golden troop, I just don't really like it. Ooh, a 4-piece emblem, C6 Homa Candace. Let's go. This is pretty similar to builds I have used for short durations, but usually I've switched back to Fav because Fav is love. Fav is life. Fav all day. Fav all night. But this is a very healthy amount of ER for a Homa Candace build. That's for dang sure. Yeah, goddamn. Jeez. You've given Candace the best emblem artifacts. That's the vibe I've gotten here. Yep. And this HP Goblin is also really, really good. Nice. I farmed Gilded for her, didn't like it. Yep. That was kind of... I was kind of surprised because I thought I finally had like a Gilded build that was better than my 2-piece combos. And it was still worse. And it was like actually meaningfully worse. Not like it actually made a difference with the ability to clear the content or anything, but it was still worse. And I was just like, oh, well, alright, back to 2-piece I go. Don't need to deal with the weirdness of Gilded. And its passive going down on intervals. But anyways, very nice, Vermia. I like what you got going on. Much respect for the Candace dedication. I appreciate Candace enjoyers. So love looking your content. We're doing Zoshio's next. Looking your content. Please feel free to roast my Ayaka. Oh yeah, the Ayaka. Sorry, no Ayaka. My God, my brain is failing. I need to take a break. The Akasha optimized Furina and Yelan. C5 Furina. Interesting. I don't know if that means they just like set a budget for themselves, like monetarily. Like they had a $1,000 limit and they spent $500 and only got, or had a $1,000 limit, you know, spent the $1,000 and only got C5. Well, rip. Or if this is just, they just saved a lot of wishes for Furina. The fact that they got Clorand and Arlecchino and Navi and you makes me think they probably did not save wishes for Furina. Because if you got all these characters in the same year that Furina came out, it makes it much harder, I think, to get C5 without. But you only spent $100? How did you get C5 spending $100? You got 2 other Furina builds, one with 194 ER. Yeah, I kind of figured. Yeah, if you're, I mean, I'm assuming this is a C6 Furina Akasha optimized, which is a stupid leaderboard in my opinion. But, yep. That's, yep. Dumbest leaderboard on Akasha might be the low ER Furina Akasha leaderboard, quite frankly. But, yeah, the stat value on these artifacts is kind of ridiculous, I would say. Like, wow. Wow. Just looking at the artifacts alone, ignoring, you know, Furina doesn't need ER. So, yep. Arlecchino was expensive, yeah. Yep, yeah, I see. I'm gonna guess you went into double pity for both copies, and Weapon Banner decided to hate you. Yay for Weapon Banner. Very nice Whimsy build, though. Very nice. Attack Goblet is better than you'd expect on Arlecchino. Is my experience. I think it's actually just better on my Polearm only account because Bennet doesn't exist there. So, anyways, you wanted C2, but nah. Yeah, I'm glad you at least set some limits for yourself, Zoshio. Zoshio? I don't know. Anyways, Yelan optimize. 160. Yeah, 160. I wonder what leaderboard you were optimizing around. Also, 29.8% ER. What the heck? All right. Yeah, that's, yep. Damn. Wow. Wow. 15.6 crit rate and ER. Well, yep. Wow, this goblet, Jesus. You know, 30, 35, whatever, 34 crit value plus 2 HP rolls. Rude. Wow, yeah. That's a very good Yelan. Yep. Yeah, that 29 ER on this HP Sands is kind of upholding the build a little bit. Very nice. I like it. Thank you. All right, we got 2 more. And I can take a break. All right, Flint, Yoimiya, and Mualani. All the Mualanis. We're getting more Mualanis now than we were when Mualani's banner was going, which is interesting. I guess more people have just finished building her, so now they want to like share them more. All right, Mualani and Yoimiya. The Ring of Yaksha. 150 ER. This is a build that might burst consistently. Probably burst consistently, actually. Interesting. I don't know. See, it's one of the things I really like about these sets that gives a bunch of crit rate, is you have so much more freedom to do things like bursting consistently on a character that normally isn't necessarily worth building extra ER for, sure. But if it happens to be how your artifacts roll, it's still like a really nice benefit. Particularly in Mualani's case, right? Because her burst is I don't know, it's really fun, and it's got a big multiplier. It's fun to get big damage on it, and if you can do that consistently, that is valuable, and it is a way to increase, like, provide damage value, even if it is not like the most efficient or best way to get damage value, right? Like ER is not a dead stat in that sense. So, anyways, this circlet is really good. Obviously, very nice goblet. Fairly relatable timepiece, I would say. Very good feather. A couple of relatable rolls. This is a 4-line. Could have been so much better. Those two defense rolls definitely are a little bit sad because they could have been at least HP rolls, right? Yeah, it's not insane. This is much more what I would expect for, like, you know, how long this domain has existed for people to show off with their Mualani builds. Like this looks like what I expect, where you got a few good pieces, but like obvious ways to like improve it, and like the flower and the feather, right? Or not the feather, the timepiece, but still comes around in like a very functional build. This makes sense for like 3 weeks of this, or a little bit over 3 weeks, 4 weeks of this domain being out. But Yeah, no, it's I think it's a pretty dang good build and functional. Obviously, ways to improve it, but you know, has some benefit. That ER does have some benefit. I like that. So, yeah. And yeah, now that you like to bring, Flint just said in the chat, now that you like to burst every rotation, will you be able to even stomach having a build that can't? That's the real question. I don't know. You might be stuck bursting every rotation for eternity now, just because you got used to it. And then Yoimiya. That is a very nice two-piece Yoimiya. Yep. All that attack. Benefit of Skyward Harp to some extent. But also benefit of having 30% attack and substance. Yeah. Yeah. And so often I noted, like, it's very common where I notice the difference between one artifact being better or not is like that extra little bit of attack percent, right? That's why I stress the stat values so much. When it comes to optimizing builds down, it so often comes down not to crit, but to what are the non-crit stats that are relevant to the build, right? And yeah, this is a very good 2-piece Yoimiya. Very nice. Is it worth farming 4-piece? I don't know. I think one of the valuable things about doing 2-piece Yoimiya, same thing as like doing 4-piece Crimson and Yoimiya, would be being able to burst on her, right? You just like don't burst on her in a Shimenawa's build. And I think that's kind of boring, I imagine. Like if I played Yoimiya, I think I would much prefer a 2-piece build for the purpose of not sucking my energy away and making it so she doesn't have a burst. So, yep. Oh yeah, you have R4 Harp. I also have I have R3 Harp, I think, right now. But I can have R4 Harp if I refine my level 1 Harp, which I will probably do if I get another Harp. The game has, I think I've gotten 3 of them from Standard Banner, and I got 1 from Weapon Banner. Like, yeah, I've gotten Harps pooped on me too, so I can relate. I don't mind it. It's probably, in my opinion, it's the best weapon to just get pooped on from Standard Banner, so... You know, it's great. It's great. Harps are fantastic. In my case, I only refined it, to be clear, because of the fact that I had other relevant bows. Like I have Aqua, and you have Aqua too. So like I've been relatively comfortable because I have other options for like stat stick weapons that I haven't felt the need to not refine my Skyward Harps. But yep. And my Harp is unofficial, to be clear, because she deserves it. But yeah. Anyways, very nice. I like what you got going. Last one. Claire, are you here? Because I need to end the stream, but I know Claire said they were leaving for a bit. They said they have a... Oh yeah, they said they had to post their UID in chat. Frick. Where is Claire? Oh, Claire had a message like 20 minutes ago. Hopefully Claire's here. I do want to look at Claire's Hybrid Raiden. It'd be a nice way to end it off. This freaking 6-hour and 16-minute stream. Just reposted UID. Oh, it doesn't want to show it here. It's probably because YouTube switched to top chat when I refreshed. Let's see, does it show it when... Yep, it does. Nice. Okay. YouTube was just being a butt and wasn't showing it in the top chat. It was showing it in live chat. And I forgot to switch it the last time I refreshed. Alright. Last thing to end it off. No more donations, please. You donated in Ko-Fi? Oh wait, you did? That was yours? Ah, frick. I mean, fine. Okay. Try to get your UID in chat, yold. And we'll end up with yours. I'm never gonna be free. Anyways, Claire AR55 with a Hybrid Raiden in Oh, you're doing Hybrid Raiden with Skyward Spine. Interesting. I don't remember exactly. Like, I did my calcs for Hybrid Raiden like a year ago. As far as Hybrid Raiden on Skyward Spine goes, honestly, this is interesting. Considering like any weapon that wasn't like engulfing or like even the R5 of the Battle Pass weapon that gives crit and a whole bunch of EM, right, wasn't a very compelling hybrid weapon when I was doing calcs. So the problem with like not Staff of Skyward Sands or not engulfing on Hybrid Raiden is that there's too many different stats that you need that you can't feasibly get, right? Like the only way to like technically get a Hybrid Raiden without one of those two weapons that approaches what one of those two weapons would perform like on a hybrid build, where you're doing like double, like when you have like 400-ish EM, right, is realistically by like having 4-line artifacts that are all like 0 dead stat kind of thing. So we're talking like EM timepiece, that's crit rate, crit damage, attack percent, EM, And you also not to forget like ER is a factor too, of course. So some mix of crit damage, EM, ER substats on every single piece, and they're all 4-line, and it managed to roll on all of them upgraded, and like it's like stupid unfeasible, right? Like it's just not feasible at all. Whereas those engulfing lightning makes it feasible because it gives you all the energy recharge you could possibly need, and gives you a bunch of attack. So engulfing lightning basically just makes it so you need EM main stat and crit rate crit damage, and want it to heavily roll into crit rate crit damage. And same thing for your flower feather. Like, you just don't care about ER subset. You don't care about anything other than basically crit rate, crit damage, and then some EM substats. And then you do a crit circlet, and, like, hopefully your overall balance of stats is good. It's still hard to balance with Engulfing Lightning. And then Staff of Scarlet Sands enables it so you don't need a really specific balance of any given stat, necessarily. You just do EM main stat, timepiece, EM main stat goblet, and then crit damage circlet. It gives you a bunch of crit rate for free, converts the EM to attack, and then you just need to have a good bit of ER and substats. But you know, you don't need. It's not like it's been very much not the end of the world to not have like very heavy crit in some pieces. So, anyways, my point is like, there's a reason I don't recommend Hybrid Raiden without Staff of Scarlet Sands, because it's so much harder to even get it to perform meaningfully. But it's not that it can't be viable. It's not like it would necessarily be impossible to clear with a build like this one. It's just how much sanity are you willing to lose trying to chase a build that's functionally impossible without having a specific weapon, which is Staff of Scarlet Sands. Or maybe Engulfing, but Engulfing has its own problems. So, I got your UID, Yield. Thank you, I see that. So... I don't know, right? It's hard for me to evaluate, is my point. I don't think it's necessarily dysfunctional. But it's not really the best of both worlds. Like Hybrid Raiden with Staff of Scarlet Sands feels like the best of both worlds. And then doing something like this is kind of like you have to sacrifice too much of everything to get it to do anything. Such that it might just make teams not very functional. But it depends, I think, on what the exact team is and what other sources of damage the team has that aren't just Raiden necessarily, right? So it's weird, right? Depending on the last artifact rules, we might be able to get more EM and ER. Yeah. Your ER is actually mostly fine. And your crit ratio is fine. It's just not that much crit, right? Like, obviously, it's not the same as my Hybrid Raiden that has 70% or 80% crit rate, I think, and 170 crit damage. Because yay for Staff of Scarlet Sands, and then 450 EM, right? So I don't know. It's not technically impossible, I think, but quite unfeasible. You have the right distribution of enough different stats that I think it's doable. It's just weird. So, and I think how viable it will be is going to be really dependent on the team. Like, it's going to push you more towards the teams that are like Furina Hybrid Raiden teams, right? So we're talking Furina, Raiden, Nahida, who would also be doing her own meaningful damage, right? And probably Bennet on the team too, to increase the damage a little bit. Maybe not Bennet, actually. I don't know. But something like that, right? Furina, Nahida, Raiden, and then maybe Fischl, actually. That might be very functional. Furina, Raiden, Nahida, Fischl. Because, you know, Furina, Nahida, Fischl's damage can make up for the fact that you're using a non-ideal Raiden build, right? So yeah, I'm still streaming for 6 hours. I'm losing my sanity a little bit. I need to stop. And we're almost done. So anyways, I like what you got going, Claire. I very much appreciate that you're going down the Hybrid Raiden path. I just wish to encourage, you know, caution for, like, don't lose too much of your sanity trying to chase it without having Staff of Scarlet Sands, right? It is my opinion. It's just so much harder to build and get to be viable without it. It is my vibe. So I like it though. It's very nice. Yeah, and especially with EM buffs going on, your Raiden still is getting very meaningful off-field, like transformative reaction damage. So yeah. What was the other one? Oh, Chevreuse. What's your Chevreuse look like? Huh? Nice. Interesting. Yeah, I see what you're going for. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea how this is going to perform. In situation, it's a C6 Chevreuse, right? And against situations like when you're doing a full Chevreuse team against the Talpa, I do think this Chevreuse, it's weird because the Chevreuse can get some meaningful, like not insignificant overload damage with the EM she has, but like how much Chevreuse itself is triggering overloads versus just applying pyro for other units to trigger overloads depends on the exact team. How much damage she'll get depends on, you know, the enemy she's against, but if you're not like against the Talpa, right, where you have guaranteed Vapes, I suspect it's not going to be the most insane damage, but it's also not nothing, I suspect, on this build, right? You're probably getting enough that it might be enough like front loaded damage really quick where you do burst into 3 E's that, hey, it's enough to get them hit down. You're only getting, I think, like, if she was level 90, you'd probably have, what, like 25% attack buff? So it's the same problem that doing any kind of DPS Chevreuse build has, is where you're sacrificing some attack buff for the other teammates in favor of making Chevreuse herself do more damage. And that can be valuable sometimes. It just, like, depends. So, anyways, I like it. But, also, you know, take it for what you will. I have tended towards just keeping my Chevreuse on a pure supportive buffing build rather than a DPS build. I just switch her to a DPS build if I wanted to have fun DPSing her, right? Rather than trying to find this in between. But you know, I don't know, if you find an in between that is really, really enjoyable, I think that's awesome. I don't know if I will ever try to get like a balanced in between build, a hybrid build, right? I think I will mostly just stick to my either or situation personally. Yeah, you could just switch to an HP Sands. That would probably get you HP Sands in level 90 would probably get you to 30k HP at least. And especially if you're using Bennet with her, she'll still get a bunch of attack from Bennet anyways, that she'll still get some meaningful damage, right? Even with an HP Sands, so. Joined her in the last run, Bennet had no idea what I was doing, kicked myself in the ass then for not pulling. Don't even know pulling was, unloaded both barrels for this. Trying to hit C2, but you don't even know if I was C1, but happy to have her finally, nice. Best of luck getting her C2. If you do get it, you will feel the difference. Yeah. if you're just playing because you want Raiden, that's fair. It's fair to just go for constellations. Don't forget though, even with C2, Raiden wants good supports, so don't forget to level your Chevreuses and whatever. Schwep. Alright, last one. Where did Yold's UID go? There it is. Alright, what did you want, Yold? I'm dumb. It says right there. Just Arlecchino and Navia. Alright, this is what we're rounding off. I can finally be free. C5 Raiden, or C, oh my. Evidence of my brain failing. This is not Raiden. Arlecchino. Yep, thanks, Claire. Oh, good lord. Yeah, it's a nice Arlecchino. So it's C6 if you get it. It does give some crit rate. A little bit low on crit rate. I don't know. It's hard to say like, oh, you should switch to a crit rate circlet because you know maybe you just like seeing the big numbers on Arlecchino. I imagine. It's definitely not where I would prefer for her crit balance, but sometimes it's just how your artifacts be. Yeah, the goblet and the timepiece, the two okay artifacts are kind of what is making the build just be decent, but nothing crazy, right? But you have good pieces in the other ones. Oh, also the circlet doesn't have any crit rate. That's actually in particular. So yeah, I don't know. I think you know what you have. The most likely way you could improve things is with the crit damage circlet with crit rate substat. I don't know. Maybe is it more? I don't know. I feel like using this 3 Sanctifying Elixir for a crit damage circlet in Gladiators would be weird, but maybe I don't know. Yeah. I definitely wouldn't be surprised if this is the best build you have possible on your Arlecchino. Being that like the timepiece and circlet are just like, you know, they're fine. They give it some stats that are relevant. I do think it is worth testing a two-piece combo versus forcing 4-piece Gladiator. Right, it's possible you have different different two-piece combinations available at AR-59 and 88 cents in debt. But it's also possible not, right? It really just depends on what your other artifact situation looks like. Just don't forget that two-piece combo can be viable. So, yeah, and good luck in getting C6 when she reruns. I'm willing to bet she's going to rerun around Mabuika banner. That's my guess. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh, an Emily. Nice. I like it. I like seeing Emily's because, you know, a lot of people, so many freaking players seem to just like think this character was not very good, and I think, and you know, certain people's takes on Emily, I think, were very short-sighted and were not very good at like not truly like understanding how valuable she can be when you're not just doing pure burning teams, right? But anyways, I really like this character. I like Furina has been one of my favorite characters because of how inventive her kit is, but I do think her kit is a little bit overtuned. She's a little bit stronger than she maybe should be, but Chevreuse and I think Emily, of the last years worth of characters, I think are my favorite characters they designed as far as their kit design. I also like Emily's visual design. So like people complain about, oh, there's not enough short hair girls or whatever in Genshin, and you know, here's a short hair girl, but then they're like, oh, she's green, she could have been pink. Like, wow, okay. I feel like for the character designers at Mihoyo, when people start complaining about character design, there's just like no pleasing people. But whatever. What was the other character I was supposed to look at? Navia. Distracted. Furina is both. True. Yes, you're correct. Furina is indeed both. I like, yeah, both Furina and Emily were well designed kit-wise. Well, okay. Furina a little bit overtuned, but well designed kit-wise overall. Furina, you could argue, is not overtuned for the specific reason of the fact that most players don't understand how to use her. This is my opinion. Like having 127 ER on Furina. No offense, y'all, but evidence of in crown skill and, you know, not crown burst. But anyways, right. This Furina is a fairly balanced character because this Furina is probably not bursting very often. Anyways, whatever. I think they nailed, to be clear, most of their character designs in the last year. So that's why I'm looking forward to how they're going to be doing things after Xalanen, especially. Xalanen is very clear what their intention with her is. She's a fairly boring character, quite frankly, to me. Although I appreciate how she has modality and how she can be used. I think that's very cool. Yeah, this is a nice Navia build. Verdict, obviously, 4-piece in the set. You didn't neglect your ER. A lot of people do neglect ER in Navia, but it's quite important to burst on her to make sure you can get those crystal, or the bullet stacks, whatever they're called. Yeah, it's certainly not an insane Navia build. Your timepiece is a little bit relatable. A lot of bit relatable, honestly. But, you know, I would say your Navia build is like what you should do to improve your Navia build. One, don't forget 2-piece exists again. But also, when it comes to Strongbox, try to Strongbox for it. I'm hoping that in version 5.3, because of the fact that they introduced Marshal Hunters and Golden Troop to Strongbox this year, my hope is that their plan is to just like release artifacts in the Strongbox once they've been out for a year. So that my thinking would be Navia's artifacts are hopefully going to be in Strongbox on version 5.3, right? We'll see if I'm right about that theory. That's my current hope, though, and my current theory with why they put MH and Golden Troop in the domain is in Strongbox is because of the fact that it's been a year and they are changing to releasing them in Strongbox after they've been out for a year. I think that's my theory. They haven't confirmed that, obviously. We'll find out if that's something they're going to do in version 5.3. I guess alternatively you could use the Sanctifying Elixir now that I think about it. That might make sense too, but depends on if you have anything else you want the elixirs for, right? So anyways, it's not bad, but like the timepiece is really the main thing holding it back. The goblet isn't that bad in my opinion. It's giving you ER attack percent. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines of value in your goblet. It's a good goblet. And the feather, at least, you know, is not amazing, but hey, 3 crit rolls. Flower is pretty dang good. Circlet is pretty dang good. So yeah, it's really just the timepiece, I think. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad, honestly. So, have you used the elixir to craft yet? Yep, I have. I got a good Dia artifact. I got a artifact that got thrown away. And then on Poems Only, I also did that recently, and I also got an artifact to throw away. So, I have crafted 3 pieces across 2 accounts with the elixirs, and 2 of them were bad because artifact RNG. And that's part of why I think it's not valuable to use them on goblets, because very often, it depends on your account, but goblets just require too many elixirs for the risk of them just rolling poorly, right? But I got the piece I wanted the most, which was an ER piece for Dia, an ER Vorakash's time piece actually, for Dia on my main account, was the piece I wanted the most, and it rolled well enough. It didn't roll very highly into crit, but the last line was attack percent, and it rolled like 2 high rolls into attack percent, and then 2 other rolls into crit. It was only a 3 line, right? But it had no bad rolls. It was actually very good. So, anyways, I guess the stream. I've been streaming far too long. Jesus Christ. Thank you for watching. Good lord. Thank you for all the donations. Part of the reason I do these is because I think they're a nice balance of, you know, I don't know, I'm on the wish screen. They're a nice balance. I gotta put Arlecchino's artifacts back on. They are a nice balance of, you know, me being able to make some money, but also, like, try to, like, give people some advice. I also just let people flex their things if they want to flex their things. Like, it's just fun to do. I like this balance I got. The only thing I yapped too long, and clearly I think 6 hours is too long for me because I was just losing my brain ability, I would say, towards the end here. But, yup. Kaimi Fune, I don't even think I have the mental capacity to properly review your build right now. So, feel free to join future ones. As always, the structure will be probably the same in the future. I will just hopefully be better at doing them a little bit more efficiently, time-wise. Well, but I don't know. Also, I think my yapping and going weirdly in-depth on, like, the nuance of some things is part of the value of why people may want me specifically to review their builds or whatever, right? So, yep, that's the correct build. So, I don't know. Anyways, thanks for watching. I gotta go. I'm almost capped. That's how long I streamed. I almost capped out my resin. Good lord. Bye.